His store in the main village was about to close because the hero had defeated the Demon King, and everyone no longer needed to go on dangerous adventures. As a result, there is peace all over the world today. Murabito was a hard worker. He was hammering nails into the roof of a building. The women yelled at him to be careful and not to overwork. Murabito assured them not to worry because he was already finished, but immediately collapsed to the ground. He claimed that the repairs were already completed and that he was not seriously injured. A concerned woman approached him and asked him how he was feeling. He then pulled out a bottle of liquid and sipped it. Smirking, Mr. Murabito pulled out another similar lampshade. He turned to Mr. Kato and asked him about it, explaining that he couldn't fix the roof because of his broken arm. Healing potion. For his injury, it was the right solution. Mr. Kato argued that since he had already visited a reputable doctor, he did not need it. But don't give up, Mr. Murabito said, and let them go to him if they need to. Let them inspect their excellent Sudachi store. They expressed their gratitude to him. Even though he was doing backroom duties, Murabito went home and said everything went smoothly, because his store is not in a good position right now. Saho is a village. The main village is a colloquial name. There is no violence and it is peaceful. Only the weakest monsters are present here. But that is what attracts people to this village. Many adventurers once trained in this village before going in search of the Demon King's endless army, according to historical sources. But according to them, one young man killed the Demon King and was later celebrated as a hero. Murabito was now strolling down the main street of the city. An angry man informed him that his piglet had escaped. Murabito calmly informed him that he would now catch it. The woman told him to take out the trash and wash the plates. An elderly man instructed him to repair the pier as soon as possible. Another man offered to take over his delivery job if he finished his work. Yes, replied Murabito. He had completed his task. Even he thought his name was Murabito. He is a completely pure-blooded villager who grew up in this community. His father had given him this name. He used to run a store in this village, and he lives here. Sudachi is an equipment store. By the way, this hero poisoned himself while shopping 10 years ago, trying to defeat the Demon King. In short, this store is legendary. Now that he was in his store, Murabito thought that even though it was such a respectable store, they still had a lot of problems. He entered the house and sat down at the table to immediately start counting his savings. With a dejected expression on his face, Murabito stated that this month's earnings from his part-time job totaled $124,000. In addition, this cannot happen with a basic 580 Yale. This is 200 more than last month. This made Murabito very happy. The number of adventurers started to decline 10 years ago after the death of the Demon King. In addition, there was a decline in the sector of gear stores that sold essentials. This also applied to their Sudachi store, which had grown as a result of the new adventurers. It had become an abandoned nest. Some incidents and mishaps were rare, especially in Saho village. As a result, the demand for antidotes and healing potions began to decline. Having customers come in once a month would be helpful. It's good that there's peace now, but still, said Murabito, sitting down in his chair. I thought someone might need help, so I rushed outside as soon as I heard a loud noise outside. He saw a young girl there, and his store's sign almost fell on her. Murabito asked her how she was doing. The girl did nothing but stare at him. Her golden eyes seemed like the sun to Murabito and he was shocked. They were so beautiful, he had to admit it. The girl quickly covered her face with her hood. Murabito apologized to the girl, holding up the sign. He held out his hand to her and told her that he had apparently secured it securely. He asked if she was hurt as she did not react in any way. The girl apologized in a language he didn't understand and then simply ran away. Unable to understand anything, Murabito wondered what that language was. However, he had to go back to his store and conduct business as usual. However, he was still eager to find out more about this girl, so he took out a book and declared that he would. This girl wasn't from their village anyway. Was she a half-elf? She had golden eyes. Isn't that the hallmark of the demonic race? However, the hero defeats the demonic race, the judge from the stories. He stands up and declares that he will still mop the floor if no customers come in. However, at that very moment, the village headman entered the store after hearing a knock on the door. I have something to tell him, he said. Are you sure you want to order something? Murabito asked. He was told to listen and marvel at the headman's laughter. Instead, they decided to rebuild the village as a sacred place for the heroes who had left it. Surprised, Murabito asked, rebuilding is like a holy place, right? They can start the hero pilgrimage immediately, the headman said. there will be a boom. Since it's a sacred place for heroes, he thinks it's a village. Murabito, a little puzzled, asked what he wanted him to do originally. The headman gave him the papers so he could put his stamp there, and stated that he wanted to buy his store and turn it into a museum of heroes. Before his right hand made a mistake, Murabito ordered him to leave. He did not approve of this because it was cruel. The headman advised him to keep his composure for his own sake. At first, everyone is concerned. He imagines himself working part-time every day to maintain this store. Too bad he doesn't realize how fast life goes by, so he should use the money he saved to start over as an adult. Murabito gripped the hammer tighter and began to push the headman out of his store. "Thanks for your concern," he said, "but no thanks. He should enjoy life more," the headman advised. "Isn't he 18 years old? He doesn't even have a girlfriend, he just works. He needs an heir if he hopes to keep his store. He'll lose everything if he can't find a wife." When the headman brought him to sign the papers, Murabito couldn't stand it and tore them up. The headman promised him his freedom if he gave up his store immediately. Murabito stated that he understood completely. Then he won't go to the store, will he, if he finds his wife? He is desperately looking for her. "No," said the headman, so he did not discuss it. However, Murabito stated that he would go because he could not be stopped. The headman simply stated that the whole family fervently supports this store after they tried to stop him but could not because it was too late. To find his wife, Murabito traveled to the neighboring town of Sononi. He walked into a local tavern where he decided to have a drink with a few of the girls he met. The girl who came in 7th place introduced herself as Alice. Furthermore, Murabito said hello and said it was nice to meet you. According to Alice, he had a humorous voice. I think she asked him if he had a Murabito. I take it his name means villager. How cute is that? It made Murabito a little embarrassed, and he was grateful that his father had called him that. "We'll cut to the chase," Alice said. The guy said he owned and operated Sudachi, a hardware store. "He's the director," Alice asked with a smile. She shouldn't exaggerate, Murabito advised. "They must have had some surprisingly strong visitors in the past," Alice said, as if she wasn't paying attention. That's exactly what she meant, according to Murabito. When the girls in the place heard about Mr. Hiro, they all rushed over to him as soon as he entered his store. They asked him if he was really a hero. What time was it? Had it been a long time ago or just recently? Perhaps he was one before he was famous. It turns out that Mr. Hiro is very popular with the girls, which surprised Murabito. The girls were excited, and Alice asked him if he would share the secret of Mr. Hiro's story. Murabito told them to listen to him because he thought they were now interested and that this was his chance. When Mr. Hiro first came, there was only one wooden stick in his store. However, Murabito was eventually kicked out of the place. The girls were furious and extremely displeased. "He is just a talker," they said. "He knows a hero, doesn't he?" He suddenly materialized like Superman, an attractive hero holding the sacred sword. Don't let him joke about the stick. A little offended, Murabito decided that he had already decided not to give up even though he was telling true stories. He hastily stood up and stated that they just didn't know anything either way. It was probably impossible to find his wife here to begin with. He claimed that he had to walk home because he had little money left. He believed he had spent a lot of money to get there. He would lose his store if this continued. It was a great moment. 12 years have passed since then. He was only 6 years old at the time. High quality and low price only at their Sudachi store, his father said as he greeted customers. Murabito once again informed his father about the low revenue. He started swearing at his father and wondered if he was really lowering prices again. Other buyers will have to compromise if it's just one person or what. His prices are too low for high quality goods and they sell expensive goods. Is he raising his son this way? The man asked exactly how old he is. He said he only wanted the best and apologized. Murabito pouted and said he would set prices seriously if he were the store manager. With a smile, his father advised him not to make the same mistakes twice. Murabito declared himself a hero in the newspaper 2 years later. The man who fights the Demon King bears that name. Won't their store become redundant if peace comes? He asked his father. Yeah, maybe, the man said. Would it really be that bad? Murabito asked. The man assured him that everything would be fine and stroked his head. When it does, he will have to ruin his fortune and open a new store, the kind of store he wants. His store would bring in more money. Now that he remembered all this, Murabito believed his father was wrong. A new store is not what he wants. He also remembered his father's death. It was pouring rain when his father crashed on the wagon. Murabito made an attempt to contact his father. However, the village chief forbade him to go there because it was extremely dangerous. One of the men stated that there was no way to go any further. They must remove the obstacle. Murabito then wondered why it was necessary to move the load during this heavy downpour. The battle in the northern lands was apparently decisive. Many wounded were present. Was it really necessary for Dad to bring medicine to God's field? The principle is usually like this. He is really sick. All his dreams were abruptly cut short when he devoted himself to the stores. He became lonely. He was deeply attached to his father. He declared that he would not end up like this by attending his father's wake. After that, the Demon King disappeared. He would continue the Sudachi store by all means, because that was what his dead father would have wanted. Now Murabito raised his head and looked up at the starry sky. Well, it's peacetime, and things have gone wrong, he said. The store would still be operating if the Demon King were alive. What was he thinking about then? These are terrible ideas. Then he noticed the same girl he had just met in his store on the cliff. He thought it was the same girl who had visited the store in the afternoon when he looked up in horror. What was she doing? He shouted. She ought to be careful. The girl jumped off the cliff at the same time. Murabito tensed, thinking he didn't believe it. This is how she's going to die. He then immediately rushed to her aid. He took out a clover elixir, his speed increasing potion. I also got an additional potion. The firebird shoes are part of the wind magic. He then grabbed the girl and tried to hold on to the edge of the abyss. However, the fence broke because it couldn't hold on, and they both tumbled down along with the boards that could not withstand the impact. Murabito thought that this was the end, because the sensation of free flight was a frightening feeling and he didn't want to hit the ground at speed after a few seconds. He put his arms around the girl and assured her that everything was all right. Don't be afraid, she supposed. At least he believed he would save her, but of course that was just self-delusion. And then they collapsed and it was a hard collision. Murabito collapsed and lost his life. The girl was still alive. She asked him who he was by looking at him. Lightning strikes, poisoning, drowning, self-immolation, and death by cold. She had attempted several deaths. Now, however, she was interrupted for the first time. Already tense, the girl was furious beyond belief. How could Kuchmager, the creature, tell her she was wrong? The man had saved her by doing this. I think the girl asked what to save. According to Kuchmager, she is currently a young human woman, and that's why he probably had the wrong idea about saving her. How pathetic. He probably didn't know she possessed immortality. What's going on? The girl asked. It's their fault, right? According to Kuchmager, yes. He turns out not to be hostile, just as the girl asked. According to Kuchmager, it was doable. What does it mean that he's not bad? The girl asked. She need not worry, Kuchmager assured her. She walked over to him and looked at him. Kuchmager claimed he couldn't contain his laughter. It was the same person for a day, the girl said as she recognized him. She had cut her finger and bled to death after he had shown her mercy twice. Kuchmager became alarmed and asked where she was. The girl suggested that they show him kindness in return because she would feel bad. She then splashed him with her blood. She stated that she had never given blood to a man before and was unsure of the outcome. He could either die as is or he could become her servant. They will hope he doesn't turn into a lifeless corpse, but he must wake up. Murabito eventually woke up in his room. He jumped to his feet and looked around momentarily. Is this really my room? He asked. He immediately began to remember recent events and decided that he was trying to help the girl. It looked like he'd had too much alcohol. What a nightmare. There was a knock on the door, but his head was splitting. The headman shouted at him that it was just a disaster. Looking out the window, Murabito asked, what happened? Here he almost died in his sleep. He is in a bad mood. The headman told him to hurry up and get the store ready for opening, but the man didn't seem to hear him. Murabito cast a curious glance at him. Meanwhile, a man arrived in their town and asked if this was the village of Seihoa. All eyes were fixed on this man. His appearance also caught everyone's attention. You told them to look at the type of coat of arms, but who was this man? He fought alongside a hero against the Demon King's army. The store was visited by a royal knight. The commander was Juris. Even Murabito's eyes glittered. He was happy to welcome the long-awaited customers and give them a warm welcome. In his later years, he himself had stated that it was impossible. Is that a knight of the crown? The headman claimed that he had heard that a few healing potions had broken during the mission, and a wheel from the wagon had fallen off. Asking him if he had a universal elixir, Juris went around the store. Murabito expressed regret and said that they did not sell such items. The universal elixir, in his opinion, was a very unusual and excellent healing potion. Such a thing had never before been available in their village. The knights praised them, scrutinizing the assortment. They claimed that this place had a decent assortment. If only there was something like this in the capital city. A surprised Murabito wondered if there really wasn't anything like it in the capital. He should visit the capital, that would be cool. Would he meet a hero in the capital if he traveled there? If you say so, Juris said, turning to Murabito. His sign, which read, "This store was founded by the hero's family," caught his eye. What's going on in his street? The knight inquired. According to Nurabito, it was the pride of his store. Truth be told, Mr. Hero had come into this store for shopping at the beginning of his adventure. 12 years had passed since then. This hero was personally served by Nurabito. The hero then asked if there was still a wooden stick. He asks for it because he is a hero. Now remembering the story, Nurabito said he wrote it with the intention of returning at some point. I understand, Juris said. He then chopped his sign in half with a sword. It was disrespectful to the hero, he added. Such cases have been on the rise lately. These are people who, for profit, have started making noise about the holy site and holy relics after a hero touched something or passed by. What is he going to say? The hero has no first or last name and was born in an unknown place. Can he be considered a sacred being? Besides, how can lies spread like a wooden stick? He was worthy of death. Frightened, Nurabito declared that he was mistaken. All of this is accurate. That's what the knight said to his commander. By the way, the wheel on their wagon was flying off. He found that rather strange, didn't he? That's what Juris said, naturally. To get people to buy from them, they set traps on the road, right? It's probably a poor village in one sense or another, said the knight. Nurabito just stared in horror, perplexed at what they were saying. According to the knight, the poor quality products were on display here. Nurabito thought that although this store used to provide for people, now no one needed healing potions that were as poor as the hearts of these hillbillies. Sighing, he said, "See you soon. Their products aren't good for them." The headman asked him to come in. "I apologize," he said, turning to face the knight, and inform him that he had written it all to himself. And about the incident with the cart, he disputed that the locals had been involved in the incident. Nevertheless, he gave the order to write a flag for the village's revitalization program. He is personally ready to take punishment if necessary. His forthrightness was impressive, Juris said, smiling. The store was willing to forgive him if he gave away all the goods for free. After expressing his gratitude, the headman promised to load all the goods for them later. Unable to understand the situation, Nurabito asked the headman what this was for. The headman told him that he didn't have the courage and apologized. Let him be mad at the pathetic headman all he wanted. Nurabito thought he understood and was furious. To keep him safe, the headman took this action. But that is exactly what is happening here. This knight still has the nerve to demand a free night's lodging. Now Nurabito loaded all the goods with them and turned to his father, whom he told that his son was worthless. The knights were just talking about them in the village, and I heard them talking madly. The village is no better, they said. In fact, they admire the hero. He still needs to write a justification for a cost write-off or something, because so many potions were broken. He got a flat tire because he neglected maintenance. He's about to write to him here. He also supported this neighboring village. Did they see the face of the headman? Following the headman's example, one of the knights said that he would personally apply any necessary punishment. Then all of them burst into laughter. The electricity went off at the same time. The knights asked if the stones of light had broken and immediately fell silent. It was that redneck, one of them declared. But then one of them smelled something and asked what was wrong. He also asked me to turn on the light. They saw the giant monster as soon as they turned on the lamp in front of them and were incredibly horrified, because they had not expected it just a few minutes ago. Meanwhile, that girl tried to kill herself by jumping off the cliff again. Well, she didn't succeed this time either. There was a rumor that visitors to the village were getting weaker, she said as she stood up. According to Kuchmajer, it was just a rumor. He had finished his work there as her servant, so he asks for some free time. He doesn't ask for it, and the girl said it naturally. Why did he mention it then? It is because she is no longer in charge of the demons, Kuchmajer explained. She should let him rest for that reason. When Juris saw such a monster, he was terrified. He started begging for help. This was just an elementary school village. He said, "Why are there monsters present here? The Demon King's castle was home to such creatures, but then how did monsters end up in an ordinary provincial village?" Nurabito entered the room and noticed how pathetic he was. He had to express regret for his actions to the villagers. I believe the knight reprimanded him and asked him if this was his store. "What the hell is this?" Nurabito asked what he didn't hear. He had to apologize immediately. The knight apologized immediately because he was so scared he had already forgotten his courage and pride. Nurabito asked if he hoped he would at least partially admit his guilt. He informed him that there was a way out and gestured for him to go there. Would he have wanted them to go with him? "No, thank you," the man said, getting up and hurrying out of the building. Now, Nurabito thought he felt fantastic. According to one of the knights who ran up to him, there were monsters in the old village. Then they jumped into their carriage and said they had to summon the hero, those golden eyes, as soon as possible. He was right, and the Demon King had reincarnated, and now it was a new beginning for the dead demon leader. As the knights left, Murabito asked himself if there really were demons in his reflection when he looked in the mirror. He noticed that his eye was blackened and that it even grew one horn. That's why he was so afraid. He even flinched from the sudden fear and unintentionally collided with the remaining monsters. He immediately apologized, but he was terrified when he turned around and saw those monsters. He was just shocked and wondered how he had changed. He had grown a horn, but why? In case he was noticed, the same girl would appear in front of him and express her surprise. In addition to her successfully reviving him, the guy became her servant. But he had reduced some of her power by taking it for himself, and now they were bound. Jerk. Who is he anyway? He saved her. What kind of person is he? The girl walked up to him and squeezed him tightly, showing incredible strength. Murabito started to scream because he was in pain. She was lucky, the girl said, that her heir turned out to be weaker than her. At least he should be proud that she considered him a bastard worthy of her blood. But she would do her best to find out more. He had saved her, but why? What does he need? Power or gold? There must be a reason for him. If he doesn't demand gratitude, there isn't. The girl demanded an answer. Murabito apologized and said that he didn't care who she was, because he was saving a demon like her and he didn't think about it at that moment. To him, she was just a nice girl and helping was a normal decision, and that's what every normal person should do. The girl was stunned. She hid behind her hood again out of embarrassment. She started to apologize again when Murabito asked about the situation. The girl asked what his name was. Murabito gave his name. The girl then abruptly walked up to him and bit his finger before reaching out and ordering him to bite it immediately. She would kill him if he didn't bite. Murabito followed her instructions because he was afraid. In short, it's love at first sight, the girl said. That's fantastic. She needed to stop being formal and treat him kindly. Her name is Mao. She should have died 10 years ago. The former Demon Queen, 776, is standing in front of him. And that's why they are now a couple. He can now be called Demon King 777. Murabito was stunned by everything and didn't know how to react. Murabito tearfully asked if his dream had materialized. Turning to face the hero, he advised him not to be shy and to pass. His father would be overjoyed in heaven. Sure, their store had thrived 12 years ago, but that was no longer the case. But he'd still be able to order anything. Then he would take the heart of the new Demon King. The hero said with a smile. Would that be available? He then used his sword to pierce Murabito. Murabito also woke up at the same time. He had just had a bad dream. He hurriedly calmed down and asked if it was a dream. However, the creature approached him and licked him. Murabito turned to face the other monsters, who greeted him like a host and wished him good morning. Murabito shouted even louder and was even more frightened as a result. They had defeated the Demon King 10 years ago. Now there was peace in the world. It was so quiet that the equipment store started to lose money. Although earlier, after the hero once entered, they started attracting customers. Since he owned this store, he had to lead a quiet life. The guy sincerely wished for this and hoped that he had every chance for it. But how could he experience it? Murabito barely had time to leave the room before he went downstairs, where Mao was already eating breakfast and waiting for him. How rude is that? Mao asked. He acts like that, even though they don't attack him. Because he's their master now. Murabito trembled with fear and thought it was all true. And it was all because of her. Mao wished him good morning while enjoying a quiet breakfast. He must have been exhausted yesterday, she asked. He's not even used to managing a group of monsters, so it's not shocking. Is he going to eat? Or maybe they'll continue the discussion. Murabito asked if this was proof of their relationship yesterday after she bit his finger. To inherit the title of Demon King, according to Mao, it was a necessary ritual. It will work out, so he doesn't need to worry about it. Since she wasn't planning to marry him, he might as well not even worry about it. If it's safe for him to become king, they'll leave right away. The abbreviation of her name is Mao, which means Demon King. That's what she really looks like. She's a former queen because she was supposed to be killed by the hero 10 years ago. She still wishes for death for certain reasons, so she has to give him all the powers of a king in addition to her position and privileges. From now on, she will make him a new king by giving each of them a drop of blood. She hopes for cooperation. Murabito, however, did not hear her through to the end before he passed out from sheer shock. After telling him everything, Mao stated that he had slept all day. Incidentally, he was carried to bed. Murabito thought that he hoped it was just a dream. He must have been asleep when his former appearance returned. That was a good thing, at least. When he was finally sated, he stood up and asked them why they were here without his consent. It was a complete mess. According to Mao, he should thank them and sit down to eat since they had prepared food for him as well. It was all because of her. Murabito asked what materials she used for all this. He then said the closet was empty after he looked inside and found nothing. Mao promised to continue their discussion from yesterday. However, he cut her short again and asked her what the sound of the water was. He immediately rushed into the tub and found a baby kraken swimming in the full tub. Murabito immediately rushed to it and shut off the water. This cub couldn't have survived without water, according to Nao, who had been following him the whole time. Could he hear her? Here, however, the other monsters continued to wreak havoc. Also, the little snowman had decided to freeze everything here because he was too warm. Murabito walked up to him, grabbed him, and told him to stop because he couldn't take it anymore. More so that his store wouldn't be in a mess. All the monsters froze at the same time. That's it, he said. It's okay, Mao said. The monsters assured him that they would do his bidding. Monster control, literally known as monster leader, was a skill that Mao, he said, had taken from her. It was passed down as an innate ability from generation to generation, giving them the legitimacy to rule as true monarchs. Why was he so taken aback? After all, he had banished a true knight in the night with this power. That was the proof of demonic capabilities. The girl grinned and noticed that he was well suited for the role of a demon king, which surprised her. However, she was worried that giving such powers to an ordinary person would be acceptable. By the way, Murabito had mentioned it. He refuses to give up those powers as well as the position of king. Let her give it back as it is, because he's a simple villager and he doesn't need all that. Then, without taking any action, Mao used his power to put pressure on him. Murabito shuddered in horror. He couldn't even move. Mao said she almost choked and apologized. It must have been in her imagination. They had to leave, she said, getting up from the table. No. Murabito looked at the girl curiously. Mao stated that in order for them to take the test, she wanted to see if any additional mutations had occurred after receiving her blood. They then went to the training forest, which was on the outskirts of the village. His one eye had turned black and he had grown one horn again. As a result, he felt extremely awkward and constantly tried to hide behind his hood. When Mao saw this, he informed him that there was no one in sight. Regardless of his heart pounding, the king knew no fear. Murabito stated that he instantly changed his appearance as night fell. Mao calmly informed him that demons become stronger in the dark. She believes that he has turned into a half-demon because he is an ordinary person during the day but turns into a demon at night. Therefore, he must exercise caution at night. Now they will start with strength training. She wondered how strong he had become. Nearby she found a huge rock, which she approached and announced that it was him. He should hit it. Startled, Murabito asked how she thought he would smash it. Mao looked at him curiously. Murabito saw her outrage and told her that a level 1 human can't grimace like that. It's beyond human capabilities, Mao said, calling him a fool and declaring that he was now a demon. She then demonstrated her power by shattering the huge rock into many small fragments in one motion. She advised him to find a new faith in himself. Murabito then approached the stone and struck it with his fist, but his efforts failed and he felt an excruciating pain in his hand. She shouldn't have said to believe in herself, Mao said, turning away and apologizing. Murabito told her it was okay if she didn't apologize. Next time, Mao said, let him use magic. Whatever magic he prefers, that's what he should use. Murabito informed her that he couldn't use any either. Getting upset again, Mao turned away and apologized, stating that she didn't know. She should stop apologizing and turn away, Murabito told her. Kuchmager pulled Mao aside and whispered that she had probably guessed but still had at least one expectation of him. Mao also told him in a whisper that she likes him better, even though she knows he's weak. The monsters, meanwhile, pulled Murabito aside and tried to comfort him. Although he thought he understood that it was difficult, Murabito was still very upset and would have preferred her to talk to him directly. The girl apparently had another brilliant idea, after which she told him to gather his thoughts. She would teach him how to use magic because he needed to succeed, and then she would use her magic, which she called summoning. Murabito cast a curious look at her and asked about the nature of summoning. Mao then simply slapped his arm without saying anything more to him. She pierced Murabito's arm. Speaking to him as if nothing had happened, Mao promised that the king would rule over the demons when the time came. Furthermore, he could summon a legendary divine beast with those bloody whiskers. Let him say its name, please. Murabito then summoned the creature known as Leviathan. When he finished, he was ecstatic and stated that it was really cool because the monster turned out to be huge in size. But the moment this Leviathan saw the man, it hit him, and the man soared high into the air. But in the end he fell right next to them and was almost unharmed. A frightened Murabito asked her to give him some further advice. According to Mao, these creatures are very peculiar and vain, which makes it easy for them to attack if they don't like the summoner. At times like this, you must force it into submission. Murabito wondered if it was to summon him as often as he wanted. The results came out, according to Kuchmijer, who had been following him the whole time, recording everything he heard and saw. By day, he's a normal person. He is a level 1 player with the following stats: HPF, Mana, G, Strength, F, Dexterity, E, Intelligence, DC, and Summoner and Monster Leader are his available skills. Overall score, F. At night, he transforms into a demon. His hearing and sight are enhanced. Also his horns. Strength is unchanged. Dexterity is also unchanged. Overall grade, Kuchmijer expressed his gratitude for everything and congratulated him, saying that he hasn't changed over the years. Here Murabito pointed out that Mao had just punched his arm. Surprised, he asked if his cut hand had already healed. Mao grinned happily. In short, Murabito said, but he has to stay home. Besides, he won't be able to work part-time. Insect hunting is in the middle of summer and is a very lucrative business. Mao questioned whether he was really concerned. Kuchmijer made the decision to support him and assured him that everything would work out. Right now he is showing the traits of a scoundrel, but with his help he will reform. He's excited to meet him because he's Kuchmijer, who walks with kings. As if it was a drop of blood, Mao said. She approached the man with great surprise. Now they will carefully transfuse the blood and see what happens. Murabito snapped because he couldn't take it anymore. He stood up and ordered them to stop immediately. In any case, he has no desire to become a demon king. He aspires to be a typical villager. He wants to run his amazing store because he really enjoys it. He also doesn't want her to die. He doesn't want that, even if she is the demon king. They can turn him down, he told her, apologizing. Upon hearing his remarks, Mao became furious. She was furious and called him a jerk. He is terribly wrong because he doesn't even realize how strong he has become now. Since the former queen's dowry is an ordinary man, he shouldn't confront her. Whether it's necessary or not, the bastard should express his gratitude since he has no other choice. Murabito immediately fainted because he was so scared again. Mao realized that she had scared him a lot and had gone too far. Kuchmijer got up with Murabito and warned the girl that her evil aura would make anyone faint. The hero would see that she was using too much magic. Realizing that he was quite right, Mao stated that it was still not enough for her. Murabito is her means of freedom. She then turned to Kuchmijer and asked him why he was still following her. Kuchmijer asked if he really couldn't. He is not such a callous servant to abandon her at this point in her life, even though she is no longer the head of the demons. Her words touched Mao deeply. The dawn had already come. A new day had dawned. When Murabito finally woke up, he believed it wasn't a dream. He wondered if he had fainted again after looking at the monsters that had been at his bedside all this time. He wasn't shocked, however. He would have accepted her gift if she had done a little more. Good morning, the monsters told him, lightly patting one of them. Murabito asked what was bothering him and thanked him. In other words, what else was there to be surprised about? He said. But apparently there was something else, because as he went downstairs, he noticed a long line of guests, and they were all graciously received by Mao. It had been a long time since his store had been as noisy as it was now. Naturally, Murabito was shocked to see all this and inquired what it meant. The headman then approached him, wished him a good morning, and inquired about his well-being. Would he be having lunch? Then he approached Murabito and whispered to him that he had found a beautiful wife. The other men who were in his store at the time envied him and said it was unfair. Murabito still wasn't entirely sure what was going on here. The headman kept telling him about Mao because he was still completely enamored with her. He claimed that while he slept, she took his place. As if he hadn't heard him at all, the headman continued to discuss his own. He claimed that the store had become famous overnight, attracting tourists from all over. Then another customer came into the store and saw the potion, which was now priced very reasonably. The man claimed that the main village had extremely low prices for the universal elixir. Now, with a charming smile, he stated that resale was forbidden. The other man asked her what ingredients were needed to make this potion. Mao claimed that it was a business secret. This girl caught the men's attention. Murabito himself drew attention to the room that was reserved for the staff after overhearing their conversation. She had just used mandrake as an ingredient in a universal elixir. It was a monster. Murabito was horrified and believed that he had actually given up his body to make money for the owner, telling Mao that it was very cruel. He took this monster in his arms. She is a cruel monarch. Mao asked him if he really didn't need the large amount of money the store had already brought them. Their cash register was already full, according to Kuchmijer, who had now taken the cashier's seat. What's the most important thing? Murabito asked. Why were they here? What made the headman call her his wife? According to Mao, the headman was just very impressionable, but from what he could see, they were doing business here. They first met in person after the headman paid them a visit while he was sleeping. He also asked if she was Murabito's girlfriend. Was this party when they actually met? She was his wife, Mao parried. It was very profitable for nothing, she said coquettishly as she approached Murabito. What was his opinion? If a strange girl goes with him, would that be okay? She's trying to pass on the inheritance to him, so let him know. In this case, she's even willing to put aside her shame. She quickly assessed his ledger and stated that he doesn't know how to keep it. Perhaps they will teach him how to do business properly. Murabito asked, does the demon queen really get it? In shock, let him call her Mrs. Mao. Mao said that she had certainly studied government spending in her time. Still very incredulous, Murabito wondered how the queen became the director. She had specifically taken over the business, so it was just a prank. Two women entered his store at that very moment, immediately saw Mao and informed her that there was a girl there. Is she Murabito's wife too? Hearing all this, Murabito believed that rumors spread quickly. The women, meanwhile, continued to compliment Mao and remark on her stunning eyes. She seems to be too young. I wonder where she's from. She's very charming. Murabito thought she was the demon queen. Mao expressed his embarrassment and thanked the women for their kind words. When Murabito saw the demon queen in such a state, he was shocked. However, the shoppers diverted his attention. A man who was already standing at the cash register asked him if he could have the check. Without hesitating, Murabito replied that he would now. He also expressed his regret to the clerk. He wondered if she had really just greeted us. He glanced at Mao again, who had already mentioned the elixirs to her customers. According to her, this plant effectively eliminates basilisk venom. After a while, their store finally closed because it was already late. Murabito was in a state of shock as he studied their earnings for the day. In 5 years, he reasoned, was it really possible to make a profit in one day? I didn't think I would help the store that sent the heroes for my soul, Mao told him. And is that the reason the world is not at peace now? Let him express his gratitude to her for saving him. Does he believe this store benefited from the skills of the Demon King? She solved his problems years later and he still has the nerve to refuse her. After all, it is very stupid and not productive as for such an inexperienced merchant. What is it that he doesn't like then? Most weak people are very proud of such power. He regrets his weakness, doesn't he? Level 1. A regular guy with no powers. Give him time to think. Because would he regret anything now if he had the power? Murabito pondered her words. She bit her finger until it bled, and at the same time claimed it was his blood. Never again would he regret it. When he becomes king, the world doesn't have to be destroyed. He could even become a hero if he wanted to. Will he be able to save others from failure when he gains power? Doesn't he hope that people will be grateful to him? Murabito silently approached the girl, carrying a first aid kit. She had just bitten her finger until it bled, so he took out a bandage from that first aid kit and wrapped it around it. Of course, he told her that. He's jealous of the hero's awesomeness. He wants to be Toki, but it's still not him. He equals the man who lived a clumsy life but recklessly helped others despite his powerlessness. He prefers to be straightforward, but she is unlikely to understand that. Looking at her bandaged finger, Mao assumed that he was expressing his preference for simplicity. That's right, she aspires to be like that too. In addition to that, Murabito mentioned that he has one dream. The hero needs to visit their Sudachi store again. The monsters were instantly startled, and Mao's rage returned. Did you go too far? She angrily asked him. Despite his extreme fear, Murabito told her that, with all due respect, this store would always be a hero club. Mao got very angry with him, calling him a jerk and telling him he was brave, which he obviously was. Murabito has a name, and he promised to ask her not to say it. That's why she must forgive me, but they must divorce, he said, taking the girl's hand. Mao called him derogatory names again and said the marriage was temporary. In any case, how dare he refuse her? Nevertheless, the ritual was performed, according to Murabito. She doesn't seem to think it's a good marriage, and they don't share any sympathy. Moreover, he says that he hasn't thought about it yet, indicating that such important decisions should be made consciously. At this point, Kuchmagu became very angry and said to Her Majesty, "What the hell is this? You need to kill the cruel one immediately or they will find another heir." Mao stated that she believed he had fallen in love with her and was clearly upset. Hadn't he then confessed his feelings to her since she thought it was sincere? The girl started crying after he told her she was cute, which she took seriously. Kuchmagu and Murabito were horrified. Murabito immediately started apologizing because he felt terrible. "I didn't say that to hit on her," he said. She misinterpreted his words, Mao said. She doesn't want to be typical anymore. Perhaps it's time to enjoy herself. Now it's time for her to laugh. Murabito and Kuchmagu tried to stop her, but the girl refused to listen to them anymore. Mao claimed that he was playing with her and she was being honest with him. Then a large, intimidating creature materialized in front of them. Kuchmagu, who claimed to have called out to it in rage, was also terrified. Murabito asked, "What is in rage?" Glaring at him, Kuchmagu claimed that it had been her bad habit since childhood. She was a genius who was able to summon a divine legendary monster without the seal of blood that kings had long possessed. But something instantly summoned the creature because she was a bit weak. When it grew, he believed that it had already improved. If he could have said that earlier, Murabito asked. He asked Mao back as he turned to face her. Even though Mao was still furious, she told the being she called Ifrit that he could return because the call was inappropriate. She received no response from Ifrit. Mao cast a curious glance at him. "I was asked to return by Ifrit, right?" He called her an insect and asked if she even recognized the person she was talking to. He also attacked the girl. Kuchmagu and Murabito feared for her. The girl was capable of defending herself, so there was no excuse for this. She got her revenge by attacking the creature and asking about the tone. She is its mistress. Anyway, Ifrit ignored her and asked if her answer was obvious. He also called her an unfortunate queen. The people of this village had already started to suspect something because of the strange phenomenon in the sky. "What is it?" the headman asked, stepping outside. "Is there a large object in the sky?" Hearing this, Murabito assumed that Kapitz was in the village. Mao told him not to touch those people because they were innocent, and he quickly realized what the creature was up to. Ifrit asked if the Demon King was worried about the humans. To what extent has she fallen? She's like an idiot. How did someone like her end up as queen? She was the cause of their defeat. She was the only survivor and the humans made her lose her abilities. The queen and shame of all kings, she's 776. Does she know why she can't die? Yes, because her servants rejected her in the afterlife. Kuchmagu was shocked and stated that it was extremely unpleasant to hear such a thing. They are only demons, unable to banish Ifrit if her highness is unable to do so. But don't worry, they'll think of something right away. Without a doubt, they need a legendary beast with comparable strength. Ifrit continued to insult Mao, claiming that she had become a mere girl and lost the power and pride of a king. It's time for revenge because he remembers how she took advantage of him in the past. Does she believe she will live? Mao thought she had started her life hiding from everyone after she realized she had failed them. There would be no room for her in this world or the next. Then why would anyone want her? Meanwhile, Murabito and the monsters were preparing to join Mao in his case. The monsters said it was a shot and were already getting ready. Murabito was then thrown right into this Ifrit. The monster asked him who he was, looking shocked. At this point, Murabito turned into a demon and stated that he was Murabito, and he was sincerely asking for help. He then quickly summoned the huge monster Leviathan to his aid. The people of this village were extremely frightened. If it's really a fish from the forest pond, the headman asked. Mao was also stunned and asked if the beast was really legendary. However, why was that? He had never followed his instructions. Asking about Leviathan's origin, Ifrit was also in a jam. Fearing that Leviathan was attacking him now because he didn't like him, Murabito became very alarmed. This is a trap plan. Mao yelled at him, saying he was his target. He has to stop. She herself thought the beast was upset with Murabito because he had already called him out twice. Murabito assured her that he wasn't a problem. Give her more freedom to protect the village. He questions her a lot about it. What's happening to him doesn't bother him. Leviathan then launched an attack. The villagers began to get used to the sky again. Amazed, the headman asked, had everything really disappeared already? In any case, what kind of creature was that? Was it really the god of water? Had he heard it? Was it Murabito's scream? Then immediately afterward, it rained. With great joy, the people announced that the water god had come to their village. In this village, very little is known about monsters. Mao meanwhile searched for Murabito in the forest. She eventually found him and asked about his well-being. Yes, said Murabito, who was lying on the ground, barely hanging on. He didn't seem to be hitting with all his strength. How did you consider that? That she would lose her Ifrit to his legendary water beast. The fact that there were no casualties is a good thing. That's fantastic. Was it his mother who said he was crazy? He's not immortal like her. Murabito asked if she was worried that he might die. He chuckled and remarked that his father often took drastic measures. He was the same way too, and for that reason, he jumped off the cliff to save her. He promised to be more careful next time and expressed his regret to her. Feeling guilty, Mao refused. Let him forgive her, it was her own fault. She apologized to him, which shocked Murabido. He also expressed his gratitude to her. In response to his remarks about strength, he stood up and said so. He wouldn't have punished the knight if it wasn't for that power, and he is alive today because of what he has become. Let her be compensated for her generosity, though he clearly doesn't want to be a demon king. He held out his hand to her and offered to work together in the store. He was clearly very embarrassed, but he wanted to tell her something else, but they only looked at each other intently. He informed her that the king's power might be suppressed by some kind of artifact. I wonder if they will be able to identify something similar among the visitors to the store. They would also benefit from information from the locals. Then again, Mao pondered, he had no desire to be king. Would he follow in her footsteps? She wasn't in a situation right now to count on much and choose her options. She asked, laughing loudly, wasn't he trying really hard to throw her off her game? Could he even come up with anything other than meaningless chatter? It's probably not feasible. But if he became the next king, her dream would surely come true. She believed that she had to die because the demon queen had been defeated. Despite that, Mao said she seemed happy to be here and extended her hand to him. She believed that she would turn into an ordinary girl for a little while. The guy smiled at her and expressed his sincere hope that this time they would get along and run the store successfully together and earn money and fame. The people welcomed Mr. Arthur, the hero. Arthur reached the capital. There a boy came up to him and told him that she was terrified because she was having an operation tomorrow. How could she overcome her fear? Arthur advised her to concentrate on his smile at this time, as it mesmerizes and brings joy to others. The girl said what a smile he had and fell asleep. Arthur turned to the knight who was presumably with him and asked him if he could use the restroom first. Next in the hero's plans, the knight said, glancing at his notebook. He then turned to Arthur and instructed him to inform them that he had gone to pick flowers. Arthur went into his room, ripped off his mask and threw it on the ground. He claimed that he was going mad and could not go on like this any longer. He needs time to realize that his smile is magical, so they should wait to whine. That was his statement. Anyway, who wrote such a stupid script? It was the king's idea, wasn't it? He took out his notebook and started reading it before stating that according to the plan, the opening speech would be given at the Royal Theatre in 10 minutes. At least someone would be going there. Even the heroic group that saved the world has its limitations. He's leaving. The knights advised him to wait, as he couldn't let others find out since the hero had disappeared. Murabido left on business, but Mao sat in his store. The girl was bored and even dozed off because there were no customers today. Murabido walked in and announced that he had already gone home. He turned to Mao, who inquired if any customers had come in today. Mao told him that she would be happy to come back as soon as she woke up. Murabido asked her if she was asleep or something. No, she was awake, Mao said. Murabido claimed to have witnessed the whole thing. Mao became furious and remarked, "It's clear to you that demons are inherently nocturnal creatures, so you have to put up with this." According to Murabido, she immediately launched an attack. She was asleep, so there were no customers. Recently, the other day, he believed she used her powers to temporarily lift the store from its knees. The mass return of merchandise began the next day. Really, if you think about it, there was no need for elixirs in peacetime. Besides, his Sudachi store was founded at the beginning of the crisis. Looking through their ledger, Mao angrily said that they had nothing left after the customer returned all the money. At this rate, their store would disappear. The suggestion was most likely a joke. In order to deprive the king of his power, the two of them would first make this store extremely famous. And he proposed this idea. Murabido believed it, but did not deny it. It was his statement. It was all very serious, he told her. Buyers from all over the world would discover some previously undiscovered artifacts or even some magic if they came together. And what if they don't come? Mao asked, tossing him the book. Does she have any suggestions? Murabido asked. Mao wondered what would eventually make him ascend to the throne. Murabido asked her if she remembered her promise to cooperate and refrain from abusing the king's power. Already tense, Mao remarked, "What kind of wife is a scoundrel?" "She was right," said Kuchmager, standing behind her. Lately, when Mr. Murabido earns money from part-time jobs, his mistress sleeps during the day. He asked if they had really cleaned the place and praised them greatly for it. Murabido promised to cook them dinner and thank them for their help. After thinking about all this, I became furious and asked who was now the most useless person present. They started cleaning up as soon as they finished eating because there were a lot of dirty dishes left. Mao asked if they should wish for a hero or something. She looked pretty miserable as she washed all the dirty dishes. "I don't want to do that," she said. It occurred to her that the hero would know more about how to defeat the Demon King. "Think about writing a letter. Wouldn't he want the hero to come here?" "Yes," replied Murabito. To be honest, he often wrote letters. Letters were the only ones that came back unopened. He thinks that since he is now a commoner and has become a saint, his letters are not received. Suppose the letter would have come if he had given a clear explanation of the circumstances. However, express her gratitude for the offer. Although Mao did not express it, she told him that they were partners and was very happy that she had helped him. She then realized what he was saying and wondered if he was serious. With a glowing expression on his face, Murabito expressed that he hoped the hero would read the letter. Mao continued to wash the dishes, and honestly, she considered asking the hero for help when she realized she couldn't die. But she didn't want to see him. Naturally, she doesn't find it offensive that he uses the power of a defeated enemy. She just despises him. What kind of saint is he? He's a jerk. Sometimes she dreams of the hero who defeated her and his smile. It even gives her goosebumps. Then Murabito remembered something and informed her that they had a client coming in at 2 p.m. today. He reasoned that her disguise wouldn't help him if it turned out to be a hero. Then a small child burst into the store. A boy ran up to Murabito and said, "Let him give him that thing, I have money." Murabito turned to Teller, the boy, and asked where he got those words. Nevertheless, he sighed and declared that it was all right without waiting for his answer. His Kajinawa is shown here. It's a hook cat Kajinawa. Mao cast a curious glance at the object. Noticing this, Murabito stated that this was the custom of the village. The stone industry had once brought prosperity to the village, and today children as young as 6 were taught how to use the Kajinawa. She probably noticed the abundance of rocks in the village. Kajinawa is a great partner for the locals. Mao believed that he also owned Kajinawa. Then the door of their store opened again and a man walked in. He looked very unkempt and lethargic. You couldn't even see his face behind his hair. However, when he came in and called him Mr. Ash, Murabito was beyond excited. He said hello and asked him to stop by more often. "Do you need anything today?" he asked. The man simply walked over to the shelf of elixirs and began to pick something out, not answering him in any way. Looking at the man, whom Murabito called Mr. Ash, with disbelief, she assumed that Murabito had informed her that 6 months ago the former traveler had made the village his home. The headman had allotted him a small hut on the outskirts of the village, where he lives in squalor. The women dislike him, and the mortals always think he smells bad. He is the only surviving customer who comes in daily. However, this person also exudes a faint magic that seems to be purposely suppressed so as not to draw attention to himself. Who is he? Did she sense that it was the hero's agent? Meanwhile, the children who had just come to buy Kajinawa continued to run around this store. Teller exclaimed that he was now an adult and happily ran around the store with Kajinawa. Realizing how dangerous this was, Murabito ran after him and declared that training was not possible here. Then something happened that made Murabito nervous. Their regular visitor Kajinawa was inadvertently touched by the cashier. The man wanted to respond to this attack, but he didn't want to draw too much attention to himself or stand out, so he let things go naturally and was struck by Kajinawa. Startled, Murabito asked about Mr. Ashi's well-being. He asks for forgiveness, though there is no forgiveness for this. He also asks that his wound be examined and a healing potion be given to him immediately. The man took the potion and left without saying anything to him. Teller stated that he had only himself to blame. Murabito advised him to come down and apologize, saying that he shouldn't put the blame on someone else. She believed that she was wrong about the agent, but she still followed the man with her eyes. Meanwhile, Mr. Asha had arrived at his little shack and decided that he had become a wimp. His house was littered with empty liquor bottles. He gave out a healing potion as soon as he got home because he was in a terrible state at that moment. But he claimed it was more for application, and it tasted terrible. However, he would take care of his wound himself. The wound then healed after he applied his magic. After that, he received a message from the magic ball asking where he was and what he was doing. Yes, the man did ask who Leela was. According to Leela, he finally contacted her. His doppelganger has already quit. Does he know that rehab is obviously helpful? But won't he be able to communicate and explain his actions on a regular basis? He would still have to return in case of an emergency. Has he been paying attention to her? She had also given him the name Arthur. Naturally, however, Arthur ignored her and had already started emptying the next bottle. Arthur's real hero was this man. Arthur believed that he had no chance of ever becoming a hero. He traveled because he wanted to become famous and rich. Appeasing the Demon King represents a significant opportunity for him to change his life because he had no family and no homeland. He set out to conquer the world at the age of 15, carrying only one wooden stick. There are many brave people in the world who are called heroes. They are usually kind-hearted and have excellent manners of speech. Since such people have great souls, he pretended to be a good person even though he knew he wasn't. Also that others would see him as a real hero. Even he found it hard to believe that he had defeated the Demon Queen. He was rewarded with fame, wealth, a place in a big house, and other things for saving the whole world. The king then instructed him to wear this mask in a parade thrown in his honor. He was obligated to wear this mask in public and never take it off. When Arthur saw this mask, he believed that the hero was about to face a great responsibility. His mission was to be a model of safety and peace for all people. Furthermore, because of the dirt and grime from his past life, his image did not reflect his character or appearance. Nevertheless, every component that deviated from the intended image was removed. He was given the name Arthur instead of Ash, and he worked on his smile every day. And he became more and more detached from who he was. And so on, and so on. He became depressed. The king was hiding a letter from him when his friends stole it one day. So he began to live quietly in Saho village, rehabilitating here with the support of his friends. It had been 6 months now. However, his peaceful existence suddenly ended the other day. Then he saw those beasts that had been summoned. When he visited the house, he felt that there was a faint magic working in it. In any case, it was possessed by the Demon Queen. Why had she just resurrected just now? When he entered Murabito's store, he wondered if this was the Queen's citadel of all places. Then he saw Mao's crying face. Then he heard what they were talking about. The hero listened carefully to every word but still decided to act regardless. According to Mao, the more she cut, the more she cried. After all, Murabito claimed it was an onion. Was it really only cut once? Leela asked him how he managed to survive in this village. I don't really have anything here, Arthur said. He was lucky he had nothing, Leela said. According to reports, there have been some strange rumors floating around the village lately. The Demon King can't be replaced. However, anything could happen. They would instantly demand a fight at any moment if it was true. Thinking that he was in love, Arthur simply cut off contact with her. Even though he instantly recognized her as the Demon Queen, she somehow started to resemble a girl. Nevertheless, he had shown weakness by allowing himself to fall in love. If he remembered, he had been incredibly happy 10 years ago when she had fallen and looked at him through her tears. He was insanely happy then, though. That emotion was not the same as mere lust. He realized he was in love for the first time in his 27 years. He wished this salesman hadn't gotten in the way of his longtime love for her. He hadn't avoided Kajinawa on purpose because he believed his wound would be cured by the wound. The most unusual couple in the world would be a hero and a demon queen. After all, they don't always have to face each other. Either way, they'll find another way. Yes, it's fantastic. With a bottle of alcohol in his hand, he jumped up from the couch and shouted that it was decided. He will marry the Demon Queen, becoming the first hero in history to do so. He aspires to become a celebrity. This world is too hard for him. Why is the Queen unwilling to act? How does he now access his wealth and influence? At that moment, the headman approached the house and was heard talking to himself. Arthur hurried out as he knocked on his door and asked, "Do you really need something?" The headman stated that he just smelled awful, adding that he was delivering advertisements. By the way, how is he doing in this village? Is he having any problems? Arthur claimed he was fine. Even though he didn't know about his past, he was grateful that he had accepted him. According to the headman, this was nothing new to them because they had been visited by other travelers over a decade ago. Speaking of young people, Murabito is the only young person if you take the children out of the picture. When the young people move in with them, it makes him very happy. Gradually, everyone moves to the neighboring town. Recently, Mao, a stunning young woman, has arrived here. Arthur mistook that salesman for Murabito. He asked the older man what Mrs. Mao had to do with this store if they had discussed it. Didn't really know, the older man asked. Both Mao and Murabito are married. This upset Arthur very much. Mao and Murabito, meanwhile, were busy organizing the store. Murabito was furious about the boy, Teller. He claimed that he had run away and never returned. He sincerely hoped the man had gone to apologize. Kuchmajer was then approached by a small slime that was apparently trying to contact him. Did Kuchmajer's statement that she was extremely disturbed come true? The slime then told him what she had just seen and heard. Kuchmajer was stunned, and according to Murabito and Mao, the slime had predicted the arrival of the hero. This came as a great surprise to Mao and Murabito. Mao asked, "What did he just say?" With a slightly worried expression on his face. Slime claims to live in a tiny shack on the outskirts, according to Kuchmajer. Or what, is that true? What time would it arrive? Mao believed she was in a small hut on the edge of the settlement. Is that really Mr. Ash? She immediately thought, remembering him. He, on the contrary, was simply delighted. One day, he always hoped, the hero would return. He wondered if Mr. Hiro would show up at the store. The boy finally received the letter. After their wish was granted, the slime told Kochmager something else. If Mr. Murabito's life is in danger, Kochmager inquired. Upon hearing this, Murabito instantly lost his joy and asked what it was. Arthur, meanwhile, was preparing to leave for the store. "Let Murabito remember," he said as he sharpened his knives. "As the husband of the Demon Queen, he will not submit to insects, and those bastards need to be taught a lesson." Fearing the arrival of the hero, Mao and Murabito sat under the table all night. They were still trembling with terror, even though it was morning. According to Val, he didn't attack at night. He won't last that long in the spring. He needs to go to bed because the monsters are watching the store. It's probably a joke. But as it turned out, he was a hero. If it was true, he had already made many shopping trips to the store for 6 months. He believed his wish was more than 10 years ago. He doesn't have to worry about it. Kochmager stated that there was something in the story that he didn't believe. Why does the hero want to kill Mr. Murabito if that is the case? According to Mao, there is only one choice. He found out about her relationship with him and that she survived. He also found out about her new relationship with another guy. He no doubt plans to kill them to eradicate the Demon King from this world. Murabito started screaming that he didn't want to die because he was so scared. Mao told him not to scream. It doesn't matter for now. Why is he hiding if he is a hero after all? There's something unpleasant about him, but don't be scared yet. They should think about what they will do when he arrives. At that very moment, someone knocked on the door. He said it was Ash and asked if they could talk for a minute. They poured him a tincture of a healing potion and invited him to come in to join them. In a tense moment, Murabito asked if he really wanted to be hired. "Yes," Ash replied. "Why?" Murabito asked so abruptly. Here's what Ash said. "To be honest, the locals probably have a negative attitude toward him, so it's time for him to look for a job." Ash seemed a little strange to Mao today. What the hell is this hero doing? According to Murabito, they don't really have any income. They don't have enough money to cover his salary. There is another job in the village besides them. Ash expressed his desire to work here. This store holds special memories for him. He used to come here for shopping about 10 years ago. He was an intrepid traveler who set out to overthrow the Demon King. He is truly grateful to the former owner. Since he didn't have any money back then, he gave him a full set of necessary equipment for free. Come on, Mao thought. The owner was generous, and she thought the look on Murabito's face made it clear that he wasn't paying attention to her anymore. "Is there any way to thank them?" Ash asked. He was willing to work for free. Murabito said they had enough employees and apologized. He thought how hard it was to say no. Mr. Hurd deliberately came here. Taking his hand, Ash explained that the hero wouldn't have gone to destroy the Demon King if it wasn't for the store. He can't watch such a famous store disappear into obscurity. Mao was furious and thought he was the real hero. His kindness and annoyance are obvious underneath the mask. That's who he really is. Unfortunately, Murabito knows of his desire to kill him. Murabito then informs him that he has been hired. He is going to teach him how to work now. He listens and remembers, Ash stated. Mao was furious and believed that the fool had fallen for a ruse. She claimed that in order to defeat them, he was ingratiating himself to them. Kochmager asked what they should do. Mao stated that they don't need to escalate the situation because Murabito will be in danger if they make a mistake. The hero's strategy is still unclear. He should keep a close eye on him, she whispered. A dire circumstance. They must use their bodies to protect Murabit. Hearing all this, Ash believed the queen was terrified of him. It was so sweet. Did something happen? Murabito asked. No, replied Ash, just breathing a sigh of relief. In front of Mao, he thought to himself that he was going to humiliate him. Murabito was beyond excited and believed he could cooperate with the hero. First they will make a healing potion, he informed him. This composition is the most important in the village. Ash claimed to have a healthy supply of medicinal herbs that he had gathered along the way. If he wants it, let him take them. According to Murabito, he had never seen these plants before. Ash thought that the plants in his bag weren't sold in this village store. They were all rare and poisonous herbs. If his hand was in poisonous herbs. Otherwise, just imagine Mao scolding him. Since he had to forgive him, he reasoned that he should do so. After all, he would marry Mao. He then watched as Murabito put on gloves and began to separate the herbs into safe and dangerous categories. Murabito said that since he is an expert at sorting, he should be trusted. All of these plants are harmful. According to Ash, it was unlike anything he had ever seen before. According to Murabito, everyone sees something for the first time. He checks a reference book to learn how to handle the medicinal herbs he often finds. It was great, Ash said. Murabito thanked him, deeply moved. I had already assumed that he had inadvertently let it out. However, after looking at Mao, I assumed he admired him. Therefore, it was necessary to ruin the reputation of a hero. Then, shuddering, Murabito stated that it was Mandrake. Already elated, he considered that this was his second trap. He had to demonstrate his powerlessness in response to the Mandrake's screams. However, the creature rushed to embrace the potted Mandrake as soon as it saw him. This surprised Ash, who wondered why there was another Mandrake there. According to Murabito, that was impossible. Was it true that they had once been siblings? Do you really understand the language of monsters? Arthur asked. Murabito claimed that she thought he had been forcibly brought here, but they were the reason they were reunited. He made them happy even though they were monsters. Arthur and Mal were both shocked, as one would expect from a hero, and at the same time felt he should have just called him one. How did Arthur guess? He wondered. Who was he? In any case, it was Mao's fault. He then inadvertently touched the plants in the bowl labeled dangerous. According to Murabito, it was a salamander mushroom. They can get burns. Arthur claimed he harvested them himself, so he knows about it. Murabito said he would cure it when he sat down. Arthur claimed he could handle it himself. The hero persisted and Murabi argued that since he was the boss, he should examine the burn. In the end, Arthur let him recover from his injury. It had all gone wrong, he thought. With a sigh, he said, okay, he can call him a hero. He knew it all. After all, the Demon Queen was in love with him. Muragito warned Mao not to kill him after he jumped out and locked himself away. She doesn't plan on fighting humans anymore and he's just a victim of circumstance. Her army has been defeated. But let him do what he wants with it if he feels he has to defeat her to be a hero. After Arthur imagined the last sentence, Mao became furious and slapped him. She stated that it made her shiver. According to Murabito, she just stated that she would not fight. Instead of giving the hero a decisive battle, she should stop at his store. Arthur picked him up and asked if he should be killed. All he came to do was destroy their relationship. What circumstances brought them together and what their relationship was, the hero asked nervously. But Mao hissed that her relationship was none of his business. Arthur asked her about how much she loved him, that you gave up everything for that chump. Mao stated that since he had given his life, he was wrong. Murabito informed her that he thought she had a slight misunderstanding. Arthur became agitated and asked himself, was this a failure? Even he was defeated by such a petty boy. He asked her if she was happy as he stood up. Mao stated that after being defeated by a hero and losing many subjects, she felt terrible. It was all because of Murabit that she now felt at peace. Arthur stated that it was all as if it was all the more unforgivable. He wishes for happiness too. He wants to be with Mao despite the world's resistance. So he will kill him. It's time to let the ghost go. Murabito warned him not to follow the dark path. Meanwhile, outside, a thunderstorm began to brew. Tellerus continued to banter with Kajanawa. According to his friends, they should have been back by now. Tellerus ordered them to wait. According to his friends, they would be fine if the adults knew they were training here. Besides, he had taken this Kajanawa from the vault. Tellerus predicted that he would grow into a hero. Then, rocks started falling from above after Kajanawa caught onto something. At the same moment, a man burst into Murabit's store and asked him if he had seen Tellerus. He entered just as the hero began waving a knife in their direction. Murabito stated that he had not seen him. He then stated that there was a landslide somewhere, having heard some noise in the distance. Arthur immediately rushed to help. At this landslide, the villagers had already gathered. They were trying to find the children. He often comes here without asking anywhere else, according to one of them. They were already looking. The only thing left to do was to go down and look there. But that was where it all fell apart. Then Arthur hurried past them. The men praised his bravery and expressed their shock. Arthur immediately found the children and pulled them outside. He was so cool, according to those who came looking for the children, and they were thrilled. Simply put, it was a miracle. All three were rescued. This is no place to play, Arthur said, carrying the children on his back, calling them idiots. Tellerus thanked him for saving them and sobbed, begging for forgiveness. It's all right, Arthur said. Then the rocks began to fall apart again. There was another collapse. Arthur realized the danger of the situation, so he left the children to the adults and the landslide hit him personally. He thought he was only 27. What had he done? After all, he's Ash now. Why would he act like a good guy? By now they should have left the place. His leg was crushed. He would meet his death here, buried under a pile of rocks. However, the perfect hero had failed them if they tried to use the hero's power. Everyone would be protected by the hero. Even though he's a real jerk, he saved the world so that people can live in peace. But that was his responsibility. He thought Murabito was a very good man, and he remembered him. He wouldn't be going through this pain right now if he had been a hero. The boy thanked him and thought of Tellerus, whom he had just saved. Arthur expressed his satisfaction at finally being thanked. Then Murabito came to his aid. He looked more like a demon because it was already evening, so the influence of demonic forces had already been activated. He said he would save him now and reached out to Arthur to grab him. Arthur was puzzled and looked at the strange savior for a while. Arthur asked, "Is he really a demon?" "Now is not the time," said Murabido. "He will explain later. Right now, he will remove the stone, so he should not move." Then, to their rescue, a golem materialized beside them. Arthur reasoned that the golem was actually responsible for the boys' survival. The monster had just volunteered to protect the humans. He became angry and wondered if helping him was a weakness or something else. The golem cast a hateful glare at him. When Murabido saw this, he ordered them to stop fighting. Using the potion he had brought with him, Murabido healed the hero's leg. He didn't need his care, Arthur said, clicking his tongue disapprovingly. Then he turned to Murabido, who could barely hold back her tears. Murabido expressed his satisfaction at his punctuality. Arthur wondered why he was still not disappointed in him. He'd been waiting for a hero, sending letters and putting up that flag, but he'd actually come across as garbage. Yes, Murabido said when he asked if he had read the letter. He loves the demon queen and mocks the weak, according to Arthur, who also realizes what trash he is. Despite dashing his hopes, he argued that the guy should have been offended by it. How could he be disappointed? Murabido asked. A shabby, beggarly customer with a wooden stick on his back was what he and his father had been expecting and were willing to help. Mao looked at them and asked if they were crying or something. Kuchmajer advised them to leave them alone as they were fine. The headman then shouted that he would rescue them immediately and rushed off at full speed. He came at a bad time, Mao said. When Murabido stated that he heard the headman, he immediately raised his hood to hide his horns. He advised them to leave the place immediately. He told the hero, smirking, that he had not yet worked and had not returned the 12-year-old's pay. Then, however, a stone began to fall directly on them. The headman saw this and wanted to help them, but Arthur had handled it himself, so there was no need. The danger had passed and now everyone had calmed down a little. He stated that although he knew the kindness of their family, he still didn't expect his son to have such a wonderful character. He wants to live up to their standards. Murabido and the hero began to cooperate after this incident. They were currently traveling to Senoni, the town closest to Seho village. When the hero arrived, the girl that Murabido wanted to meet found out about it. Had the hero himself paid them a visit? She asked, rushing to the main square. Everyone should avoid it. She stated that she recognized that magnificent image when she saw the hero. Arthur then turned to face them and informed them that the only mobile store in Seho village belonged to Sudachi. He got the hero's approval. They are thankful that everyone has come together. With a smile, Murabido advised him not to touch the goods with his feet. After studying the hero's card, the girl turned to the hero and asked about his whereabouts. Ash told her to call him Ash. He was officially the hero's doppelganger. The girl got angry and accused him of lying. The official club had no information about him. Ash stated that although he could fence, he was not as skilled as the hero. He called for his assistant, Murabido, and turned to him. Murabido tossed several balloons into the air as soon as he realized what was wanted of him. All of these balloons were cut by Ash into many small pieces with a hero's cut. People were delighted and praised it as just wonderful. He's on par with a real hero. Ash offered to buy the healing potion for them as an offering. They would be extremely grateful for the purchase, Murabido said. The girl asked if it was Murabido because she recognized him. The talkative party guest. Is he now doing business with the hero's doppelganger? Ash approached this girl and told her not to look down at him in her beautiful eyes, calling her a princess. With her charm, she could even surpass the brightness of the moon. However, he must remove the blindfold to prevent blindness. He also described her as a young, attractive seductress. Blushing heavily, the girl began to calm down and stated that he wasn't real. He just makes me think about him a lot. Ash claimed that the money was worth his performance. The attendees giggled and praised his cunning, and declared that they would buy his potion. Mao was nearby eating ice cream. She was clearly not happy about the whole thing. Eventually, they sold all their potions, so they had to go back to their village. Murabido exclaimed that it was just a huge profit and was ecstatic. Thank him so much for that, Ash. If he wants to worship him, asked Ash, that would be fine. Mao called him a perverted hero who started yelling at him. Besides, why is that devil still present in their store? Ash called her a fool and questioned if he really believed he was dumping the demon queen. Besides, he still hadn't paid his bill for 12 years. He would basically be a salesman and his salary would include a certain amount, right? Mao argued that he could make that small payment whenever he wanted. Murabido thought he was running a small store in a Seho village called Sudachi and was just enjoying the moment, or the original village as it is commonly called. He could be proud of the fact that Mr. Hero had entered their store before he met the demon queen. However, 10 years ago after the Queen's defeat, peace came and their store was about to close. Who would have thought that the heroes and the Demon Queen would collaborate in Sudachi's store? Nurabito informed Ash that he wouldn't be recognized at all. According to Ash, it might all depend on how the people living in Sononi of Seho view world power. They probably didn't see him as a power, which is why they didn't recognize him as a hero. Ironically, now he finds a use for an attractive masked hero who is just playing his part. This is the real one. The social ideal is not like that at all. There was a landslide recently, Nurabito said with a smile, and he thinks the villagers would be happy to know who he is because he used his hero power to save both himself and the children. Did you hear that? Ash Mao asked with a laugh. Stop acting like a good girl. You can be yourself in the village, he said. Mao is angry with him again and orders him to be polite to her. His familiarity makes her disgusted. Nurabito was curious about Ash's affection. He teases the Demon Queen and her crying face because he loves money and fame. Earlier I asked the girl what she wanted him to do. They would be in trouble if it wasn't for him. That's why they can change things. He obviously doesn't know how to eliminate the king's power, but none of them can do it on their own. What if someone other than him finds out that the Demon King is still alive, and even worse, that there are two kings? Pointing at Nurabito, Mao stated that he was pretending, and that she was already an ex. I'm not one yet, Nurabito said. Ash claimed that the king would immediately gather an army if he heard about this. He would probably set the entire village on fire. He would give her hell on earth and seal her forever with a magical seal if he found out she was immortal. In a way, they had already made two mistakes. Who did they think always claimed that the village was demon-free? Nurabito wondered if it was really him. According to Ash, having him around would make them both safer. They don't need his help, she said. Ash started mocking her again and asked if he would report to the king. After all, he is a hero. Did she believe he wants to spend his endless life watching Mao cry? Of course he wants to, and that will be his reward. Mao had instructed Murabit to study him as he represented who he really was. Apparently unperturbed, Murabito tells her that they need his help because he gives people confidence. In addition, he has a lot of experience traveling. He will share with them what he knows about rare items and the situation in other stores. Mao stated that he was tricked again. She asked the hero about the purpose of enlisting his help. She had already lost to him and all the glory went to him. According to Ash, it was because it was more enjoyable that way. It was then that Coach Major called them over. Looking out of the wagon, Murabito asked what had happened. They're in trouble, Coach Major said. At that moment, their wagon was surrounded by bandits. Their leader asked again if they were really here. Is this the same store that sells inexpensive elixirs? Since Coach Major was not a customer, he asked what he saw. Frightened, Murabito believed him to be a thief. According to the leader, they want to buy their elixirs for free because their boss wants to cash in on them. What am I going to do? Thought Murabito. He had never seen a real thief before. There's a hero and a former demon queen here, so he needs to relax. They informed him that his goal was to survive, even as he turned to them for help. The thief instructed them to catch them at this time. Soon they were robbed, tied up, and led into a cave by the bandits. As they began to sort through their elixirs, the thieves wondered if this was really the universal elixir. Was it real? It was the first time they had ever seen it. Nurabi was furious and wondered why it happened like this. They had even given up without a fight. They could have easily handled them. According to Mao, he was a jerk. What is he talking about? This nonsense. Nurabito claimed that despite her weakness, that pervert was still present. According to Mao, their level is too high for these thieves. Those bandits will simply be torn into molecules if you use excessive force. According to Ash, they usually explode with a single blow. According to Mao, he should have used his monster leader ability. She believes that if he had summoned the local monsters, he could have chased those bandits away. They would have left in the meantime and served as a distraction. He'd already forgotten about it, Kuchmeger claimed. I did wonder why he was so useless, Mao said. He's her heir apparent. In any case, according to Ash, they were caught on the road. If a massacre had been planned there, passers-by would have witnessed a horrific scene and the store's reputation would have been tarnished. Besides, if he's the hero's doppelganger, how should he fight? According to Kuchmeger, they should find a way to say goodbye to them as soon as possible. Besides, her humble servant is a mole. He'll make a breach for them to escape if they give him some time. Irabito ordered them to wait. They had a way out. However, if things continued as they were, the bandits would attack the people of Sononi and Seho. They wouldn't be able to ignore them and would just leave. Now the question is, who will defeat them? Or will he use someone else's hands to pass judgment? He knows they see the world differently. In fact, he hired these employees himself. Then a thief comes up to them and asks if this elixir is actually a working elixir. They should try cutting them with their knife. They will evaluate the quality of their elixir and act as representatives of the store. Mao stated that this is absurd. Then one of the robbers turned to her and asked if her eyes were really golden. Is she some kind of demon? No, that's impossible. By the way, that guy looks like a hero. He was playing too much, Ash felt. This is his responsibility. Then the guy introduced himself as the store manager, so they should leave them alone. We were caught off guard, Ash and Mel. Urabito was taken by a thief and taken to the same place. He's very brave, and he told him so. Now what will surprise the girl? Thus, they will move to another room. I think their game has gone too far, Ash said. Yeah, and she looks scared. Urabito was led to the leader. It's unlikely that scratches will show the effects of such an elixir, the leader said, pulling out a knife. To keep him from falling, they would have to stab him carefully. He won't die if he's real. Does he agree? Despite his extreme fear, Urabito believed it was alright. A true universal elixir had now been released. The pain would be minimal. In addition, his wounds would heal faster because he was half demon. Is it effective in human form? What if the elixir is withheld until regeneration begins? After that, his secret would be revealed. The leader then declared that it was enough. After all, the elixir is real, otherwise, this weakling would not agree to the experiment. And the others must be killed. Only he could produce goods for them, and he had seen where they were hiding. Morabito believed that he hoped everything would be fine because he was so scared. It will be easy for the two of them to deal with them. We will defeat the bandits. However, he remembered that Mao had told him that he recognized their unique worldview. At that time, he had believed that they would help him, but they refused to show their strength. The two most powerful beings in the world are a hero and a demon queen. They are not like the humans who joined Sudachi's team. He is also their director. Somehow he untied the rope and went after the leader of the thieves. The thief was shocked and remarked that they should witness his bravery. All he is level 1 and that shouldn't hurt them in any way. He then punched him in the face. Morabito threw a hateful look at him. Although he didn't show it, the ringleader flinched and asked him why he was looking at him like that. Urabito only believed that he needed to save Mao and Ash. Ash then saved him by using his heroic kick. The thief was tasked with returning the principal to Ash and Mao, who were standing in the passageway. The leader noticed that all of his subordinates were already unconscious. Ash assured him that since his men were only unconscious, everything was fine. Turns out these salesmen aren't level 1. The leader snapped at the disgruntled group. Unfortunately, he was a member of the Tamer Guild. A tamer uses monsters in battle and is an expert at taming them. The leader now let his animals out of the cage. Ash went so far as to clap his hands and declare that it was cool. Had he thought of other uses for his talent? The man, of course, didn't listen to him. Then Mao and Ash just stared at the monster with their wild eyes. The beast turned around and ran away because it was so scared. The leader yelled to him that he was going in the wrong direction. Now Morabito found himself right in the beast's path. Morabito stood up and held out his hand. The beast then turned around and lunged straight at its leader. The man asked him if he was a jerk or something because he was afraid. His master was him. How did he do that? Anyway, who are they? Morabito took a stand and said that they are merchants and that they only sell high-quality products at affordable prices, and they prohibit the resale of their products. The man made the decision to flee after realizing he couldn't handle them. Morabito grabbed Kajinawa and yelled at him to stay where he was. He then shot him with this weapon, causing the man to fall. To make them visible, they eventually tied up all these bandits and dragged them to the center of town. According to the Morabito, they managed to hand them over to the sheriff, that's all. It was extremely risky, because he'd become a demon if he did anything else. But he was good, he risked his life to protect them, Ash said with a smile. Besides, they had single-handedly dealt with the bandit leader. Yes, replied Urabito, he had a lot to do. As their store was becoming more and more famous, he was always ready to protect his employees and wanted to rely on their strength in case of further danger. The director has no right to be someone who just follows orders and delegates his work to others. These two learned all of that determination from him today. I'm very grateful that they informed him of this. Mao and Ash turned away. Kuchmager asked them why they shouldn't admit that they deliberately let the bandits take advantage of them. On second thought, Morabito stated that there wasn't much he could do. The bandits hadn't attacked her in a long time, but Mao said it wasn't a good idea, so it was intriguing at first. It was funny, Ash said. Morabito was angry with them. He approached Kuchmager and promised to take his place. Apparently, he did not want to stay in the same wagon with them. In addition to wanting to know the location of the bandits then, Ash said he had a duty to apprehend them. That's true, Mao said. He needs to stop being so careless and trust them to fight because he's a weakling. At the same time, they claimed that the director grew up because of them. Morabito subsequently kicked them out of the wagon and continued driving. He also left them the merchandise and promised to let them return once they sold everything. Ash advised them not to ridicule him in the future. After a while, Yuribito, Ash, and Mao left Sano village and traveled to the distant city of Yonbond, which is a racetrack and entertainment center. "I need one ticket for the third most popular Shadow Wolf 10, Ash said as he approached a small tent. Upon hearing this, a man in the neighborhood remarked that this was a huge bet. Does he have a mental illness? According to another man, even the hero himself is buying a ticket. After that, the animal races began. The most popular horse in this race, Sparkling Two-Horned, was to be introduced, the announcer announced. So, all the runners are in their boxes. Furthermore, the start was given. All the animals started at the same time. What was the man asking? Obviously, feelings are running high. Their perception of this is a characteristic of their town. Monster race. Yuribito was deeply impressed and followed everything closely. On the contrary, I wasn't particularly motivated by it all. It's the variety, according to Yuribito. The handlers raise monsters every day, the man claimed. Besides, they're all very humble people. Unlike regular horse races, they don't even need jockeys. They don't endanger the spectators because of it. Mr. Great is the man's name. He also owns the racetrack of this city. He used to be an explorer. He started this company by himself after peace was established. Even today, he remains one of Sudachi's valued customers. According to Great, this town was in decline a decade ago. Now it is called a city of entertainment. Under the influence of peace, mercenaries and adventurers were swept away by the current. They all also lost their jobs. The tamed monsters left them unsure of what to do. For the sake of entertainment, they also decided to hold a betting race on the first day. The show suddenly had an audience of its own, and it quickly rose to the top of the list of features of the city. Yuribito thought that Mao seemed to be sick as he looked at it. The fact that people put on a monster show here is probably not to her liking. It was for her. Eventually, the girl lost control and turned on the monsters, calling them idiots and saying that was all they were really capable of. They should let their instincts take over. When the monsters saw her, they were stunned and believed she was the queen. Is this where the Lady Queen is? Yuribito felt that he shouldn't have worried. The host meanwhile stated that the finish line had already been reached. Furthermore, the two were able to slip away from the group. The elderly woman then became enraged and started screaming like a monster to get them to move. She supported it because she had bet on the shining two-horned man. She was so engrossed in the process that Yuribito was a bit taken aback. In contrast, Ash backed Shadow Wolf and stated that he had bet 500,000 on him. Surprised, Yuribito inquired about the amount. The host announced who would be the first to cross the finish line. Then, however, a tree appeared right in front of them. That old lady was also frightened. That was the end of the tree monster. According to the announcer, the victory eliminates the 4th ranked and 10th ranked Zelenich. He could use those monsters, Ash said, turning to Yuribito. They should make an agreement. According to Yuribito, he couldn't. They had come here to work. Since these races are known for their chaos, Great grinned and said that now they must visit the injured participant. Together, they visited Pegasus. With his snow-white body and wings, this monster is stunning. He is not often seen in public. According to the man who treated him, he was cured immediately after being instructed to get better in a month. And the elixir is responsible for all this. Red expressed his gratitude to Yuribito and thanked him. How was he going to thank him? There was plenty of money, said Yuribito with a smile. They asked, "What is a striped Pegasus?" staring at the creature in amazement. This specimen is highly unusual. The man claimed that after his travels, the owner kept this baby chimape as a pet. He is also a superstar on the racetrack. This handsome man was seriously injured just before he could take part in today's race at Kanu, which brought a solid prize. He is now ready to race. He's doing great. But then this Pegasus looked at them disapprovingly and began to rebel. These people questioned him about his health because they were afraid. Great helped them and tried to calm Shimape down. Since he had not healed yet, Yuribito said no. He should stop. After that, Shimepi instantly calmed down. Everyone was shocked and wondered if he had really followed his instructions. What had he done? He was a tamer, Ash admitted. They saved them, Brett said, exhaling. Shimape had been acting strange lately and sometimes disobeyed his orders. Was it acceptable to let him run around like that? Ash asked. Great claimed that this time his violence was the cause of the injury. It was the first time he allowed himself to do that. Shimepi will regain his balance and be able to run this way. Do you think he's interested in racing? What about his store? Murabito asked. Besides, he wants to sign a contract for repeat purchases of the elixir. You mean he wasn't kidding? Murabito asked. According to Mouse, Murabito is obsessed with money. That elderly woman approached them at that very moment. She asked how the baby was doing and greeted Mr. Great. Is she alright? When Murabito saw that woman, he believed it was her again. Rhett smiled at her and told her to let herself recognize him. His newly hired handler standing in front of her. The woman asked if they could tell her about his primary profession. However, upon discovering the elixir, I inquired about Sudachi's condition. I assume it hasn't closed yet. Now cast a disapproving glance at the woman and asked what. Murabito was also stunned. According to the woman, his father died a long time ago. She works for the World Association of Stores and Equipment, an expert on the Equipment Stores Appraisal Committee. Symmetry, ma'am. Could she talk to him too? Murabito was stunned. They went to lunch together since, of course, he had not rejected her request. Murabito promised to talk directly. He remains unmarried and committed to his work. May she also forgive him for his politeness. Turning to his subordinates, he stated that he would once again present this to Madame Symmetry. She was in charge of their store and had been a member of the committee during his father's reign. However, they probably didn't understand anything. According to Symmetry, there is a system that subordinates all equipment stores to the association. An evaluation committee inspects the stores on a regular basis. The evaluation covers the appropriateness of the product line to regional demand, as well as the quality of merchandise, product knowledge, and customer service. Sometimes customer rejections are taken into account, and the overall capabilities of the store are evaluated in addition to sales. How many stars does their store have? Ash inquired. According to Symmetry, they have 0.5 stars out of 10. Ash was stunned and asked why there were no stars. According to Symmetry, that's how the rating affects the store's sales. Healing potions in a 1-star store, for example, only work at 30% of their full potential. Stronger potions are only allowed by a reputable and respected retailer. All of this is done to keep their customers safe. Because of this, I've already come to believe that it's extremely complicated, and potions' effectiveness varies from store to store. Symmetry asked Murabito if he thought that a store with less than 9 stars was not allowed to produce universal elixir. Murabito thought he had forgotten about it and lowered his head. Mega, what a fool he was. This was bothering him so much. Symmetry said that she forgot about his store because she noticed that his clientele had dwindled in recent years and that the reviews had stopped. Therefore, his appraisal needs to be reconsidered. Murabito was so shocked that he even fell off his chair. According to Symmetry, he was in violation because he was advertising the universal elixir. Murabito apologized generously. He apologized generously. Paying him no attention, the woman continued to discuss her own. They had just successfully failed them, she said. However, they were forced to refund the money. However, one elixir still ended up in the hands of a customer today. In addition, the store has to close for 30 years according to their rules. They all asked, what is 30 years really? While in complete shock, Great defended them, claiming that they didn't cheat him. Even for that, he was grateful to them. Symmetry refused to back down, saying that only dishonest stores offer rare medicines at low prices. The balance between cost and satisfaction was crucial. Although his father's prices were too low, he received 3 stars for customer satisfaction. But he went too far and his score suffered as a result. In addition to having to close the store that day, he ruined his father's achievement. Now tried to hit the woman because he couldn't take it anymore. However, Symmetry caught her off guard. Symmetry responded to all of this in cold blood by stating, what an insolent girl. That was risky. What if she had gotten her eye poked out? Now assured her that the universal elixir would give it back to her, so she had nothing to worry about. Now wanted to deprive the old woman of both eyes. In addition, she abandoned the child and offered no help. The child overcame all obstacles on her own. For 10 years in a dilapidated store that was about to be demolished. In addition, Ash defended his principal, stating that it would be ineffective to argue that she had simply forgotten. Sounds like they're in the same boat. Or was it negligence on the part of the board for not doing routine store inspections? They sell real elixirs. In other words, Madam knew their store had changed. They're waiting for her to pass the inspection because of that. And they will get her to admit that the current store sells universal elixirs in a decent way. Their help really touched Murabito. According to Symmetry, their elixir is undoubtedly identical to the real one in quality and effect, but the most questionable thing is that they managed to produce it in Sudachi. Excellent. If they can convince her to admit her competence by the end of today, she will cancel her order and admit the commission's negligence. Gladly, Murabito inquired what it was and if it was true. She received his sincere thanks for it. But according to Symmetry, they will have to cease operations for 30 years if they don't convince her. According to Nurabito, he accepted it. Symmetry advised him to keep a close eye on his assignments after that. Their job is to keep all visitors to the racecourse happy while avoiding the use of elixirs. Her assignment took all three of them by surprise. The announcer announced that number 8, Yusha, had won a few hours later. Next up is the main race. Unfortunately, you'll have to wait for the race to start. Nurabito just exclaimed in horror that her task was stupidly impossible. This trumps everything. Calm down, Ash said. He would demonstrate their capabilities if it came to that point. He said they needed to find the money, still wearing his underwear. He had nothing to worry about. Since no one has stopped them, they will open a new store and start from scratch. Besides, it will be called Nurabito's store. And he lost again. Nurabito urged him to stop immediately. Mao wondered if the hero had always been like this. After all, he is capable of inspiring others and speaking with beauty, but he never uses it. What kind of personality is an elderly woman? For a long time, her strength has been waning. But how did she protect herself from being attacked? According to Ash, this equipment evaluation committee sounds a bit clerical. Most likely, they encountered difficulties. Madame Symmetry personally visits the equipment store in the Harsh Lands as a member of the committee. They are conducting an evaluation of their store despite the Demon King's army. Despite the difficulties in the second plan, they are not accomplishing their tasks. Rumor has it that they are brave warriors capable of destroying even the Demon King's castle. This also came as a huge surprise to Ash and Mao. Ash wondered if such a powerful organization really existed. Meanwhile, Great was having a conversation with this Madame Symmetry. Great asked her if she was too hard on the Sudachi boys. She had not always expressed her desire to support young people who were struggling. She has also made a significant financial donation to the building of the racecourse. He's glad she attends the races here on weekends. It was Symmetry's natural response when she herself insisted that this store broke the rules. If he happened to notice someone running on the road ahead, which is a cliff, how would he react? She was traveling the world, checking out stores after the Demon King was destroyed, when she noticed that they were taking down their signs. Many of them claimed that they had wasted their lives and that they should have closed sooner. They have an obligation to support all remaining stores. However, the store owners made the decision to move forward to jump over the cliff as soon as they were told it was ahead. Before they start regretting their decision, wouldn't it be better to destroy them? She hadn't wanted to acknowledge them from the beginning, had she? Great had asked her about it. Did she really hold a grudge against the men? No, Symmetry said he was wrong. They were the ones holding a grudge against her. Great wanted to share something with her. However, someone suddenly burst into his office and said there was a problem. Shimub. Meanwhile, Nurabito bought Ash some new clothes. Ash expressed regret and said that he had run out of money. Since there was no more money for redemption, Nurabito got angry with him and advised him to try not to lose his clothes. Also, have him think about the possibility that they might lose their store. He would deduct it from his paycheck. Where did Mao disappear to? However, they both looked up at the same time and noticed a Pegasus soaring through the sky. At the same time, they wondered how Shimabe had escaped. Great had accidentally stumbled into Shimabe's booth. The race had already started, the man said. Great inquired if anyone was hurt. Was everyone okay with the customers? What the hell got into him? The man asked. Great claimed to have gone looking for him. Since he couldn't leave the racetrack, the man ordered his master to wait. Murabito arrived here at that moment and promised to leave. He believes he will find him and they will trust him. He will talk to Shimabe. Great claimed to have faith in him. They can't cancel the main race because it's the most important event of the year and has a significant prize pool. All they can do is delay the start of the race, so let him use this moment to his advantage. But what if Shimabe decides she doesn't want to come back? The man was reassured by Murabito, who assured him that he would surely bring him back here. He then immediately ran to find Pegasus. What about his problems? Ash asked. Great ordered his subordinate to prepare for Shimabe's impending absence. What if Shimabe doesn't return in time? The man asked. Great stated that they would start without him as he saw no other option. In the event that Chief Shimabe is not present in the race, the man asked how to energize the crowd. Their reputation would suffer and they would suffer significant damage. All the while, Symmetry stood nearby, listening to their entire conversation. That was just bullshit, Ash said. He is ultimately responsible for the future of their store. Being a hero is hard. Mao stated that since they would take care of everything, they didn't need him. Let the population celebrate. She will entertain them. She just signed up a new member. Let them observe and focus on you. Her and Mao Mao the Destroyer and her pet. He is going to be the next big star. She introduces them to the newest legend of this racetrack. The race starts right now. Ash was amazed at how huge this creature was, and who gave it such a name. Where did she get the hippo from? After an attack by bandits, Murabito asks the hippo, a legendary animal in Christian mythology, to be his bodyguard. Mao claims she could feel it as a sentiment. She is shaking with excitement all over, just like before the war. Turning to Murabito, she assured him that everything would be fine. They will give her a way to get there. They would also figure out a way to strip the king of his power. Triumph in its reward. She was already considering letting the headmaster return early, and in 20 minutes, the infamous race would begin. There was a heavy storm outside. There was almost no one left on the battlefield. According to Symmetry, who was in her tent, there were not enough potions. However, they cannot access other supplies and routes. Seho's village was now her only source of support. She has now communicated with them through the magic stone and stated that she has many questions for them. She realizes that she is taking a risk. Asking Father Murabito if he would help them, she turned to him. Ifar, Murabito immediately pulled himself together and advised her to have faith in him, because he will deliver everything in no time. Everything will be fine because one day my son will have to stay home. But he is still a better principal than him. Symmetry thanked him for his help and stuck her head out. However, she later returned to her friend's funeral and found little Murabito in the house. This scene horrified Symmetria. The announcer claimed to be informing everyone that Shimape No. 1 would not be running in the main race. They could get their money back, he told them. This caused a lot of discontent. People are not happy, as you would expect, the man said. According to Great, they have made every effort to delay the time. Nothing can be done because Shimape has not returned. But it's in keeping with the spirit of the racetrack. The spectators will continue the race because he will not disappoint them. At the same time, Mao appeared with his beast. Without looking at her race, she asked what kind of doves it was before leaving. She shows a new participant in the main event. The first was Mao Mao the Destroyer. When people saw this beast, they were scared and believed that if they left, they would be killed. The other beasts that were competing in this race were terrified of this giant and believed that the Lady Queen had forbidden them to run ahead of her. In front of these monsters, Mao urged them to be respectful and not give up. Otherwise, they would be killed. The monsters believed that they would surely win and were even more frightened. The Lady Queen would lose to them. Those watching all of this were shocked and asked what was going on. The monsters are a bit alarmed. It's a drive. Who is this mysterious beauty? Is she more tame now? After that, they buy a ticket for these new ones. Meanwhile, Shimape has escaped into this forest from the Anbont forest. Then Murabito suddenly appeared and informed Pegasus that he found him. Since he didn't want to force him, Murabito told Shimape to wait even though he wanted to fly away immediately. He had just come to talk to him. Nevertheless, Pegasus decided to stay and began to tell him his story. The Great One and he were soulmates, he told him. Murabito was stunned and assumed he would just remain silent. He speaks in such a formal way. Shimape claimed he was born a striped mutant and was a Pegasus. He met the man by chance after his herd shunned him because of his ugliness. Since then, they had been crossing deep and dense spaces together for decades. They encountered problems for the first time when peace came. Their relationship was a problem. Although he is his familiar and tamer, he is also a monster in the eyes of the common man. He went everywhere with him, but they couldn't find a place to live. Despite this, they didn't want to part with each other and wanted to always be together. Then their lives led them to Yonbantan where they encountered these people. At that moment, he started running to earn money for food and to feed himself. The race became the most important thing for greatness as it grew in size and success. He was currently the favorite of the Republic. He believed he would become his comrade again if he stopped being popular. Murabito questioned whether it really made him suffer. However, Shimape claimed that Great had taken care of him right away. He believes it was done for the benefit of the race, not his own. You can take as much of this medicine as you want as long as it is available. He may be injured, but eventually he will recover and be able to run. The realization of why he left is bittersweet. Murabito remembered the glory of Symmetry, who claimed that only dishonest stores offered rare medicines at low prices. She was quite right, he thought. Any wound could be easily cured with this elixir, and it wouldn't even leave scars. However, it wouldn't be able to fix the relationship between Shimape and Great or the wound in their hearts. What high-quality items should be reasonably priced. Maintain a balance between cost and pleasure. Despite his good intentions, he failed to consider the possible negative consequences. He told Pegasus that he didn't think he would make things worse and apologized. But he doesn't believe Mr. Great's passion for racing is that great. He left work when Pegasus disappeared and was the first to offer to find him. Shimape argued that he still couldn't understand Greed's emotions, even if he were the new Demon King. Murabito said yes without denying it. Although he doesn't understand it, he knows the oppressive emotions that arise when work takes over a family. But because it was his favorite family, he had faith in him. Chances are, they could still make up. so you don't need to end the relationship before the situation could not be cleared up. How could he tell when the king said please? Shimap sighed. What a cunning man he is. With his mouth closed, Murabito expressed regret. Yes, replied Pegasus. He's right. To avoid misunderstandings, you should honestly discuss your feelings before ending the relationship. When they reach the end, they should let him cry joyfully. People couldn't take their eyes off the race at that time. They noted how fast it went. They are much faster than usual. It's really amazing. They're so happy because Ash was the only one who wasn't excited about everything, and he mentioned what it was like to be all Balri. It's reminiscent of the Demon Queen's march. I'm old now, said a man in the crowd, though he was still a mercenary at the time. This was said by another who was a knight's apprentice. When did they start holding these tickets in their hands and not blades, according to someone else? Mao herself had stated that it was good and was delighted. That wind, vibration, and rumbling. This demon army is rushing over. No matter what, the Queen's army would win in the end. Ash advised her to be careful in her statements. She must not reveal who she is. He sincerely asks the director to return as soon as possible. Mao's happiness is uninteresting. He begins to look more and more like Tsukomi's character. Acting as a pragmatic realist, Tsukomi tries to correct Bokeh. Great was thrilled with the race and said it exceeded expectations. Thank you very much, Mr. Sudachi. He fervently hoped that Shimap would be found without incident because he couldn't imagine his beloved pet not returning to him after so many years together. Only Madame Symmetria continued to remember the day she had visited young Murabito. After that, the Demon King disappeared, said Murabito, sobbing bitterly. However, he would continue Sudachi's work. Looking at him, Madame Symmetry concluded that this was impossible. He should think more practically. The future will be peaceful, and this village in particular, like the small equipment store, has no future. She is responsible for taking his father away from him because she runs the store. She will eliminate the survivor before he faces any problems. She then informed the young Murabito that she will stop operating Sudachi's store from this day forward. She would now be in charge of his future on behalf of his father. Wiping away his tears, Murabito silently looked at this woman, and that look really showed how bad the guy was feeling right now. Symmetry even shuddered and decided to leave that store as she was powerless to do anything that day. He was like a demon king, telling her he would destroy the world if she took everything away from him. The fact that she ran away and ignored the situation for 10 years is her mistake. She no longer has the authority to meddle in his affairs. Even though he is angry with her, he still has time to make amends for his future. However, a member of the audience then urged everyone to look up. Symmetry spotted Pegasus when she looked up. According to the announcer, the third turn was about to be overcome now. The group behind them had already started to close the gap. Mao ordered her beast to jump because she held the key to victory. This is going to be difficult, the beast warned her. Mao looked at it curiously. Then, with Murabito on her back, Shimepi came down to them. Everyone said Shimepi was back as everyone turned to look at them. Who is that there? Pegasus only allowed those they recognized as their master to ride, right? When Great saw Shimepi alive and well, he was overjoyed and asked if it was true. His friend had returned. It didn't. The Sudites are simply amazing. Like the others, Symmetry was stunned. As Pegasus approached Great, Murabito sped away from him. Great asked about Pegasus' condition. He then began to express his gratitude to Murabito. He was then placed on Pegasus' back after Murabito grabbed his arm. The next word is for Shimepi, he said with a smile. Great was stunned. Having not ridden a horse in 10 years, he had told them to stop. Of course, that didn't stop anyone. Overcome with shock, Symmetry turned to Murabito. Murabito collapsed to his knees and then vomited. In his opinion, Shimepi was flying too fast. I want to be like Dad, he said. He owns gear stores that are dedicated to helping those in need. He has cured Shimepi of numerous mental wounds that Elixir can't heal. A gear store has a duty to recognize the value of each item and provide it at a fair price. Not bad, not expensive, not cheap. Customers should be willing to make their own product choices based on their spending limits. Nothing should prevent making customers' smiles less bright. His father constantly reminded him that he needed to satisfy every customer. The goal was for the customer to have the best possible experience in the buying process, not just make a sale for its own sake. He apologized for forgetting this and turned to Madame Symmetry. He sincerely apologized for the misunderstanding, so let him make it up to her. She needs to give him more guidance because he's still a novice principal with a lot to learn. Great informed Pegasus that they didn't have the funds to buy the healing potion at that time. Yes, but in order to continue coexisting, they organized a race in the modern era. They should rest and heal the wound properly because he realizes that it was his fault. He wouldn't make him run if he didn't want to, but could they rush with the wind again? Pegasus then caught up with Mao's beast and ran beside him as equals. Mao was extremely surprised because there was no way she could have predicted this. Murabito began to cheer fervently for Great and Pegasus. Why is Mao here too? He wondered. Symmetry thought it was her downfall and turned to Murabito's father. They were the strongest, according to this boy, Great. This would be her victory, Mao declared. She will not stop, decided the girl, and felt a real adrenaline wave. Then they crossed the finish line. Mao the Destroyer was declared the winner by the announcer. Great got excited and apologized. He hadn't lost like that in a long time. A favorite of the audience and the host. When apart, they work as a fantastic team, but when they're together, they're a complete mess. Nevertheless, they remain friends. Surprised, someone asked if they really had a fight. Then don't congratulate them on their reconciliation. How will the horse race be run? The winner of the horse race, Mao, asked her why she felt defeated. The host informed her that winners get a prize even though she won. Mao stated that she didn't need it because she was already furious. Symmetry then granted Murabito a trading license. He already had a full star on that license. Murabito asked what he had 5 right after throwing the woman a frightened look. According to Symmetry, she instructed them to make sure that every visitor to the racetrack was satisfied. After this race, she can't deny them qualification. Mission accomplished. She figured they could go on with their business. However, a violation has indeed occurred. However, she will immediately close the store next time if the violation is confirmed. From now on, they will keep a close eye on the store. Murabito turned to the woman and asked what it meant that they would be doing their duties again. Yes, Symmetry said, adjusting her glasses. But he's not likely to like it, is he? Murabito, on the other hand, was delighted. He decided to hug her, running up to her and calling her grandmother. Since it was indecent, Symmetry told him to stop. Nevertheless, Murabito hugged her and wished her a happy return. Symmetry also hugged him and expressed regret for ignoring him for a decade. He should strive to be better than his father. She would be by his side. This made Murabito very happy. For now he felt really encouraged. Great then approached them and asked if he could order basic healing potions from them at this time. Unable to separate from his companion, the Shy began to bite him. As they can see, there will always be scratches, Great added with a smile. Murabito warned Shy not to bite him. Symmetry turned to Mao and expressed her offense at what she had said. Now she will be watching her closely. Why would Murabito have a demon as a friend? The ease with which the woman figured her out shocked Mao. Symmetry then pulled herself together and continued her business. Thanks for everything, Murabito shouted after her. As a result, they stopped producing the universal elixir, and his store began to flourish again. He also received 1 star for his store. There was a strange man in the abandoned building. He was sitting on a pile of skulls that were most likely left behind by someone. He kept reasoning and claimed he was approaching from the right, but it seemed to be on the left. He can still feel it from the right. No. Where do they expect him to come from? Unless the hero is resurrected, he can't kill him. The king's counter, which had previously displayed 776, started moving at this very moment. It then began to display 777. Surprised, the man asked if a new king had really been born. What had happened? What prevented him from inheriting the throne? Who? This fool who took his throne. After all, it was wrong and he should have gotten it by right of the strong and cunning. But it didn't work out that way. Murabito, meanwhile, was reading a book while sitting in the kitchen. There were monsters all around him, and they too were interested in the book. At that moment, Mao asked him what he was reading after getting out of the bathtub. Murabito cheerfully replied that Madam had forwarded them the magazine of the Association Club. Officially, their store had been re-evaluated and this would now be done monthly. New information about hardware stores from around the world is abundant. What makes the interior of this store so beautiful? There are also new product launches. I want to know if I can order a sample. It didn't interest Mao, who declared it excellent. Does it contain any information on how to counteract the king's power? There is no such thing, said Murabito. No, Mao asked. Right. After that, she retired to her bed. Kuchmager continued drying his mistress's hair following her. Murabito said goodnight to her and didn't mind. Mao said, how can we get rid of this power? As she went upstairs to her room. According to Kuchmager, it appears that Mr. Murabito will be at this magazine late at night. However, she did not look like a woman who wielded a weapon and molded a blood-red knight, as she had already adapted to the human rhythm of life. Little told him to stop immediately because she couldn't take it anymore. Besides, she was now living somewhere else. She also warned him to keep his nose out of her room, didn't she? Kuchmager said he forgot when he was in her room. Okay, good night. With that, Mao went into her room and closed the door. There was a sign in her room that said that anyone who entered would immediately die at her hands. That doesn't sound right at all, does it? Mao asked, leaning against the door. She looked around her room, which was completely decorated with frills and flowers. It was also filled with a lot of plush toys. She had a big secret she didn't want to share, and Mao assumed she was 776, the Demon Queen. When he jumped into her bed, Murabito did well today, she said as she hugged her toy. She began arranging her toys, calling their names and announcing that they would be sleeping with her tonight. Since she had previously forbidden them to do so, she let them come close and observe. Carefully placing all the soft toys next to her, she almost covered herself with her head. She's also a big fan of adorable toys. Anything cute is regarded with disdain by demons as weak and ugly. She likes cute toys, even though she is a demon. She misses the pores in them because she realizes it's not normal. She keeps her hobbies to herself. She steals toys from people by sneaking into their settlement. She immediately sacrificed everything she held dear after becoming crowned queen, taking on the role of leader of her people. She sealed her secret room in the farthest corner of the castle that only she knew about, to be the one everyone feared. Her entire collection, as well as the shameful diary she kept as a young girl with big dreams. She would be a historical disgrace if it was all discovered. I don't want my poems to be included in human history books, she said, pulling the toy to her. What had happened to her castle? An abandoned castle that never returned after losing its owner. Did she have the right to return there since she had caused his death? However, she should put that out of her mind. It would probably be best if no one knew her secret. When Murabito knocked on her room at this very moment, she said, "This journal claims that the Demon King's secret room has been discovered." The place was already occupied by a research team. After Mao was frightened, they went to Ash's room together. A disappointed Ash came out to them after being woken up and asked about the location of the secret room. He had never heard of it before. Naturally, Mel didn't believe him and began to disparage him. She urged him to be honest with her. Had he seen her? Did he really not know about them? What was she talking about? Ash asked. Had she seen the time at all? Mirabit turned to him and asked if he could live with them in the store. In addition to them being like spouses, Murabito informed him that the monsters would shudder with terror at the sight of him. He and Coach Midger both believed that he gave off a strong odor of alcohol. According to Ash, he mapped it out, opened every chest he could find, and exchanged everything for cash after storming the castle. How was the room invisible to him? Mel dubbed him a robber hero. The Association of Shops and Hardware is the initiator of the mission, Murabito said as he continued reading his journal. It is also reported that the existence of the king's room in a remote part of the castle has been confirmed. He turned to Mao, who asked if the existence of the secret room was indeed true. What's inside? Are there any hidden jewels or hints of the king's power that the rest of humanity doesn't know about? Mao thought she would like to claim that there were no secret rooms as she cast a disapproving glance at them. Considering the group had already been sent there, it would be imperative to outmaneuver them to capture their treasure before they did. Asking Murabita to come to the castle is unnatural because he will undoubtedly say no. She can't die even if they steal her journal and she loses her immortality. And now she doesn't want to die because her new life is full of interesting things and emotions. To get Murabit to agree to help her, she must somehow seduce him. She informs them that while the secret room does exist, the treasure they hope to find is not there. It was an heirloom of her family. Of course, it was a lie. Murabito apologized to her because he felt bad. Mal was about to leave when she threatened to take what was rightfully hers if it fell into the wrong hands. Please forgive her, but he wouldn't be in the store for a while. She felt for herself that she needed to act quickly because now she had a good reason to go back to the castle. But Ash was there as soon as she reached the door, blocking her path and telling her to slow down, so to speak, because she could count on them. It wasn't what Mel had expected him to do. Asking the principal what was wrong, Ash turned to face him. What, after all, they were their family. Family was the most important thing, as he undoubtedly knew. Mal cast a disapproving glance at him and wondered if he had already joined their family. Murabito also cast a startled look at him and wondered about the meaning of his words. Mel stated that she didn't need his help. There will be experts like Madam in addition to the typical researchers, Ash said. She also knows that she is at a disadvantage if there is a confrontation and the winner gets the prize for finding the room. And what if there is treasure in there? It's their responsibility to secure it, and he's burning to find out what it is. So she agrees. Nell cast a horrified look at him and concluded that he had undoubtedly smelled something, and that was unpleasant news since everything wanted to be kept secret. She wasn't even interested in finding out what the pervert was doing. Asking the principal what was wrong, Ash turned to face him. Already, what will he say? Will he accompany his favorite hero to the Demon Queen's castle? Murabito immediately answered yes without even thinking. She was in denial, Mao shouted. In order to safely go on the trip together, they all got together the next day and hung a notice on the store that they had the day off. For this hike, Murabito took a large backpack with him. He asked Ash if he really wore such a light outfit. I would have money, said Ash. The village chief drove them to the railroad station. There he warned them to exercise caution. When you look at it that way, thought Murabito, how does one even get into this castle? It's only level 1, so the road is likely to be difficult. Ash then pointed to the ticket booth and said that they would receive an important item on the way to the castle. The tickets were then delivered to them. After boarding the train, they sat down. While recovering, Ash asked the headmaster if he was hungry. At the station, they also bought their lunch. Ash filled the wagon with stories of his travels. He claimed to have defeated a dragon in this valley as they passed through the canyon. Murabito listened to him carefully and praised him as a good guide. Eventually, they reached the right station, where they were informed that they were now right in front of the Demon King's castle. But they were deeply shocked by what they saw. They had made an entire attraction out of the Demon King's castle. In a fit of rage, Mao declared that it was her castle. Ash advised her not to say anything that might lead to her exposure. Where's the adventure in this? Murabito asked. This thing called a steam train is convenient, said Ash. Murabito was inconsolable. Subsequently, a man approached her and asked if it was their first visit. Right, the Demon King's castle is now a top tourist destination and one of the most revered places where the hero once lived. They want to know about popular products. This keychain is called Holy Sword, and this cookie is called Hero. He advises them to look more closely at the Arthur Hotel if they come here for the night. It was built on the site of a former hero's camp 10 years ago. Also in the lobby are the remains of a boar that the hero ate and roasted whole on the eve of the decisive battle. The man grinned and wondered who placed them here. Also, it is very popular here to dress up as the hero and his entourage. Please let them wear what they want. After that, they all changed clothes together. This is perfect for Mao, Ash said after looking at her. There's no time to play, said Mao, who was still furious. On the contrary, Murabito was beyond excited and said that he had chosen the outfit of a Carterico's warrior. When he asked him what he should be happy about, Mao slapped him. According to the man, he forgot to introduce himself. He is a tour guide named Mabito. Let them ask any questions they may have. Murabito thanked him and believed him to be a good man. He informed him that he was interested in entering the Demon King's castle. Since the castle was a restricted area, Murabito apologized and explained that the average tourist could not enter. The king's castle is extremely dangerous even though it is peaceful. In a whisper, Murabito explained how to get there. Ash also urged him in a whisper to let him in. Mao stated that she was supposed to die in this castle after looking at it. All eyes were drawn to that square as someone walked by. This person was surrounded by reporters who wanted to report on their investigation. While hiding, Murabito and his group claimed that it was probably a research team. Is this man really an elf? Ash asked. Mao stated that he was entering the castle now and it would be finished. Turning to the man called him the Evolution Commander. He asked if he believed there was a secret treasure. According to Evolution, he seemed to have high hopes for it. And for 10 years, they didn't know about the secret room because of the hero. It was an evolution. He belonged to the committee that evaluates magic equipment, the World Magic Equipment Association. According to Evolution, the expert judge, the ability of the Association of Equipment Stores to make this discovery was a testament to their skillful search methods. The world was created by the hero, but he also consumed many different goods and items. He can say without exaggeration that the gear stores saved the world. The hero should be grateful. After paying close attention to him, the reporter stated that there was one more question. Evolution stated that they were rude, and that he didn't want to talk to them anymore. They should expect more updates on the treasure hunt. Ash, who was now furious as well, suggested finding the treasure as soon as possible and embarrassing them. They should come here, Kuchmager informed them, as there was a back door. They entered at once, but found that it was quite dark, so they began to light matches. Kuchmager asked if they were following him. Murabito claimed that he couldn't see anything because it was too dark. He meant the back door, right? Ash asked. He had discovered it on his own. At least they got into the castle, Kuchmager said. The skeleton of a man materialized in front of Murabito just as he said he was about to light a match. He screamed because he was so scared. Why scream like that when Ash claimed it was just an ordinary skeleton? However, he asked the headmaster what he had become, throwing him a frightened look. Even Murabito was stunned and asked what changed during the afternoon. Is it because he entered the castle? Ash asked. Murabito claimed that although it would sound strange, he seemed to have returned home. This place is very peaceful. According to Ash, he quickly calmed down. While they were busy, Mao decided to take advantage of the situation and felt that she should leave immediately. In her haste to find this hidden room, she poisoned herself. They yelled at her to stay with them, yelling back at them to stop following her. He himself believed that the final battle, in which a significant army had died at the hands of brave men, had taken place here in the castle between the Demon Queen's heroes. Though he can feel it, he knows that his own blood is mixed with that of the demon. Murabito then noticed something that took him by surprise. Ash, meanwhile, followed Mao and asked her if she was hiding something from them. When Murabito found the tooth on the ground, he asked the girl if anyone else lived in the castle. That pervert killed everyone, Mao said, pointing a finger at Ash. Turns out he didn't, Murabi said. There are monsters down here, he thought. Then a hand grabbed him by the throat and dragged him along, peeking out from the ground. His subordinates immediately reacted to this. Mao said that it couldn't be as soon as he realized whose hands it was. This one was a tremendous power. Evolution entered this castle at this time and asked if anyone was there. Ordinary people are not allowed in here. Murabito didn't do anything else after his match went out. He felt like he couldn't see anything because it was so dark in here. I can't hear anyone. Is this really a trap? The man then asked him if he was King 777. The black man's terrifying face looked threatening and he reeked of coldness and danger. Mao meanwhile rushed over to the assistant principal's office. Kuchmaga and Ash ran after her. Ash informed the girl that all her monsters had already been killed. According to Mao, she thought so too. She believed he was still alive. Her relatives. How did she not see that? No, it doesn't matter. He must not go near the Murabits. This man, meanwhile, had stabbed Murabit and promised to find a quick solution. Now the title belonged to him. Demon King's Castle. Demons used to live there. The boy, Jabara, was approached by little Mao, who urged him not to cry. He would be an amazing monarch. Evil was weak and good was strong in those days. The aspiration of every demon born was to become the next demon king. Murabito fell to the floor. With a laugh, Jabara declared himself the next demon king. Wouldn't his longtime dream come true? He decided to taste Murabito's blood, but found it satisfactory. He wondered what that vile taste was that almost made him vomit. He's not a beast or a monster. It just doesn't work as food. Does that make him human? Ash had already come to his rescue at this point. Pulling out his sword, he prepared to strike this demon from behind. He even struck as he thought, but it was a colossal mistake. Ash was stunned and thought he had managed to get away. He tried to ask Murabito if he was still alive. Jabara decided to attack Ash from behind while he was distracted, taking advantage of the distraction. However, Mao intervened and resorted to violence against Jabara. He has a unique talent known as stealth assassination, so proceed with caution, she advised. She then turned to Jabara and ordered him to stop. Not believing his ears, Jabara stated that it was black lightning. What was keeping her alive? Kuchmager was so concerned about Murabito's condition that he turned to Mao. I understand, Mao said. In her opinion, his body had not had time to heal. Ash walked over to him and thought he had been stabbed. That was too much even for his recovery magic. Kuchmager started mining elixirs to heal Murabito. Ash began to berate himself, telling himself that everything would have been fine if he hadn't thrown away the special elixir. Throwing a quick glance at Murabito, Mao cut her hand. I see no other choice, she said, apologizing and giving him her blood. All of his wounds immediately began to heal. A sharp pain in his stomach made him jump to his feet a few seconds later. Where are they? He asked, looking around the area. It seemed that a large man was nearby, and that he was swallowed up by something dark. He then noticed Jabara looking at him angrily. Murabito shouted, "What, is it a demon?" In even greater fear, Kuchmager expressed his gratitude for his recovery. With a frightened expression on his face, Ash asked the director if he realized that his senses had failed. According to Jabara, it was impossible. Was the man chosen to be the heir to the royal bloodline? Mao asked his old friend how he dared to live while standing right in front of him. That was his question, Jabara said. Why the hell did she look so ugly? What made her give up her position as king? How was the last conflict with the hero? Mao cast a curious glance at him. She repeated what he had just said, hurling insults at him. Meanwhile, Ash helped Murabito stand up and asked, "Who's that?" He had never seen this before. Kuchmager informed them that it was Jabara, a member of the 9th noble family who had previously fought alongside his mistress for the throne. Furthermore, he is her cousin. This came as a huge surprise to Ash and Murabito. He should let the most humble speak to him, Kuchmager said. We will discuss the great war that took place 10 years ago. The war ended after they were defeated. Jabara asked what really happened a decade ago, but he collapsed from sheer hunger as his stomach rumbled. Murabito wanted to help him, but he was already gone. Ash interrupted him when he asked if he was really sick. According to his mom, she thinks he hasn't been bothered by hunger for the past 10 years, but now the hunger has overtaken him. The degree to which this idiot has driven himself to is frightening. The moment he realized it, he began to die. Jabara said he'd hurry up and started asking for their help. There was nothing in his stomach. The demons, according to Ash, don't need food. Mao asked him what she didn't need, looking at him curiously. Meanwhile, Murabito started going through his pockets and stated that he bought it at the gift store. He then reached into his pocket and pulled out a hero cookie. He walked over to Jabara and started feeding it to him. This took Mao by surprise and she expressed her confusion. She asked him about his mental state. He tried to kill him. He might attack him again. And this demon was only interested in becoming king. He was her family, Murabito said, glancing at her. The family she thought was dead was still alive. They need to decide what to do next, because he believes they have something to discuss. And that explains why he was saved. Jabara barely mentions human help. He wants water. Murabito gave him a cookie and told him to drink Hiro's tea. Jabara eventually regained consciousness. He was able to move and speak normally again. "I'm on the verge of death," he said, turning to Murabito. "He really saved him," Mao muttered to her brother. Kuchmager had informed him that he had noticed his figure missing during the castle invasion. He believed that the hero had killed him without leaving a single piece of meat behind because of it. What happened to him afterward? It's a long story, Jabara said. It was a protracted battle. Ash had gone to the Demon King's castle 10 years ago. He was still Arthur, a hero at the time. They have finally reached the end of their journey. He said, they must try to escape death. That moment, according to the elite sorceress Leela, was about to come. Sharith, the Snow-White Holy Maiden, said they needed to be cautious because she had heard that the underground part of the castle was a labyrinth. It was a moment of destruction, according to Beastman Mimi. They were fed up, according to the warrior Carter Rickos. At this moment, he is extremely scared. After all, he's going to die anyway because he's a shield. Jabara claimed that in order to become the next Demon King, he tried to kill a hero before everyone else did and acquire combat skills. However, he fell because he was careless and stepped on some trap. But because of this cunning hero and his sealing method, Jabara said this. He had previously stated that he believed he had never met him and did not know his identity. Now she was even more angry and asked why he had been locked away in their family home for 10 years. Because of his abilities, Jabara had warned her not to underestimate him and that he could move anywhere in the castle. Why then was he unable to leave despite his best efforts and constant stress? Hero, this is all my fault. Kuchmager, Ash, and Murabito thought the poor kid was lost in the shadows. A heart-wrenching story. What are they going to do with these demons? Ash asked the director. He wanted to help him, didn't he? It was his turn to ask. Jabara informed his sister. How did she survive if they lost? She's talking to the hero who defeated her, but why? Did she betray the demon race? He said mistakenly. So who is this man? Jabara asked, pointing at Murabito. That's enough already, she said. He is her consort. Jabara was so shocked her jaw dropped. She introduced him just in time, Murabito thought, glancing at her brother. According to Nalu, she had been immortal for 10 years and was traveling the world in search of death when Murabito came across her. By coincidence, it turned out that the king's demonic blood was compatible with him. She decided to give him the title of Demon King because she believed that the entire demonic race was dead. She then wished to follow her people and lose her immortality. He probably knows that you must be related to the heir by blood to pass on the official inheritance. Thus, there were marks on their fingers indicating their connection to Murabito. What does this have to do with an enemy of their people? Jabara asked. According to Now, that was why she wanted to use her hero's power to find another solution to the circumstances. Jabara looked at her curiously and asked, what is the way? According to Mao, killing the Demon King completely within yourself is the only way to eradicate the power. Horrified, Jabara asked if it was possible to kill the Demon King. He tried to attack them again, and she shouldn't have made such a joke. This skill allows you to transform into the shadow itself and wield it like a weapon, Ash said, fending off his attack. Despite its low power, it's incredibly handy. When you first see your opponent, you can defeat him while he panics. He is no match for him now, as he has figured him out. He's skilled at killing shadows, but he's terrible in one-on-one combat. In short, he is the most pathetic demon he has ever killed. Jabara then began coughing up blood again. Narabito looked at Ash and shouted, I said he didn't even touch him, which shocked me. Now defended Ash, saying the pervert was not at fault. What a bloody sin that is. Even though he threw up a lot and didn't look good, his behavior was completely senseless. Since he drank blood without permission, he is not worthy of being king. It was inevitable that he would die. Narabito asked, "What is death?" Pierced by his bloody sin, Now went to her brother and told him that the former pretender to the throne could not have been unaware of the heinous sin. Had he tasted the blood of Marabito on purpose to avoid being elected, Jabara declared that this could not be. It couldn't be. He was greater than her and most coveted the title of king. They decided who would inherit the Mao family name and who would become King 776 when they gathered in this hall. There would be a royal duel between them. Because of this cup, a descendant must drink the blood of the 775 generation and prove his legitimacy as king by force. But one of them will succumb to the bloody sin. One challenger. Jabara's candidate is the Ninsmazar family. The Mao candidate is the family of Mazar 7. They must accept death. Then Jabara believed that the moment had come. For this fight, he had given everything. She would surely have it. But he was defeated by her. There is no rule that requires her to wait for her opponent, according to Mao. Everything was decided in a matter of seconds. Neither of them had even tasted the blood of the noble king. The judges demanded. Mao was the winner. Naturally, Jabara took offense to this and shouted no. They must wait. They must fight fair. He will not accept such a sad result. The judges, however, stopped paying attention to him. That's the way it is, they said. Everything was predetermined from the beginning. This Mao is something completely different. Naturally, the weaklings who used this tactic made me laugh. Jabara walked over to his sister and shouted for her to stop. Turning around, Mao ordered him to address her as Your Majesty. Jabara told her about the incident and claimed that she had shattered his dreams and dishonored him for the rest of his life. And now she wants to get rid of this burden and commit suicide or what? He wants to be king, so he won't let her. Moreover, the fact that the stupid king destroyed their kin and the entire nation doesn't matter. He has no other purpose in life anyway. He then used his power to bring all the skeletons back to life. I'm taking it back, Ash said. He still had a strong look on his face. He doubted if he could handle it on his own. Jabaru motioned for Kuchamaga, who tried to stop him, to stop. Evolution and his team a floor above experienced a strong tremor and questioned if it was really an earthquake. However, after realizing that it wasn't true, I replied that it was some kind of magic. Jabara asked his sister if she was surprised and he smiled. She had never seen that look before, had she? It was a skill he had developed to crush her that day. When he showed that no one else deserved blood, she would choose him if that was the case. Now let the royal duel begin. It was a bloody sin, according to Ash. She must be suffering. What was he doing? According to Mao, he must have given Jabara of the 9th noble family a glorious death in battle because he challenged him to a duel. I'm sorry for making him wait 10 years, Ash said, picking up his sword. He then threw a real punch and raised his holy sword. However, Murabito intervened and asked him not to do that. He blocked Ash's path, standing right in front of him. He was nearly struck by Ash. He called him a fool and berated him. What is he doing? Since he's level 1, he should step aside. However, Murabito refused to step aside. Jabara was not humiliated by Mao in those days. He wanted to protect him as much as she did, right? Images of Mao and Jabara from a time he didn't know and shouldn't have known suddenly flashed before his eyes. He thought. That picture of the castle was a memory. They had been best friends in the past and had valued that friendship. Jabara told him not to lie because she couldn't take it anymore. Then he reached out with his huge skeleton hands and squeezed it. Now, Kuchmagar and Ash were scared. Since he didn't want to be the Demon King, Murabito thought he didn't understand why he was chosen. The skeleton's arms began to break at that very moment, and Murabito believed that this royal blood was the cause of Mao and Jabara's suffering. He could save them, if only. He would become this king if he was the Demon King, even if it was only temporary to save him. Thus, he declared that he would agree to the king's duel. The two abilities known as royal armor were instantly activated after the inheritance transfer was completed and Perry immediately changed his appearance. Everyone turned around to look at Murabito. According to Kuchmagar, his appearance had changed. What did the headmaster become? Ash asked. What kind of talent is this? Jabara was also stunned, wondering if this was really royal armor. What is he doing? Murabito said he didn't understand, looking up and expressing his own surprise. Who is he now? The royal armor is a testament to the skill of the king. The current ruler is symbolized by this armor as a demon king. However, they prevent the demons from rising and provide the king with complete protection. The enemy of the demons, the humans, are not the target of this invincible outfit. In other words, Ash stated that the director was probably out of the loop. What does the king's appearance mean? Murabito asked. According to Kuchmagar, the legacy seems to have failed. It looks weak. Ash also questioned whether it was armor. He said it appeared to be ordinary clothing. Val thought she was already puzzled because his design was too unlike hers. He must have the same skills as her, regardless of his appearance, she said. That was good, Murabito said. He understood. As it turned out, he was invincible even against Jabara. A feeling of euphoria and complete confidence came over the boy, and so the duel began. Jabara thought they claimed he was invincible to the demon. Could this be a joke? How had he awakened from the blood of kings? Besides, he's human. He should be killed. Then he attacked him again. Ash and Kuchmager encouraged the director as best they could to take action immediately. But it was more complicated than that. Murabito claimed that he was in a lot of pain because he had already been thoroughly beaten. Ash described it as just awful. What did his face look like? How badly he had been hit. According to Kuchmager, the exposed parts of his body didn't seem to be protected by armor. Murabito believed that he would not stop or give up his goal. He believed it was because he was capable of climbing over those skulls. A few seconds later, he was standing next to Jabara. Murabito stopped Jabara's hand when he tried to hit him with his fist. Murabito said that only now the demon's blood was flowing through him, and he apologized for robbing him of his dream. Therefore, he must return. They seemed like very different demons to Jabara. This was probably the most decisive moment of the confrontation between the two contenders. Mao had expected to be the next heir to the throne because she had shown strong abilities since she was a child. However, there he was, incredibly weak, humiliated and worthless. All of these humiliations were deserved. Weak demons were considered evil, while strong demons were considered good. One of the rules of demons is as follows. He and Mao were best friends even though their values and viewpoints diverged. Jabara tells her that although he wanted to be king like everyone else, he couldn't do it because of his weak spirit. He takes her away. Mao claimed that she was just playing with her toys that she stole from others. But she doesn't want to be like that. Jabara was shocked and asked how. So what is her dream? Mao argued that the adults would be furious if they heard. He wouldn't tell anyone, would he? Saying he wouldn't tell, Jabara jumped to his feet. He won't reveal Mao's strange games and his human toys. Having said that, Mao let him hear what she had to say. In this way, she strives to be a loving wife. When she went to the village one day to look for toys, she inadvertently noticed a wedding. There was a beautiful bride dressed in a light white veil, unlike demons who wear all black. Besides, she wants to dress like a bride. Anyone who finds out will face the consequences. At the time, Jabara had no idea what a bride was, but could he be sure she aspired to be one? At the time, she had claimed she could not marry if she became queen. Then everything made sense to him. Mrs. Mao would undoubtedly become the next king. He advised her to have faith in him. Mao cast a curious glance at him. According to Jabara, he would stop at nothing to make her his bride. Thus, he would ascend the throne for her sake. He believed he had always respected her for guarding him, so he decided that day. To make her happy, he would ascend to the position of Demon King. He can no longer force her to protect him because of this. He will surpass Mao in strength. He needs to get stronger. He's been trying to obey her completely ever since the dream he had. They had been fighting for the title of Demon King for a long time. The judges had said that they would hold a royal duel with their help. Unlike Mao, Jabara would be one of the candidates. Jabara thought about the fact that he had just been chosen as a candidate for king, and they hadn't even spoken at that moment. Before he realized it, they were no longer best friends because he had forgotten his early years. According to the judges, they must demonstrate their legitimacy as kings by using force. They must accept death until one of them loses. They carried bowls. Jabara believed that if he drank from this cup, the duel would begin. One of them would therefore commit a bloody sin. That is the rule of royal jousting. He will ascend to the throne. She will undoubtedly get it. However, he stopped when a picture of young Mao appeared right in front of him. He was already lying on the ground when he heard the crack of lightning. Indeed, he knew the result. Telling her to wait, he jumped to his feet. She must fight fair. He would not accept such a sad ending. She had saved him, even though he thought he could not win. What was he trying to accomplish then? He wanted to show her that he was stronger and had stopped crying. Fighting her was his last dream. At that moment, Mao told him to address her as Her Majesty. He would serve her and live for her, she said, calling him derogatory names. She refused to let him perish. It is a disgrace to my life, Jabara said, gritting his teeth in rage. So he had accomplished nothing when he passed away. Now he woke up to Mao nursing him on his lap. It was a sad and touching moment. I fought with all my heart and soul, she told him. She had a good chance of winning, both for the salvation and prosperity of their race, and for the triumph of their army. She also realized that she needed to kill the hero, but she did not win. Even though she had stolen his dreams, she was still defeated. She then began to earnestly beg him for forgiveness. She claimed that when she woke up, she was still the only person left alive. It was then that she was supposed to die. It had been extremely painful for her to live all this time. Jabara's words were so depressing. She must be having a very hard time. He was sure that the demon clan wouldn't let her say such things. They are reunited after Mao bursts into tears and informs him that he is still alive. She's thrilled. She was always such a whiner, Jabara said, stroking her head. And since they were problem children, it's true. Is there anything to feel guilty about at all? I'm grateful that you kept her alive. Then they hugged. It was a moment filled with feelings and emotions that couldn't be portrayed falsely. Ash felt like he wasn't needed here. I didn't expect to be able to suck the blood and stop the blood sin, Kuchmager said, struggling to hold back the tears. They came out quickly, according to Murabito. How happy he is. Now told her brother to stay put. However, Jabara ignored her and approached Murabito. He called him derogatory names again, kneeling in front of him and claiming he recognized him. He claimed Murabito was shocked and asked, "Is this really the elder brother?" Although he did not recognize him as the Demon King or his half-brother. According to Kuchmager, Mr. Jabara is like an elder brother to him because his mistress was born before him. According to Murabito, he is not like that. After observing him and his sister, Jabara concluded that the man was undoubtedly Mao's fantasy. Ash asked Jabara if it was acceptable to also call him Big Brother. Jabara inquired who he was and if he was gone. Now he would kill him. Mao stated that she dropped her hands when she realized that Jabara had tasted his blood, believing that there was no chance of saving him. He's a really cool guy. She's still glad she chose him and thanks him. Murabito's face turned red. He stated that today was a unique day, but that he would not become king. He considered himself a king. With a smile, Murabito advised them to start by going to the top floor and remember why they had come in the first place, to find Mao's treasure hidden in a secret room. Mao was furious when he said that, because she had already hoped they had forgotten all about it. Meanwhile, the opening of the exhibition was held in the city. The host thanked everyone for their patience and regretted making them wait so long. Allow the reporters to approach the only public exhibit. They discovered it in the Demon King's secret room. The King's secret treasure, which turned out to be not at all what everyone wanted and expected to see in front of them. Everyone was shocked and wondered if these were actually the young girl's toys. The mother said, "Let them kill her," in fear. "This must be Mao's diary," Jabara reasoned, if he wasn't mistaken. "Is this the hidden treasure?" the man asked, turning to Mr. Evolutionist. From an evolutionary point of view, I too was quite offended and declared that these records were undoubtedly a historical find. The contents of this book would be disclosed immediately. However, he claimed that the letters in this diary were unreadable as soon as he opened it. Could it be a painting or something else? He knows the language of demons and has decoding abilities, but he still can't read a single letter. Why was that? Was the Demon King the only one who used this style of writing? Mao jumped up from the floor. "What's wrong with it?" Ash asked. "There must be more treasures," someone said. "Are these toys really for schoolgirls? Where would a Demon King get such things?" The reporters asked the evolutionist for his thoughts. Evolution felt that if they didn't answer at least one question, it would all be for nothing. "I need to think about it," he said. Most likely, the Demon King was kidnapping and eating children from the villages. As it turned out, that was all that was left of them and served as a reminder of the cursed demon's cruelty and rage. His actions were described as bestial and people were shocked, saying he was nothing. After all, he is the most horrible creature. According to Ash, it wasn't that interesting. He's leaving because he's had enough. This pleased Mao, who agreed that they should leave. Did Kuchmager say that? By the way, Mr. Jabara will accompany them back to the store. I'm against that, Ash said. As he had mentioned before, the capital had long known about the situation with the demons and legendary beasts in the village. However, had he managed to hide them? The village is already tense, so he doesn't approve of the invitation. He fears that it might reveal who they are. She also wondered if he was sure he wanted to kick Jabara out. Jabara had just gone outside, so Murabito approached him and asked where he was going. According to Jabara, everything was fine. He doesn't want to cause trouble. He expresses his gratitude to them for bringing him to the surface. He found himself in a new world. "Is there really no room for me?" Murabito asked. Where would Jabara hide? Or they could come to him. Perhaps there are demon-friendly people somewhere. According to Ash, no such place exists. According to Mao, there are very few people in the world who are not afraid of demons. A few weeks later, the headquarters of the World Association of Hardware Stores was located in the capital. Why did they let him down here? Evolution asked. Even though they had spent a considerable amount of money, they couldn't find the Demon King's hidden room. And now he has to decipher those records on his day off, or what? The hero was able to take out all the treasures because of their poor management. There's no hope. It's impossible to read the symbols. Symmetry then entered his office and asked about the decryption process. A day off is rare, Evolution said, greeting her. Have you met the newcomer? Symmetry asked. Being an expert in the language of demons, he asked the newcomer if he wanted to help them. Allowing him to enter, pretending to be a man, Jabara entered the office and announced the arrival of his promising new employee. Pleased to meet you, joyfully stated the disguised demon. Let's go back in time. Madame Symmetria visited the village of Sinel 5 days after the events at the castle. It's already dark, she said, glancing at her watch. He wants to talk to her. What does he want? He will take her bags to the hotel, the headman promised. She could go to Murabido's and not worry. She would thank him, according to Symmetry. Then she would take advantage of their hospitality. She said she hadn't been here in 10 years as she approached Murabido's store. Then she knocked, and Murabido, who was now a demon because it was night, opened the door for him. Madame Symmetry asked where Murabido was, already preparing to attack him. There is a demon in this place. Since it was him, Murabido told her to stop. The monsters then began to prepare dinner for everyone, and they sat down at the table. So what does all this mean? Symmetry asked. Feeling awkward, Murabido stated that Mao had saved his life and that now that he had risen from the dead, he was now turning into a half-demon at night. That's what Symmetry said, and he also claims that they got married. Yes, replied Murabido. They themselves felt that since they were kings, it was not worth discussing, no matter how important their marriage was during the resurrection. Murabido said. Symmetry asked if it was required. A monster with a teapot in hand approached her and asked if she wanted a refill. Symmetry said it was hard to believe after looking at it. Now she could see how Shimape had let him control it. The woman wasn't thrilled that the demon had poured her tea, but it happened anyway. No, Murabido shouted, it was Shimape's idea. He advised them to sit down if they didn't want to be reprimanded. He had no control over that. Symmetry noted his intriguing manner of speech. Murabido stated that he had a request for her, so he decided to tell her. Would she be able to look after Mao's cousin Jabara? Mao and Jabara don't want to fight humans. To find a place where they could be themselves and fit in with society, they stayed with them. They also wanted to convince her to hide a demon or something, according to Symmetry. Naturally, Jabara said, appearing behind them, but he didn't want them to just hide it. He was driven by work and a new start in life. He lost his job because he was too inexperienced and had to fulfill his duties. However, now he wants to work as her assistant and look after Sudachi's store where his family lives. Asking if she would accept him as an apprentice, he bowed to the woman. Grabbing her head, Symmetry explained that it was all because she hadn't taken care of him for the previous 10 years. She felt terrible about Takabana. Murabido refused, saying that he alone was to blame. Symmetria said that it was true that she had saved his life. These demons seem to be interested in getting cover so they can use it for their own purposes. According to Murabido, he didn't think so. Jabara argued that Mao wasn't like that, protecting his sister. Mao argued that since she had created Murabido that way, she wanted to find a way to return him to human form. She assured him that she would help him stand up again, and that they would find a way to turn him back into a human. She just doesn't have the strength and intelligence to run the store, letting her share her knowledge with them, even if she might not trust her. Mao was counting on the woman to help her since she was in this place. When they first met, Symmetry remembered what Mao had said. Mao had then informed her that she had left a child who had overcome every obstacle on her own for 10 years, and that she had done nothing to help him. Remembering this, Symmetry informed the girl that she could see the sincere desire to help him in her eyes. She was absolutely right. Yes, Mao said. Symmetry stated that he did not want his beloved Murabido to be executed after being mistaken for a demon. She assured him that she would keep him safe. What is his reaction to her being a strict teacher? Jabara answered without hesitation, right. Murabido was beyond thrilled and expressed his gratitude to her. In Symmetry, I corrected my glasses and advised Mao to take responsibility for her actions if she hurt Murabido. She thought she planned to turn her cousin into a useful man. No way, Mao said. She readily agreed to accept the demon, Ash stated to Symmetry. Symmetry mentioned that the rules didn't specify that only individuals were allowed to join the association. Their members could also be half-breeds or members of other races. For example, this is her coworker who is a half-elf. To find a product that fits each customer's needs, they want to make their dreams come true. In this way, the world will be less excited about it. And for this reason, the current goal of the association is to research and develop equipment regardless of the race of the worker. Furthermore, there will be no need to depend on a single symbol of safety and peace. Despite being a demon, he can still help maintain the balance of the world. But really, this is not an uncommon occurrence. First of all, regardless of your point of view, he is a demon. They must first take action regarding his appearance. He is a distant relative of hers and they will tell everyone about it. Having said that, Mao let them entrust it to her. She then started cutting his hair. Jabara's hair was quickly trimmed and she noticed that he even looked younger. "Where are the horns?" Murabito asked, looking at him in shock. According to Mao, the horns opened magically. Demons inherit it from generation to generation to use that magic to blend in with humans. Isn't it great that Jabara is skilled at it? Murabito asked why Mao didn't use magic if she was so practical. He immediately made Mao angry. Jabara told him not to remind her of that. His pride was stolen by this magic. The power of a demon is symbolized by its horns, which evoke both fear and strength and are something to be proud of in public. However, he was called a cunning weakling who could only perform these tricks because he only used shadow magic. He would never have thought that he would be able to use his strengths. "I have never been happier," he told his sister. She said, "I'm glad too," with a smile. Kutchmager had meanwhile prepared their dinner and asked if Madame Symmetry would join them. "She would go to the hotel," replied Symmetry. She was standing in the doorway when she suddenly remembered something. She advised Murabito to accept the invitation. Murabito accepted what the woman gave him, despite the curious look. "Is this really an invitation?" he asked. According to Symmetry, their association throws a party once a year to which stores with a certain rating are invited. Information he wouldn't find in the club's magazine is available there. While she can't guarantee he'll learn anything, she thinks it's worth participating. His stores just have to have a minimum rating of 5 stars. He has time because the event is in 6 months. Murabito expressed his gratitude to her, saying he can do it. Jabara promised to help him. Smiling, Symmetry assumed she was wishing them luck. Murabito thought that all he'd been thinking about for the last 10 years was how to keep Papa's store open. "I had no idea that all I'd been thinking about for the last 10 years was death." So far, he felt that the best thing he could do was to keep the store from closing. And while that would be difficult, he couldn't hope for anything more than that. She had no idea that she still had people to keep safe. She wouldn't leave until she had created a peaceful environment for Jabara to live in. They were no longer alone. "Their new castle is here now," she said. "Yes," Murabito replied. Symmetry then said goodbye. "They are leaving before the humans wake up in the morning." "I understand," said Jabara. "Good," said Ash, and he followed suit. "Do you want some dinner?" Murabito asked. According to Ash, he would probably say no. "What is it?" Mao asked. "He would know where to find it if he needed it," said Ash. On the way home, Ash thought the Queen's castle would be an interesting place to visit. He was looking for an excuse to mess with Mao. In the end, it only strengthened their bond. They also have a relative. He doesn't have much influence over the store anymore. What's with the boredom? It's a waste of nerves. He no longer wants to interfere in their relationship. After all, such interference could only ruin everything and bring tension. Most likely, the director is just an idiot. On the other hand, he's a decent man. He is the only one who knows who he really is, and it is important to keep that in mind. The headmaster was banished by the demon back to the castle. However, he seemed to be weak in the way he fought, and perhaps things were bound to change in the future. The world was waiting for this hero. He really is a good person, so he wasn't wrong. Yes, in any way all these thoughts were too annoying and stressful. Ash went home and lay down on the couch. He resumed drinking beer and expressed his curiosity about what it would be like to be both a hero and a demon king. His admiration for her beauty begins to fade and then he went to bed. In his dream, Murabito informs him that he has to leave because their store no longer needs him, and it was strange. Murabito asked Ash if he was awake when he came to his house a few days later. Was he alright? In his own mind, Madam and Jabara had already left and Mr. Ash had been out of work for a few days. Since Ash did not answer, Murabito stated that he opens the door in the principal's name. The headman gave him this key. Well, he saw a horrible picture as soon as he entered the house. Inside the house, Ash was completely drunk and naked. It was in complete disarray and chaos. "You need to get dressed," Murabito said. Why was it like this? Had he been like this for a long time? Ash advised him to turn himself in since his depression had returned. So that's what's wrong, Murabito thought, looking at the whole mountain of empty bottles. He didn't immediately realize that he hadn't fully recovered. He turned to the accompanying slug and ordered him not to tell Mao everything. He was stopped by Ash, who ordered him not to talk to Mao. Since he is the strongest hero and doesn't want to look stupid in front of her, he should be able to understand him. Since he is the one she lost to, he likes it when she looks at him with tears in her eyes and anger. In this state, Murabito thought he was able to say something after all. She would immediately state that she lost to a complete jerk, so I already told him to look at him. He didn't want to make her feel inferior. Leave him alone. She had to lose to a worthy opponent. He'll become more serious in time. Murabito stated that he understood. He then left and closed the door, but later returned with tools and mops. "All hands are busy, so please excuse him," he said as he opened the door with his foot. Ash jumped up from the bed and asked him why he came back because he wasn't expecting him. That's what Murabito said. He's going to be direct. "What a stench it is in here. He always gives off a strong odor of alcohol, which makes it hard to work. He's going to clean up. Trust him, he's going to make it work." "What do you want?" Ash asked. Ignoring his questions, Murabito stated that he had also brought him food from the tavern owner. He asked him if he could spend the night at his house. "Why?" Ash asked. According to Murabito, the headman had come to his house for the night when he had long felt lonely and frightened. Therefore, they should go to bed together tonight. Besides, he wanted to learn more about his life after visiting the castle and realizing how much he was loved around the world. Silence in front of Mal would be worth it. They were ready for bed after he finished cleaning his house. According to Murabito, he had never stayed overnight at a friend's house before. He always wanted to have casual conversations throughout the night. Ash advised him to keep quiet and get some rest as soon as possible. He asked himself why he let him do that. Now he looked like a lonely lad. He noticed that Murabito had already dozed off when he glanced at him. "Is this serious?" Ash thought. "Is he asleep already?" And hit him. He told him not to make any noise, so he fell asleep, Murabito said when he woke up immediately. He said he shamelessly barged in on him and apologized. Simply put, he's been distancing himself from them lately. Even the smelly, alcohol-soaked couch seems more comfortable, according to Ash. Before moving to Seo Village, he was a petty criminal. He's just beginning to remember his life at that point. Eating scraps and helping adult thieves in their business, he lived on the backside of a provincial town. One day he was beaten up and used as bait because he couldn't run away. Anyway, he slipped into a van, hid, and once ran out of town because everyone around him was completely corrupt. He's done this so many times that he has no idea who his parents are or where he was born. He learned a lot about living with evil people, greed, truth, deception, and stealing to survive. He also learned how to read and write to survive, because it helped him a lot in many different ways. His sole motivation since childhood was greed, and he eventually achieved hero status. He is most likely the first hero in history to focus solely on gaining fame and fortune. Was he satisfied? He believed that he was so shocked by his education that he could not speak. According to Murabito, it was obvious. For the sake of his dream, he had traveled. Of course, such a strong motivation had to end in some action. Ash thought it was a dream. Was it? He moved into the huge mansion he'd built for Arthur 10 years ago after he'd overthrown the queen. He almost never stayed in one place for long in his life. Fame, money, good food, and a fancy bed. He had it all. Ash couldn't find a place for himself anywhere, and it was all Arthur's fault. He was still their hero, Murabito assured him. He had been able to reach a consensus with Madame, allowing Mao and Jabara to reunite. All of this had happened because of him, so such an achievement could definitely be considered truly heroic. He's starting to look at it differently, to be honest. His debt is still not diminishing, and he smells of alcohol. He thinks he is a very shy man for his age. He continues to be the hero of the Sudachi store in their eyes. Let him go back to work as soon as he feels better. Wish you happy dreams and thank him for sharing his story. After that, he turned off the light and they dozed off. Kuchmager and Mao meanwhile were under the bed and could hear their every word. The next morning had already come. He fell asleep without alcohol, and Ash asked him what he wanted to say when he woke up. Yes, Murabito said with a smile. He was sorry, but he needed to leave already or he wouldn't be awake again. It would also be awkward because he hadn't made breakfast yet. Ash asked if he could join them for breakfast and asked him to wait. Naturally, Murabito said this with a smile, for he wanted the guy to recover as quickly as possible. That despicable perverted hero should have arrived as well, but Mao was already waiting for them. When Murabito realized that Mao was already awake, he was shocked. "Do you really get up so early?" he asked. "It happens too," Mao said with a satisfied smile. Breakfast, according to Kuchmager, was ready. Looking at the food, Murabito reasoned that Mao must have done it that way in the beginning. It served 3 servings. He looked like he was about to cry, Mao said, turning to Ash. "It's like a family rumor, and he just wants to skip a few days in case he's forgotten." It was a family rumor after all, Ash thought, looking at her with surprise. He started to say something to her, but Mao interrupted him, telling him to get to work as soon as he was done eating. And until he caught up on his missed days, she wouldn't let him go. "You mean he still has a chance?" Ash asked. "How nice of me to make him breakfast, his favorite." A furious Mao declared that it wasn't. According to Murabito, Kato-san had been working in the garden until this afternoon. He turned to Ash and told him to eat well because he needed help. "Sudachi has a goal. In 6 months, they should get 5 stars. Ash's mental state improved. Mao had a sense of purpose in life, and Narubido made him feel better. On the contrary, Mao had certainly gotten worse. The village headman gathered everyone and expressed his gratitude for the visit. The Heroes Museum has been open ever since. When did they manage to accomplish all this? Narubido inquired. The woman said this while on a business trip. The headman first raised the money to buy Sudachi's store. It seems he made an agreement with builders who were well versed in their industry. That means buying it back, Narubido explained. Yes, they had indeed had such a conversation. Mao claimed that either something had fallen off or she was just daydreaming. According to the woman, their store has been doing well lately. She hopes that her village will prosper and their store will have as many customers as it did before the museum opened. Narubido happily said yes. The headman stated that he invites everyone to his museum as he began to open the doors. However, the exhibits are not yet available. Eventually, they would exhibit a few of the floorboards the hero walked on, which they had taken from their store. No need for that, said Narubido. As they entered their museum, they noticed a sign indicating that a new store was getting ready to open. They didn't let the villagers in. The signboard was a Lestat. Narubido and the headman were shocked and asked what it was. Then a man approached them from behind and asked who let them sneak into his store. Lestat department store had opened a branch here in Sehat. He called them all beggars and ordered them to leave quickly. The head of this branch, Charcot, was in charge of the case. Narubido then returned to his store with the head and his staff. The head claimed that he had been cheated and was furious. He thought they were good people and they promised to build a great museum. He took them at face value. He was asked if he had read the entire agreement as he was just studying it. It says that once construction is complete, ownership passes to Lestadas. No fraud, and everything is transparent. Ash claimed he signed them without even reading the contract because he trusted them. That's impossible. Yeah, Lestat. Apparently it's the biggest store in the capital and is considered the best and has a huge number of customers. According to Narubido, he knows about them because they were published in the club's magazine. What have they forgotten in their village? They are now being asked. According to Narubido, Lestat is the largest gear store in the capital. Over the past 10 years, they have expanded their sales and now sell more than just travel items. They have started selling toys, art, food, clothing, and accessories. Known as a department store because of their extensive product line, they are the only gear store in the world with a 10-star rating. It had nothing to do with that. Ash stated that he considers himself a true Lestat. They probably just handed them their tools rather than doing construction. Yes, Narubido asked if they were fake Lestats. In that case, the contract is null and void. In a way, it is a crime. However, according to the headman, their documents use the same emblem. How can you prove them to be fake? Easy, Mao said. Narubido knows how to provide first-class service, which is what they're supposed to do. Will he go and check if this is a legitimate store? After that, they all went back to this store together. According to Mao, the number of customers was disgusting. According to the headman, there were still no customers in their store. All this time, Kuchmager was writing something down in his notebook. When Ash saw this, he asked, "What is he doing?" According to Kuchmager, they still had a lot to learn. Then they heard a baby crying as they entered the store. Sharko said they didn't want whiners and took the child's purse away. He apologizes by taking the cough away. Everyone, including Narubido, immediately rushed to that child. The headman asked Sharko what he was doing with the kid. Teller informed Narubido that they had been tricked. The hovering robe he bought can't fly. Sharko said that the asshole was cheating him. He insists on paying back the money for the damaged item. It's such a useless village. According to the cashier, he didn't make any mistakes. It's just plain fabric. Why was he yelling? Charcot asked. Afterward, I asked the woman who touched the clothes why she was soiling things. I just looked, the woman said, casting a startled look at him. In addition, Charcot began yelling at an old man who had been told not to bang on the hardwood floor. After he scratches it, you make amends. Let them go if they have been exposed to the atmosphere of a high-end store. You have to pay for stolen air. He has his money. Do they really want to sue over this? If they want to go back, they should give him the money. Sharko was blatantly bullying people while enjoying himself. According to Kuchmager, it was unfair. According to Wa, it seemed to her that he deliberately chose the name of the store to give himself an excuse to humiliate everyone. Customers began to leave him at the store and claimed they would never return. Narubido turned to Teller and asked if he was okay. Was he experiencing any discomfort? Though he was deeply offended, the boy claimed he was fine. He had heard that rare toys from the capital could be bought here. Hearing this, he was very happy. He just embarrassed him, Charcot said upon hearing this. Will he realize his actions? Are his parents willing to return the money? He would use it as collateral for the time being. Murabito couldn't stay silent any longer, so he defended the boy again. At this point, Sharko insulted him by calling him Mr. Director of the beggar's shop. He asked him that the man decided to interfere in his business because he had more customers, right? Before he destroys his store, he should grab this jerk and leave immediately. Squeezing his hand, Murabito asked what exactly he would do to him. Doesn't he care that a child might have gotten hurt because of his fake? Customers are also excited about the opening of the new store. He came here looking for treasures from a world he didn't know existed. He frustrates his customers, threatens them and puts them in danger. They steal money, hopes, and smiles. He is the worst salesman he has ever seen. He and his group are not fit to work in a hardware store. Everyone in his village was shocked, claiming it was the first time they had ever seen Murabito upset. Murabito ordered the man to make a return. Tell her and return this old age establishment without any claims. Otherwise, I had already noticed how many monsters were swarming through the window. Once he realized that Murabito was to blame, he rushed to him and began to calm him down. He claimed that if he didn't relax, he would snap his neck. Sharko informed him that his headman had already signed the contract by showing it to him. He also claimed that he had read everything and gave his approval. He can no longer claim that he didn't read it, and he should understand what a contract is as a merchant, right? Since he has no proof, could he please refrain from insulting them? He then kicked them out of his establishment, calling it a gullible village shop. The next time he came, he would destroy it. Then they all arrived at the headman's house. Even more enraged, the headman blamed it all on himself. Before signing the contract, I should have read it carefully. There was no need to invite this gang into the village. Now they will demand money from the locals. As a result, the villagers no longer trusted him. It was understandable that people would rather leave the village than see it grow under such a headman. He should not blame himself, advised Murabito. According to the headman, the Heroes Museum would still be unfinished even if they hadn't taken the building away from them. It was completely empty inside, because Mr. Hero only visited their store, and Murabito and his father are the only ones who remember him. Yes, that's true, said the Murabito. Although not everyone believes that Mr. Hero visited the village, the headman stated that he does. He has no right to be a prefect because he overreacted on the subject. Mao then jumped to his feet and stated that Sudachi is far from 5 stars because of these problems. They should just use force to kick them out. It's too risky, the headman warned her. Murabito agreed with the headman that it would be wiser not to take that risk. Using violence to settle disputes between stores was forbidden. What would he do then? Mao asked. Something seemed to anger Murabito, who suggested we put the discussion out of our minds. They shouldn't clash, he said. The rumors will just stop if they turn out to be a real last resort. That can't be, Mao said. His modesty wouldn't help him. I don't care if they are real or not. The residents are suffering because of them, and he should feel bad that he can't keep his clients safe. The headman looked at them in silence and thought that the Murabito had an overbearing wife. According to the Murabito, you can't use monsters in the middle of the village. Although they could, Kuchmager said. Ash interrupted him, and Ash answered in the affirmative. They will invite the real one here even if they don't have any proof. Murabito asked me to invite a real last resort, right? Ash informed him that he was going on paid vacation tomorrow. No vacation, Murabito said. Ash assured the headman that he would pay back what he owed, so he could be trusted. Mao inquired about his activities. Ash stood up and asked, so they will summon him. The next day had already arrived. Sharko reported that all was lost. His subordinate flew into his office. Sharko asked if he'd seen a big panda or something in there. No, the man replied. At that time, someone arrived in the village. The locals were shocked and said it was impossible. Someone asked if he was sleeping or not. Their village is there, where is it? Is it true? Mr. Hiro visited Sharko's store. Sharko and his men were scared while all the locals were excited. Mr. Hiro asked if he had a universal elixir after looking around his store. Funny, doesn't a store like this have one? Depends on the store, Sharko said. What a jerk, he thought to himself. I assume he knows what a universal elixir is. It's a very unusual, high-level healing potion. Even they have never seen this elixir in person, even though it was once a 3-star store. The headman asked the hero why he had come. Mr. Hiro claimed that he had a very valuable day off because he was on a secret trip today. He had come here secretly to greet the local village of Seho and Sudachi. The locals were shocked and wondered if it was true, so it would be correct to say that Mr. Hiro's first stop on his journey was Sudachi. Yes, replied Mr. Hiro. We set out. It was here that he went shopping. This is a true story. Everyone was thrilled and started asking him for autographs. Tellers claimed to have learned the truth. I wish they had found out sooner, Murabito said. Sharko accused the hero of lying by pointing his finger at him. A real hero wouldn't have come to a village like this. Mr. Hiro pulled out his sword and quickly stabbed the man on the forehead. He asked him about the instances where his store wasn't fake. Is that correct? Since he is the only one in the world, Mao claimed that such a holy sword is not questionable. Today, he is playing his role for their good as well as the good of Saho village. According to Mr. Hiro, the elite personnel of the latest generation must have proper posture. The products should look presentable and the dress code should be appropriate. Because of his duty to this store, he will immediately contact the head office and tell them to train the staff of this branch. It was simple, Charcot said. Arthur asked, what's simple? They should be grateful. Or did they have something to hide from him? They could come clean. According to Charcot, they decided to open a fake store to ruin their reputation because they were unhappy that Lestat had bought their business. They chose Saho, which is far from the capital, because they were looking for a place in the country to carry it out. He believed that the villagers wouldn't denounce them and that it would be easier to breed them. That was it. They were jerks, Mao said. They were crooks, so wait until the ransom was paid. Morabito exclaimed that this was fantastic and was delighted. All the residents got their money back and the reputation of the property is safe. According to the superintendent, he finally got him to sign a new contract and return the building to him. Morabito questioned whether their release was appropriate. They wouldn't be dishonest elsewhere, would they? Ash assured him that he had already notified the head office, so he had nothing to worry about. The headman asked him where he had been. Mr. Hiro was present yesterday. According to Ash, he called him because he had connections in the past. If you really knew Mr. Hiro, the headman inquired. I'd say the headman has lived his whole life in deception because of him, Mao said. Although he is probably a busy man. The headman said he wished he had stayed in the village longer. Nevertheless, he left them a beautiful gift. In addition to leaving Arthur's autograph on the furniture, he also left them an autograph on the mill. Theoretically, he also signed everywhere else. All these objects were collected from the village where the hero made his impression and transferred to a museum dedicated to him. The museum is ready, the headman announced with great joy. That was great, said Ash. With great joy, the headman announced that the village would now come alive. Ash turned to Morabito and assured him that the hero would now be known for his love for him. However, Morabito thanked him and asked if the hero's reputation would be okay. According to Ash, it would be appropriate to ask the doppelganger, Fingers, to formally introduce his store using the shop association's equipment in the future. When the king would find out that he was planning a riot for the first time in his decade-long career, he could already imagine how incredibly outraged he would be. Besides, he loved signing Arthur's autograph. This was the first time. Ash pretended to be Arthur and signed his flag, which Murabit held the whole time. Also, Mao added her name there while he was busy. Murabita asked her when she did that, noticing it. Kuchmager asked him about the matter. That would be cheating, wouldn't it? According to Murabita, he didn't understand. According to Ash, he was no longer important. Then there should be a director's signature there. Then on that flag they wrote their names. Now it's more like their destiny, Mao said. If they had damaged the flag, Murabita wondered. He would always treasure it. Murabita's mood changed dramatically, and Mao wondered what was wrong. These people did what Murabita said. However, losing his store must have been hard, and it was unforgivable. What is the director of this high-end Lestat? Lestat department store, a 10-star hardware store. The director of this store was approached by a man and told that a carriage had been prepared for him. They need to hurry because they have a business meeting coming up and they are out of time. The director of this department store asked if it would be acceptable if they were a little late. They wait for everyone and are always on time. Now he's going to try the sweets. How delicious they are. But they have no other choice, do they? They will go to their client, the most spoiled king in the world, and will have to listen to all his wishes and requests once again. The monsters were instructed to listen to Nurabit while she prepared some kind of elixir. The monsters immediately prepared their notebooks and were already following it closely. According to Murabit, they should rub the medicinal herbs after rinsing the Hamafusaga root in water and drying it in the sun. After everything has been placed in a cotton bag and cooked in a pot, they take out the bag after it has been soaked and dried again. They add Sudachi to the dried peels because, at first, it smells a certain way. Also, a new product is now available. A bath infusion from the Sudachi store. The effect of this infusion: prevention of colds, recuperation from muscle soreness and sensitivity to cold. It only needs to be put in the bathtub to use. They had a customer. It was Teller's mother, Clora. She asked him to immediately give her this bath infusion for a week because she said she really liked it. Murabita was overjoyed to hear this and thanked her for her purchase, advising her to just store it in a dry place. He also asked if the woman wanted him to include a new line of healing potions in the set. Is it really free? Flora asked, flabbergasted. According to Mirabit, it was a free sample. After making changes to the composition, it started working better and had a different capacity that didn't require much space. However, they still sell the old potions. Until they run out, he keeps them in stock. Naturally, the dosage was reduced, but taking it before bed would help reduce drowsiness during the day. It was just what she needed, Clara said. She'll buy more if she likes it. I'd love to see her again, Mirabita said. When Mao looked out after the woman left, she asked about his previous sales. When she had made more, she would let him know. Mirabita said he thought Senoni would be the location for their upcoming business trip. Sudachi was close to closing because of the world, and they had only recently woken up a bit. The development budget had increased as a result of the Hippodrome starting to purchase potions on a regular basis. They can now buy items they couldn't afford before. Naturally, they are successfully modifying items that were originally intended for adventurers to meet the needs of the villagers within their ranking. In addition, their clientele has grown. He has also created products for children to help them. Mirabita approached a plant growing in their pot. This plant expressed regret that it was useless to him. According to Mirabita, it was fine. According to the plant, it was always willing to help him. He would still have time to finish it, Mirabita assured him. Some drama is going on, Mao said disapprovingly. Sales have barely increased. They won't get 5 stars in 6 months at this slow pace, but they'd like it faster. Something beyond her comprehension. Why are the 5-star requirements so ambiguous? According to Mirabita, their store now serves a new purpose if Madame told them everything. They must get 5 stars to participate in an annual event that will be held in 6 months. They say they share information about valuable artifacts there, but there won't be many other store managers there. He needs to sweat to change, but maybe he'll get some hints. They didn't have any ideas, but Mirabita said the check will be sent out a month before the event. Why? Ash asked. Could it be done next year? He didn't like all these strange complexities of which he completely understood. If the headmaster removes the king's blood, nothing bad will happen, right? You have to think about whether it's really necessary. Now she was angry at him again and said that she could increase his motivation. There might even be a second attempt at the end of the world, Ash said. Okay, then they should just go with the flow. He wants to get some rest, ordered Mirabita to ignore him. Ash always gave up so easily after Mirabita told him that he agrees with him, but that he can't give up his decision. He wants to be a part of this event and will not compromise his hopes. And at that very moment, his stomach rumbled violently. With a deep blush, Mirabita declared that he needed to eat lunch. He would go and make a purchase. Mirabita had already started to feel a special thrill after returning from the store with his shopping. He used to worry about how the store would close, but now he was shocked that he, a level 1 villager, had to deal with all of this. Did Ash and Mao really have such a strong influence on him? He seems to be the protagonist of a fairy tale. I stopped to take a look because I didn't hear any sounds. There he saw the village chief instructing the children. The headman ordered Teller to calm down and take aim. Teller claimed that he was already exhausted and didn't understand anything. When Mirabita saw them, he was elated and shocked. According to him, it was a Seik initiation rite where the headman in Kajinawa teaches martial skills. According to the headman, he was just in time. Mirabita then approached them and demonstrated his skills. He easily hit the target. He smirked and stated that he thought one had to say something like he forbids resale to reach the target. Teller was stunned and asked how he acquired this talent. Yes, it was Mirabita, and he claimed not to understand. Mirabita expressed regret to the headman and said that he was not suitable for the position of teacher. No, he is doing fine, said the headman. Children cannot understand in words. They need to see a good example to learn something. What kind of example? Mirabita asked. Then he went back to his store. Mao and Ash looked at him curiously. Mirabita stated that he had a brilliant idea on how to get 5 stars. Thus, they will study and observe a good example in this way. For this reason, they will visit Lestade Department Store, the only 10-star establishment in the world. Mao asked, what's so sudden? As they were on their way to the capital. They will meet Jabara in the capital, Mirabita said, adding that he has already thought about the situation. Mao stated that she did not mind because she was so excited about the concept. They will be arriving soon. Kuchmager advised her to wait. The capital is the stronghold of the people. It is not something you have to accept. Mao stated that Jabara went to the capital to study to help them despite knowing the danger. He deserves their gratitude. Kuchmager said it's all right. She might be right. I disagree, Ash said. Telling them why he'd come to the village was probably pointless, a ritual. He would immediately feel sick at the sight of the capital's castle. Mao said it was okay that he stayed here. Then let him take care of the store with such kindness. Mirabita said whatever he wanted and didn't mind. They would not accept him this time. He would run an errand for him if need be. According to Mao, he had been acting strange lately. Yes, Ash thought as he considered the errand. Okay, it was time to go back to the capital to get some medicine since they had already run out. Yesterday, he also received a message from the capital by balloon. Carterico's voice was heard. He was being a jerk. He should stay and look after the store because he doesn't want to go back to the capital. Mao asked Mirabita if his good example was just a cover, but he really wanted to visit the capital. Mirabita claimed to have figured him out. Eventually, they all traveled to the capital. This city was known as the City of Wealth in the past. Money, intelligence, and people are the sources of power. This was where all the wealth of the continent was concentrated. Soon after, a castle was built and the king founded this city, which he christened the capital. The capital of the kingdom was Fortstadt. When he said goodbye, the headman promised to take care of their store. Also, Fumiger decided not to accompany them, probably due to his concern that he wouldn't encounter other monsters in the area. Mirabita stated that this was the capital city, expressing his admiration for it. Ash told him not to make so much noise and disguised himself so no one would recognize him. Mirabita apologized, saying he was just impressed. This place is full of people and big buildings. A little worried, Mao asked if anyone had built all this. Since they don't know who can see them through those windows, Mirabita should be cautious. Well, he's going to get sick, Ash said. Mirabita asked Mao if her eyes were okay. Little insisted they were fine, continuing to rub her eyes. It's not a big deal. Mirabita declared right before we left that anyone who saw her golden eyes would immediately think she was a demon. Then she would be captured. Thus, they intended to temporarily change the color of her eyes. Mao was frightened and declared that she didn't want to be frightened. It doesn't hurt, does it? Why do people bring these objects with them? It's okay, Ash said, laughing. Everyone is scared at first. Leela invented those colored eye drops. When the light changes, this magical medicine has to be buried in the eyes. The fact that she doesn't have the ability to transform is what's most important to her. Now let her relax and open her eyes. She needs to accept his help because she can't do it on her own. He was called names by a guy who also asked why he was so happy. Jabara was incredibly lucky, according to Mao. His glasses were unique. Madame asked Jabber to make these magic glasses for him. The color of his eyes changed. According to Mirabit, she looks great with brown eyes. Mao claimed that she already knew about it. Claiming that everything was fine, Hash went to his companions so that they could get back to the hotel before dark. They had to be good children and let them go for a walk. That was good, Mirabita said. Mao advised him not to throw up there and also to observe. They then went to the last aid store, according to Mirabita. However, they were stunned by the sheer size of the department store when they reached the main office. The truly huge building could hold an incredible number of visitors. There was also a clothing store and a bookstore. The place also had a food court. In short, they were delighted with this store and the huge name of different products. This department store was simply amazing, in Mirabit's opinion. It seemed to have products from all over the world. Everything is available here. He was stunned. Mao then called him over here. She announced that here are the bride's clothes, totally excited. The bride is present. Mirabita didn't understand anything and so he looked at her curiously. However, he followed her. He understood what she meant when they arrived. There, Mao noticed a wedding dress. It was the bride's, so she told him to take a look. They are absolutely stunning. Isn't that a little bride? Mirabita assumed it was called bride's wedding dresses. Although he needed to correct her immediately, Mirabita thought she was particularly happy. He even imagined her scolding him and asking why he didn't tell her earlier. Since she was so happy now, he decided not to do it anyway and reasoned that there was no reason to annoy her. According to Mao, she had promised Jabara as a child that she would marry. This surprised Mirabit even more. After examining the prices, she wondered why the bride's clothes were so expensive. They should get 3 stars and make a lot of money immediately. They will definitely do that, Mirabita said. As a result, Mirabita didn't tell Guy about Mao's new dream of buying a bride. The bell rang. The girl announced that they would be selling a new product today. Hero shoes, limited edition. Have everyone line up, only 1 pair per hand. There are not many products of all sizes left, so they must act fast. Mirabita was overjoyed. He seemed interested in buying, Mao said, glancing at him. That's what he wants, Mirabita stated. He informed her that they were in the capital. But Mao interrupted him, telling her to go check the floor and then they would meet outside a store with clothes for brides. Mirabita declared that everything was fine and was delighted. He was late after all, said the man behind him. He doesn't like people who don't value time because of that. Mirabita thought the man had a pleasant odor. He's from the capital, all right. The man who saw him asked him if he was a provincial. For a kid from the city, he somehow lacks style. And no one here is dressed in Kajanave. Blushing heavily, Mirabita asked himself, is he really so conspicuous? He came here for a limited number of goods, right? That's what the man asked him. No, it's not what I thought, said Mirabita. He had come here to explore the store. The man claimed that he was incredibly lucky. I also asked him to stand here and have a little chat. Mirabita tensed up, thinking that he had no idea what to talk about with a complete stranger, as he was only capable of serving customers. According to the man, he collects all the groceries a hero might need. He has some connections, by the way. However, he cannot be considered a true fan of the hero. He also can't afford it. True hero fans, after all, don't cheat and go through every ordeal together. Because of this, he always waits in line. Mirabita wondered about his talkativeness. If he knew the hero, he would probably be shocked. Then the man picked it up and sniffed it. What did he say? He asked. I take it he came here to study. What a pity. The girl then stated that all the sizes were sold out. Since they are shocked that all the shoes ran out so quickly, they apologize. Notices will be posted on the board outside the store as soon as the new sale date is known. A man who had just spoken to Mirabita noticed another man taking a box out of the store. That robber laughed as he left the store. That was so easy, he said. He took out up to 8 boxes. The thief claimed he was able to separate them using this disguise. Now we have to sell everything. The same man then appeared behind him and claimed to have insulted every fan. It is illegal to resell them. He needs to get back in his groove and return everything. I take it he likes to resell. He will then present this to the association. After returning these boxes to his friend, the thief fled. He was yelled at by this guy who said that although the resale was illegal, justice was reserved for idiots. Then Mirabita intervened with his ditty. The point is not that it was illegal, he said, grabbing the man. The goal is to ensure that loyal customers are happy with their purchases by following the rules. To keep everyone, even those who didn't buy anything, happy. He didn't want to punch him in the face, so you apologized to him. Then those robbers said they were sorry and left. The man asked him if he was from the store too. Surprised, Mirabita questioned his decision. According to the man, it was because he exuded the odor of medicinal herbs, hamafusegi and a few others. It seems that many of his customers experience sensitivity to cold and shoulder pain. And here it is, by the way. The man handed him a box, explaining that it was a token of appreciation from the store for helping him fight overbooking. Would he accept it? Mirabita declined, saying he would put it off until the next selling season. He believes he needs it more. He then decided he would return to the village before then. Perhaps they will cross paths in line again, the man said, laughing. After all, more often than not, he can be found just for that tedious task. His friends know him as Ahai. They can skip the formalities and just call him that. Mirabita introduced himself and was beyond excited. And I believed it was a friend. He has a friend in the capital now. With a smile, Ahai advised him to answer normally and not to be shy. Apologizing, Mirabita checked the time. An hour had passed, he said. They then said goodbye and Ahai went to the meeting. In the capital at that moment there was an advertisement for a new cosmetic. Now they could become as beautiful as fairies, claimed the girl who advertised it. The girls and women who passed by were delighted. It was the new magic cosmetics, according to the girl with short hair. Mrs. Leela, another girl, said. She really is adorable. Leela was advertising Princess Time, a brand new powder. They will always be treated like princesses thanks to magic fairy dust. At this point, Leela was at a photo shoot. The photographer asked her to look into the camera. Fantastic. They will surely win the prize for best calendar of the year. Leela said they can go thank everyone. She will take down all the jewelry herself. Just let them take down the movie. Everyone was stunned and asked if they would really just take pictures. According to another, she uses magic for everything. However, they are employees, right? A woman and a man were filling out some paperwork when they turned to look at Leela. With a smile, Leela asked if they wanted to take another picture of her. What was the reason she wanted to stay the night with them? Tell them your secret. What kind of vulgarity is that? Someone then yelled at her from behind. What are you really picking on? Leela asked, turning around. Leela immediately rushed over to the girl. Charite claimed to have bought her photo journal when she was at the bookstore. Is she going to autograph it? I'd give it to her if she did, Leela said. Did she really wear those clothes to the store? Is she real? A man asked. The white-haired holy maiden, rear guard of the hero who defeated the demon king. Charite and Leela, the awesome enchantress. They absolutely adore them. How happy they are to collaborate with her. Charite informed her friend that she was in the top 5 in sales, as expected. Of course I was in first place, Leela said. You were? Charite said. Besides, Mr. Arthur's magazine should have been in second place. This made Leela very angry at that moment. The camera exploded as a result of her outburst. All the staff members immediately rushed to that camera. Did they at least get the tape out? Someone asked. Leela shouldn't be upset, Sharite advised. Leela said she didn't want to lose her hero and apologized for making them take her picture. Next week the pictures will be taken. This time she will look even more stunning and the pictures will be even more colorful. The girls then traveled to the hero's house. Eventually, they arrived at the park's gazebo. Leela asked her friend what she wanted to say, as the hero's journal was now lying on the table. It's true, Charite said. Mimi, Mr. Carterico's, and she weren't even that cool to be photographed. How is Mr. Ash doing? According to Leela, he seems to have taken a job at a hardware store. Last week she received an indecipherable balloon message. He asked her to apply for certification for his store. According to Charite, the king would be furious if he acted in such a willful manner. He had run out of medicine long ago, which worried her. Wouldn't it be better if she brought them to him? According to Leela, she couldn't. What would happen if the king found out about the hero's escape? Because of the king's fixation on the hero, they aren't sure what will happen. Ash had a hard time leaving the castle a year ago when there was strict supervision. It's okay. Ash will call for help if he really needs it. She's sure he leads a comfortable life and feels confident and safe. And the beautiful sorceress Lita would already be occupying people's hearts when he returned. According to Charite, she wasn't doing so well. What does she know? Leela asked. And they both felt someone's presence. I think they have a rat, Leela informed her friend. According to Charite, she didn't think so. The girls then lost control and ran into the house. Who broke into the hero's room? Leela asked. Does he really believe he'll dodge 2 magic wands? Then they spotted Ash. Where's the medicine? He asked Charite. He had changed in his room after the girls had escorted him there trying to figure out how he got here. Leela expressed surprise that he had no fresh wounds. In addition, his thinking had improved. Where were Cartericos and Mimi? Ash inquired. Mimi is playing as an understudy today, according to Charite. Mr. Cartericos is also out for a walk. I take it he's already asked what he's missing. Charite claimed that since working as an understudy took up a lot of his time, it seems that the girl he was living with had left him. Being the same sex as him, he had more shifts. Ash remembered that he was going to be killed, according to the message he received on the magic ball. Ash thought he now understood the purpose of the message. Leela grabbed him by the collar and asked why he had returned so suddenly. He had to warn them of his impending return. How much effort did he think they should make to conceal it? What should they do if the king found out? He would have to think about this seriously. Ash told her to shut up and called her an ugly sorceress. To be her most beautiful, she puts on makeup, a popular symbol of beauty for people of all ages and genders. Leela is a beautiful, vivacious woman. He has a poor and mysterious image in contrast. He wasn't so mysterious, Ash said. They were so happy, Charite said, laughing. She sees them in such a positive frame of mind again, similar to when they were on the road. They make a lot of noise. According to Ash, he is going with his principal because he wants to visit the capital. He made the decision to stop by to get his medicine because he didn't want to stay. Ask him what he was doing in the yard while you fumble around. That's right. Was he the one who got a lot of letters from him? That's right. This store was where he started his journey. Yes, Ash replied. And it was almost closed. A tiny store in a huge village. Let them remember that he was now rebuilding because of it. Charite said she wanted to greet him since he had gone to the capital. Better next time since I had already assumed they had come to study. Besides, she doesn't need to be introduced to the queen. Good, then she won't detain them. She'll take his place when he's not around because Cartericos is already tired of being his double. And for the first time in a long time, let Charite get some sleep. She figures nothing will happen very soon, allowing him to recover safely. She has gotten even much nastier over the past, Goss said Ash, stopping the girl while looking very carefully into her beautiful and familiar eyes. Does she want to use makeup to hide the bags under her eyes? Is that awful, or is there nothing her makeup can do about it? Magic makeup is perfect, Leela said. Is there something wrong with her? You can already buy that toner. She praised her beauty while looking in the mirror. He doesn't want to stay in the damn capital anymore, Ash stated. Although I've already researched the capital, I reason that perhaps Mrs. Leela has been working too much lately. Mrs. Charite spends her days at church and at the hospital. And every day, Mr. Arthur. He's worried he might be tired. Darling, he said, it's a train. The cost will be beyond his means. He will help them. His teammates, who are almost dying of exhaustion. What are you saying? Leela asked. She grabbed him and warned him against it. Had he forgotten how he was killed mentally and physically every day? So that he could appear in public, she and Charite used magic to keep him well. The king ordered all this and he trusted all his friends and obeyed. They made him suffer. There was no other option to act. She wouldn't let him help them because of this. At least he wouldn't have to be a hero this time. Ash poked her nose with 2 fingers. This angered the girl enough and she blushed dramatically. "My nose is a national treasure," Leela shouted. According to Ash, it wasn't exciting. "What's the excitement?" Cherite asked. "Does he have any particular fetishes?" The thought of what he was doing in Seho was disturbing. "When was she in charge here?" Ash asked her. "She's one of his team members. He's the only leader who can give orders. That's the way it's always been. Hasn't she forgotten the basics, having spent most of her time with him? He had to throw up many times to get here. Now he's gonna take his courage out on this asshole. And it would give him incredible pleasure. He went on the most difficult quest possible and he's ready to fulfill it despite all the problems with his health and his emotional state." Then he approached the king. "What business did he have with him?" the king asked, since everyone had left as he wanted them to. "Let him bring up the subject of their transaction," Arthur advised. The king called him a fool and ordered him to be called King Prod. "What else is a prod?" Ash asked. According to the king, the chancellor had informed him that young men in their era called producers prod. Was he wrong? And gave orders for the chancellor's head to be cut off immediately. According to Ash, there was no reason to kill him. He wants to resume the discussion. The king asked him to apologize for using doppelgangers. He knows his friends helped him get out, and his eyes are watching the entire capital. He knew about it from the beginning. Showing him his artifact, he removed his crown. The king stated that he had discovered his whereabouts. In the village of Seho, he was helping the director of the decaying Sudachi store. Ash asked if he also knew of Mao. According to the king, the previous director had passed away while delivering medicine for the Great War. He was late to the battlefield and died in a landslide. Death would have bypassed him if the war had ended earlier. Given his guilt, how can he work for the deceased's family? According to Ash, he'd never heard of this before and maybe it could make things right, maybe not. King wondered why he had let him walk free for a year if he really hadn't given up on the issue. He regretted that he had used it too much, which was why he had escaped. Leela's transformation and sorceress magic had fooled even their citizens. He should be grateful for his kindness for turning a blind eye for an entire year. What did he want then? He should finally give the hero a break, Ash advised him. It had been 11 years since he had defeated the Demon King. He had remained loyal to him all that time and offered the citizens of the kingdom all his power. Now we can categorically state that the hero is no longer needed. The people have already crossed the threshold of a new age, and the idols that promote safety and peace are becoming obsolete and are of no use to anyone at all at this point. He begs him to let the hero retire. He wants the man to allow him to move on, realizing that his incalculable use has destroyed him. He insists on improving the workplace so they can fulfill their duties in an emergency, but he doesn't discuss giving up the hero's job. He needs an indefinite vacation. The king has stated that he will not allow that. He is being too presumptuous. He will choose when to wake up and when to go to bed. Has he forgotten? He was the one who came to him with the proposal. He then assured him that until true peace came, he would live the rest of his days in obedience to the king. That was the agreement. The king started swearing at him, saying that he seemed to have forgotten who gave him the platinum armor, erased his past, and put a halo on his head. Trash, like he wouldn't have gotten it without him. He should compensate him with redemption, not benefits. Unfortunately, he still has a place he's attached to, even though he was hoping to return to the castle. Ash got angry and told him to stop. How could he continue? This is the commoner's neighborhood, Ash's secret location. Now there were Mao and Narabito. After all the shopping, they had finally made it home, and Mao was now putting on her new outfit. "Does it fit you?" she asked. Narabito said it suited her very well and that he was glad to be forgiven for being late for the meeting. According to Mao, it was natural. According to Narabito, Ash never returned. Mao asked permission to talk to his former comrades. Someone knocked on the door since they were in the way. Narabito immediately stood up and said he could come back. Mao interrupted him when he was ready to open the door and asked if he really believed he would knock on his own door. "Someone powerful is standing outside the door." "Who is it?" It was Ash's messenger. They were informed outside the door. She was there when they opened the doors. The girl apologized for the late visit and gave her name. "I have a letter for them," she said. She handed Narabito the letter. The man was stunned. According to Mao, Yale 500 was lying separately, and it was money for a trip for two. "But what does that mean?" Narabito asked. "This letter said that Ash was leaving." "Where is Mr. Ash?" Narabito asked the girl. After all, he wasn't going anywhere, much less doing it so unannounced and suddenly. The manga continues with Narabito with worry in his eyes trembling, tugging Charite's mantle, asking where Arthur has disappeared to. All he got in response was silence. The boy in a pitiful voice kept asking the woman what happened, why Mr. Ash quit so suddenly. She would not give him an answer, but only told him to pack up and leave. He was perplexed. Quite nearby stood a low Mao girl with pretty bows. She was scrutinizing the coin in her hand. Suddenly she froze. Out of nowhere, a terrifying silhouette flew out at the girl. A masked man. On his hands were the most powerful tekagi. The little girl fell under the ground from fear. In flight, the terrifying man pronounced that his target had been found. The boy and woman panicked and wondered who this unknown man was. Murabito immediately rushed to cover the defenseless girl. At this point, the unknown man was already very close. He swung to strike, but he was stopped by the protective sphere protecting the guy and the girl. The unknown man was puzzled for a second, and then he realized that the sphere had come from the hands of the snow-white saintly maiden, Charite. Raising her cross, she protected her men. The maiden Charite rushed to the defense. The boy and the little girl, she spoke confidently of the fact that no one had such power to break through her shield. Suddenly, Mao gave a colossal blow to the attacker, breaking the shield of the Charite maiden. She threw the villain away like a rag. The boy and the maiden were simply dumbfounded by what had happened. There was no face on them. The little girl grudgingly asked how the bastard knew our lair was here. The masked man was lurching while lying on the ground. Mao said very angrily about how she would not stand by while they were about to be killed. She was aggressive. Maiden Charite was horrified at the power the little girl possessed. Charite realized that the little girl intends to kill him, so to prevent his death she decides to lullaby the angel to protect him. Formidable Mao does not agree with the maiden. She is sure that he has no place on earth. The boy on his knees began to beg the girl to calm down. The maiden Charite pulled the clothes of the man lying on the ground, saying that it is not easy to get rid of him. She told the boys that this assassin had been sent by King Panorgus himself to take out anyone who knew the true identity of the hero Arthur. She frightened them by telling them that the king himself wishes to take their souls. The boy and the little girl cried out in one voice in terror. An hour earlier in the castle, into it silently returned Mr. Ash in his cloak. The king was talking to the maiden Charite and Leela in the black hat. He was asking if they were tired of their doppelganger status. He cursed someone with despair. The person he was talking about knew everything about him. He noticed that he had a magical artifact in his head. With even more sadness, he told about that person wanting to destroy Seiho. Leela yelled at him, condemning him for wanting to surrender. However, the Charite maiden explained to them that he had no intention of destroying Seiho, but only wanted to develop it for his own purposes. Leela was puzzled. She went on to say that he would change the name and now their Sudachi would be swallowed up by Lastid. But Charite wondered about the comfort of the villagers. Would they be better off? Arthur grinned at her haughtily. He pointed out that she was praying for the welfare of the masses, but she was talking such nonsense. Ash decided to go against all odds and with gusto said that he was choosing the future in which the Sudachi would exist. Charite, Murabito, and Mao told the maiden. The action takes place at the Fire Cat Inn and Tavern. The maiden, head down, told the boys that Mr. Ash, for the sake of protecting the village and Sudachi, has decided to return to the castle, but has sworn never to obey the king again. She is genuinely afraid that the king has broken his promise and will not allow the boys to return to the village, as they have knowledge of the hero's true nature. Charite explained that she had been instructed to take the letter of dismissal, take Murabito and Mao and leave the village as soon as possible. And it pained her to tell everyone. If you guys had communicated with Mr. Ash but knew nothing about him, you would have been safe, she said desperately. The boy shouted indignantly that he didn't want to be executed just because he knew a lot about him. He turned madly pale with fear. The maiden, exhaling, replied that there is no such thing in the law, and never has been. It is happening for the first time. We were astonished when Arthur revealed his secret identity to the common people in the store, and after all, he had suffered for 10 years because of Arthur's identity, who was so diligent in protecting the dreams of the people. Therefore, none of us could guess what could happen if Ash revealed his identity, much less revealed the deeds of the king. The maiden anxiously rubbed her shaking hands from time to time and continued speaking. When I was assigned to accompany you, I was distraught, wondering if we were making a mistake. After all, sending an assassin after ordinary civilians was too much. Suddenly, the maiden threw herself on her knees at Murabito's feet. She tearfully begged Sudachi's forgiveness, begged to be scolded severely, at least beaten, at least stepped on. The boy stood confusedly before her. The dumbfounded Murabito immediately asked her to stand up. He treated her with respect, but she was still kneeling in front of him with guilt. The guy kindly said the only thing that pleased him was at least the fact that Mr. Ash had written all this without hating Sudachi. Now, with a disgruntled look, sitting on the windowsill, noted that they didn't have a simple store. They had turned the hero back into Ash. Ash came in flashbacks, talking about the store as a small store in a mega village. Chairite's maiden was still sitting on her knees, folding her hands in despair. Murabito also kneeled down to be on the same level with her. Chairite painfully went on about her own. Now, who was in the room, grumbled at her. The girl was in tears as she remembered how warmly Ash and Leela had welcomed her. She shakily thanked Mao and Murabito on behalf of her friends for bringing a smile back to his face. The boy bowed to the maiden and said he was glad to help. Murabito thanked Chairite for reading his letter. He said he was madly wishing Mr. Ash would come to the village. Embarrassed, blushing slightly, he added that he was honored to see her, the holy maiden Chairite. Chairite was insanely grateful to meet them. Mao grudgingly muttered that she was not very happy that they were friends now. The day was drawing to a close. The maiden decided to notice Murabito wearing a sheet. She asked what it was for. Mao and the guy got very scared and paid their tongues. That's when it dawned on Chairite that they were hiding a wound. Those immediately started gibbering that she had misunderstood everything, that the sheet was needed for prayer. The woman believed their words, ashamed of her question, and Murabito realized that the Chairite maiden was insanely gullible. She brought the boys to the pub to hide from the king. Because they had not had time to leave the city, she decided that in a crowded place it would be harder to find them. She was doing it for the safety of the boys. She suggested the boys get some rest. Murabito was worried about Chairite. He asked if it was safe for her to be with them. She replied that the king probably already knew about her betrayal, so she had absolutely nothing to lose. Many will be disappointed, she said, but I will do what my heart tells me to do. You know, she continued, they call me a Snow White saint, but really it's just to make me fit in with the heroes team. Really I'm just an ordinary woman. Except I use magic better than the others. Murabito was embarrassed that she opened up to them like that. So instead of Mr. Isha, I will protect Sudachi and Seiho until everyone is safe. Chairite exclaimed proudly. The boys were shocked at her words. She enthusiastically finished her speech and sent them to bed. Standing with his back to the girl, Murabito said slightly angrily against her wishes. Sudachi is only me, Mao and Mr. Ash. We do not need extra, said the guy menacingly. Remembering the good times where the three of them had a good time, he decided that they wouldn't leave without him. Becoming furious, he shouted loudly that he didn't want to leave Mr. Ash, who was dear to him. He indignantly started shouting that no one was going anywhere, that they were obliged to go to the castle, to come to the king with a petition to give leave to Mr. Ash. Chairite was frightened by his behavior. Now, lowering her eyes to the ground floor, noticed the huge trouble. The king's messengers burst into the pub. They ruffled and started shouting to all the visitors that a vicious criminal was among them. The girl, observing this, grudgingly mumbled that there appeared to be no safety here. The worried maiden Chairite furrowed her brow, worried that the king was up to something. Time was short. They ran to escape through the back door. Chairite literally ran down the street. Murabito and Mao could barely keep up with her. Suddenly, a sharp dagger sliced through the air near the boy's head. As they looked up to the night sky, they saw a black, ominous silhouette on the roof of a building. He mockingly asked if they had time to cast defense magic. He was confident in his powers, saying they were already rats in his trap. Mao takes him at his ease with her calmness. She reveals his cards. He with his words merely tries to disrupt their concentration. Murabito was shaking with fear, while Chairite tried to remain calm and respectful. Just as suddenly, the masked villain became invisible. From the abyss of a nook shrouded in impenetrable darkness where absolutely nothing could be seen, a muffled stomping and a mysterious voice could be heard, in which one could hear the pleasure of being watched. The villain, who sat on the rooftop like a wild predator, continued his dark, chilling game. His words as well as his gaze sought at the victims. He craved their deaths. The Chairite maiden was horrified to see that the assassin had the ability of invisibility. This was something she had not expected at all. Standing behind her back, Murabito was so frightened that he began to hint at retreating. The villain under invisibility asks them with excitement if they can resist their attacks. Chairite is very tense. She gagged Murabito to keep him from distracting her with his muttering. Her mind is full of thoughts. She realized that someday the magic will run out, using only defense. It's not clear yet how many enemies there are. It's worth to be ready for counterattacks and make no mistake. She asked the guy not to move a step away from her. He's insanely scared. Mao is incredibly angry about everything that is happening around her. All this prevents her from living like before, going shopping, eating good food. She is madly angry. She has thoughts of burning all those guilty of her problems. She has incredible power in her hands. Her arms tensed madly. Then she thought about the fact that she couldn't leave her traces here. If she used her magic, Chairite might reveal it. She is familiar with the king's power after all. The assassin in a confident voice began to tell her that they are of those who walk in the shadows of spilled blood, the most bloodthirsty unit in the kingdom. They wish to fight those who walk in the light of day. The assassin suggests a quick start. He wishes to know from them what they will choose, victory or death. Chairite, Mao and Murabito stood with their backs to each other, ready for any challenge in today's battle. Out of nowhere screams were heard. It turned out to be the screams of the assistants from the assassin squad. Their screams were frightening. No one knew the reason. They were talking about some kind of ghost. One of the aides ran out of the darkness saying that there was something incredibly horrible out there. A mysterious voice from the darkness mentioned to them the words of their teacher. He told them to be careful in the hours of the night, for there were dangerous people out there. The invisible assassin jumped down from the roof and landed perfectly in front of the darkness. He wanted to know who the owner of this voice was. At that moment, Chairite caught a chance to escape and told Murabito and Mao to leave. Suddenly, tongues of darkness struck the assassin from the darkness. He was not prepared for such a turn. He was thrown to the ground, his mask falling beside him, foam coming from his mouth. Chairite ordered the boy and the girl to stand behind her. Out of the darkness came a voice again. He reminded the man lying on the ground to be careful in the dark corners. Gradually out of the darkness came the silhouette to whom the speaking voice belonged. He said that even remembering to be careful, he still always gets lost. He is a lost child. Out of the darkness came Jabara, a broad-shouldered guy wearing a shirt with teeth as sharp as knives. He chuckled at the assassin and remarked that his wandering had helped people, and now he was eager to be shown the way in return. As soon as Mao saw him, her eyes sparkled brighter than the stars. She was glad to see him. Chairite didn't know this guy. Jabara, recognizing Mao, asked who was next to her. The action of our chapter starts at the main office of the Magic Equipment Association. Murabito was very vividly telling Jabara about everything and about Mr. Ash becoming a hero again. Jabara, chewing his food, realized that the king wanted to kill his relatives too, for they too knew the true identity of the hero. Mao put her hands to her cheeks and interestedly told him that he had helped them immensely at that moment. She didn't deny the fact that they were strong opponents for her. The Chairite maiden was actively nibbling on her noodles, even letting a tear escape from such deliciousness. She asked about Jabbar, if he is an old acquaintance to the guy with Mao. She added that they were not only lucky to have a good night's lodging but also a delicious dinner. She was very grateful to Jabbar. He was unhappy about Chairite's presence. He is very adamant about her being a friend of the hero, but he decided that he would probably let her stay. She thanked him again for his hospitality, and inside herself was embarrassed that he was looking at her so meanly. Jabara asked Evolutionary if it was right that they were executing everyone who knew the hero, including him. He had heard all the conversations but had not participated in them. The man replied that it was so. They were doomed to die. Then the broad-shouldered guy said that now the elder is in the same boat with them. The latter's eyes widened in surprise, and he shouted that he didn't want such jokes. Meanwhile, in the castle, the king was drinking tea for a languid headache from a thin porcelain mug. He put his hand to his heavy head to soothe the pain. Abruptly, Arthur burst into his chambers, completely unclothed, straight from the shower. He rudely called out to the king and very insistently began to ask what he had done to Sudachi. The king was surprised at his appearance. He excitedly replied that he had misunderstood everything and asked him to wrap himself in a towel as soon as possible. Who told you that in the first place? The king questioned, putting on his heavy crown. He started talking about how Arthur's attractiveness made people lose trust to get money. He decided to ask him a counter question. He wanted to know from him if he was sure that Sudachi's employees were level 1. Arthur embarrassedly remained silent. Suddenly shouts were heard from the corridor. Someone was begging to turn on the light. It was very dark. He saw ghosts. The king told Arthur that in the last battle someone had attacked him, and after that he had become paranoid. He told him that it was one of the members of the Shadow of Spilled Blood. The king still doesn't know the details of that battle. He speculates that maybe because of the world their blades interceded. But this isn't a simple gear store after all. The king returned to the topic of conversation again and very intimidatingly asked who the Sudachi were. In his large pupil was the reflection of the night sky. He told Arthur that there was no point in lying to him, for with his own eye he would see all the lies. The king saw that someone had sent the maiden Chairite to Murabito, and Mao also saw how Mao had single-handedly slew one of the troopers with a shadow of spilled blood. Fixing his graceful mask on his face, Arthur cryptically said he would not divulge personal information, asked the old man not to worry, and added that their store was good. He intimidatingly started leaning towards the king. His hand gripped the kingpin of the bed with colossal force, to the point where it started to crack. He threatened him that if he interfered again, he would easily replace his place on the throne. The old man, relaxing his many years of wrinkles, exhaled, and closing his eyes, said that he didn't intend to kill anyone at all. If he had wanted to kill them, he would have done it long ago, the king said. The conversation was interrupted by a shadow who asked for a work permit, and when he received it from the king, he cheered loudly and strangely. Arthur looked at him unhappily, judging him to be so happy as if he had gotten a job for the first time in a long time. Arthur asked what he needed to grab and close them for. He chuckled a little and answered the question with a question. "Wouldn't you be glad to have Sudachi around?" he said. The king had to go. He asked Arthur to dress quickly, because tonight they would have a dinner party. A servant helped the old man to stand up, and Arthur stood silently without answering the king. At last the old man turned his outstretched head and soul-searing eyes, reminding him that this dinner was the hero's first job since his return. Sitting at the dinner table in perfect solitude, the king tormented his subjects with questions about where the hero was, why he hadn't been dressed yet. The second boss of the store, a dark-haired guy with a handsome build, Undead, said with a smile that he was willing to wait forever for Mr. Hero. Arthur entered the hall dressed up and wearing his mask. He had no idea who the dark-haired guy was. It was as if he knew every detail about him, though. He greeted the hero with words about how he hadn't been heard from in a while. Holding out his hand to Arthur, Undead introduced himself to him. He said he was thrilled to be invited to the dinner party. He asked obsessively if he liked the wonderful perfume he thought he was wearing. Arthur remained silent. Undead also added with rounded eyes that he felt that tonight would be a special evening and suggested that we should move on to the beginning of negotiations. His words were confusing. Meanwhile, Evolution, digging through a lot of information, pouring through the archives, still found the information he needed about the king's magical artifact, which he called the Eye. He said that this high-class magical artifact gives the ability to observe the movement of absolutely any person in a certain radius, and it is attached directly to the head. Putting it on a person makes the strongest load on the brain. Thus, after a couple of uses, it leads to serious health problems. Such artifacts are forbidden for sale and are kept under control in the association. He found interesting information that such an artifact had previously been in the possession of Undead. The Maiden of Cherite suggested that his reverend was probably a regular customer there. Suddenly the evolutionary snapped out of it and began to complain, almost sobbing, and reasoned that because such an influential person had the artifact, he couldn't do anything about it, because now even his purchase history was unknown to him. Cherite tensed up at his outburst of emotion and realized that he just had stress built up in him. Mirabido asked if they could be here if the king could see everything. Evolution calmed them down by saying that permanently turning on the artifact was impossible and he only saw them at the place they escaped from. Suddenly Evolutionary in a rage started throwing books at everyone. He was stressed that he was being dragged into trouble. He yelled that he didn't want to know anything about the hero and chased them out of his office. Holding the book caught in his hands, Jabara tried to shout to him. He reminded him that they had one thing in common to help the stores. They were his relatives after all. The evolutionist, still also furious, replied that he understood that. The older man held a shabby book up to Jabbar's nose. It was the diary of the Demon King. He said that deciphering this diary was more important to him than the situation at hand. He was indignant because he thought he was a master of the demonic language, but he hadn't been able to decipher a single symbol, which made him angry as a hungry predator. Jabara told him in a raised voice that there was nothing to be done about it, because those hieroglyphs are really written in such a way that no one can make out what is written. Mao in the room tensed. She was afraid of being exposed. She was trembling like a maple leaf. The evolutionist angrily repeated that he didn't want to know anything more and said goodbye to them. When everyone had almost left the room, the elder was very angry that the old hag was on a business trip at this very moment. He furrowed his brow and made a disgruntled grimace. The Maiden of Cherite called out to Evolution and apologized for disturbing him. She told him that they would leave before dawn. She was sad that she could repay him for taking them in, but since she was on the run, she had nothing at all. She shouted after him that they would not forget his courage and kindness, but without saying anything he hurried away to another room. Cherite and Mao were drinking hot tea on the sofa when suddenly Evolution flew up to them and carefully offered to give them a blanket to make them more comfortable. Cherite was surprised at his willingness to help them. Jabara, who was nearby, was taken aback by his concern. With a wink of his eye, the elder said he could give thanks later. Jabara could not believe his eyes and ears. Evolution's behavior surprised him. He continued to shower Sharite with care and attention. He even offered to get them tickets for the first flight. But the older man clarified where they were going and warned that he would buy the tickets with his own money, so he would be happy to be thanked personally, not by the association. Sharite melted at his kindness and thanked him tearfully. Suddenly, in a quiet voice, Murabito turned to the maiden and apologized to her. He had decided to stay in the capital after all. In his eyes, one could see the anxiety he was feeling within himself. As suddenly, after his words, evolution swooped down on him with the same aggression that had been shown to him not long ago. He began shouting about how Murabito was annoying him with his behavior. Hearing the guy's words, Sharite was upset and wanted to know the reason for his choice. Murabito, who was having a hard time speaking because evolution grabbed him by the neck, yelled that they had no guarantee that the king would leave them alone if they returned. He continued to shout his truth. He speculated that the king might send his assassins to the village. It would bring danger to the village, and in the end, if he returned, he would break his promise to Mr. Ashu. He said in a desperate, trembling voice that he did not want to leave him alone against such a fearsome king. Sharite responded to his words, clutching her whole body, by saying that she would protect everyone and asked Murabito to take Mr. Asha's own feelings into consideration. The same bravely shouted that no matter how difficult it was, they would get through. Sharite had no words. She was simply bewildered by what was happening. At the dinner party, conversations were going on in a peaceful atmosphere. The king was telling that Mr. Ash is not fully recovered yet, so he decided to take up the role of a hero and protect Sudachi. Lowering the volume of his voice, he added that Mr. Ash is enduring a lot of hardships, so the right option would be to go after him. Tears ran down Murabito's cheeks. He wanted to go back with him at all costs, even if Ash reprimanded him for it. Jabara relaxed Evolution's grip with his own strength, helping Murabito to breathe again. He immediately collapsed to his knees, begging Sharite to take him back to the castle. The evolutionist resented the ambition in Murabito. He doubted he could do anything. The boy demanded an audience with the king. He wished for a rest for Asha and for him to leave Sudachi alone. The elder said that it was all useless, for the hero's influence on the country was enormous and the opinion of some inhabitant would not change anything. Insulted the fellow that the hero did not really consider him his friend. Even gave his condolences to Sharita that she should accompany the bad fellow. Hearing this, Jabara punished Evolution for his words, for no one dares to insult his brother. Sharite was tormented by a great train of thought. She did not know what she should do. She understood that she had always followed Mr. Asha's words, that her words were atonement. Sharite understood that she was not as much loyal to Mr. Asha as Sudachi was. Now turned around and looked with her round eyes at the woman. Clutching her head, she exclaimed that she wished to protect Sudachi at all costs, and after all she was Mr. Asha's friend. She urged them to pack up, go to the castle and get the Lord. She would join them and be at one with them. Everyone but Evolution was surprised and pleased that she had made such a decision. Jabara realized that they wouldn't be able to get into the castle that easily, so with a sly toothy grin he offered to sneak in ostensibly for work. They began to discuss their options. Jabara revealed that Lestayat had contracted for the castle's events. Sharite explained the nature of the future event. It would be a festival celebrating the election of the Holy Sword Hero and his arrival in the capital. This festival is held every year. The king said he would hold a special party. Jabara discovered that they were now hiring movers and food service workers there for temporary positions. It dawned on him that if everyone got a job there, they would easily be in the castle. There was no way the king would figure them out. Mao was pleased that Jabara was suggesting a good idea. But the only thing was that they got the information out of confidential materials, which made the evolutionary furious and ready to tear them apart. The enraged elder drew his weapon and threatened that if their plan failed, he would immediately turn them over to the king. Suddenly, from behind him he heard Mao's voice, who started reading the king's demonic diary, which he could not decipher. He was stunned by this. Mao made him a deal. She would decipher the entire diary for him and he would cooperate with them in return. Inside herself, she decided that the hero would be indebted to her for this. Murabito excitedly shouted that it was time to begin his mission to rescue Mr. Ash. With burning eyes, he wished everyone good luck. His frisky demeanor made the coiled sheet roll off him, and everyone was dumbfounded to see his face. At the dinner party, when the hero finished his meal, he was handed a booklet with the concept of the event. He read it, and with a drop of sweat, asked if it was a joke. Sitting across from him was Lestayat. He said that he had been honored with a request from the king himself to have a hero coming event this year. The king approached the hero from behind and placed his heavy hands on his shoulders. The hero felt a burning inside him from anger, but he realized that he would endure any hardship from the king for Sudachi's sake. The king above Arthur's ear asked in a vile voice if he was happy about what awaited him. Anxiety reeked from Arthur. He replied with firmness in his voice to stop annoying him. Holding the trembling Arthur by the shoulders, the king said imperiously that this was a hero's engagement event. The chapter ended with Arthur and an unknown girl in a beautiful dress holding a sword over a cake. Well, the continuation follows. There was a war going on between humans and demons. The people of the kingdom were waiting for the demon king to attack. On this day, the kingdom was threatened. A dragon appeared out of nowhere, killing soldiers and destroying everything in its path. Yet the sacred sword Excalibur did not even flinch. The people were desperate and in need of a savior. Suddenly, the sacred sword howled into the sky and illuminated everything around with its radiance. The sword reached the hand of a young man who chopped off the dragon's head with a single blow. The people began to idolize the rescuer, believing that he had been sent by the heavens themselves. The sacred sword, which until then had been in its scabbard, chose its own hero. And so came the feast of the coming of the hero Arthur. On this holiday, people decorated streets, buildings, organized fairs, celebrating victory and eternal peace, not dividing into aristocracy and commoners. This year, Fortnite Castle was to be open to the public as one of the venues for the event. Entry to the castle was by ticket. At the castle, servants were preparing for the event to welcome visitors. But there was a shortage of staff and Lastade was looking for new employees. The chief worker present began the interview with participant number 41 from the 6th group. The young man introduced himself as Murabito, who was 18 years old. He was originally from the village of Seiho. The interviewers wanted to know who the young man was and why he had chosen their company. The young man only wanted to learn the workings of the best gear store in the kingdom through experience. The employers conferred among themselves and their opinions were divided. In the end, the young man was accepted, but the chief among the employers thought that the young man would not succeed. The boy was happy with this outcome. Murabito returned to Evolution's house and told him that he had been assigned to a special party. Evolution got angry at the young man for being honest about himself and hit the guy. It was the 3rd day after the creation of the team. But it turned out that Murabito wrote down his real data. The heroes were visiting Evolutionian. Mr. Evolution was angry at the young man for wanting to make a deal with his executioner. He was also concerned about Lastide's cooperation with the king. Murabito turned out to be a pretty honest man, and didn't want to tarnish his honor, even if he had to use Lastide to meet with Mr. Ash. But Evolution thought the kid was an idiot, and Murabito's brother tried to cover for him. Mr. Evolution looked angrily interested in the young man's position. The young man was assigned as an attendant in the main hall of the castle at a special party. Mr. Evolution was surprised. He knew that there was a lot of competition and that it was very difficult to break through there. It was time to practice, and the young man couldn't believe his eyes. After all, it turned out to be quite difficult. But Murabito was not confused. He performed all tasks at the highest level. The employer gave difficult tasks, but the young man coped to the glory. He was friendly with visitors, set the table well, served unpleasant guests, coped with cleaning quickly, could describe dishes. At the end of the internship, Murabito received 100 points, which surprised his employer. It turned out that he had a lot of experience in similar situations. Evolution was also surprised. Murabito's team had passed all the tests, and they already had the ability to enter the castle. Mrs. Cherite thought that the king was out of the loop because it was not beneficial for him to tell someone that he wanted to kill someone who knew the identity of the hero. Cherite rejoiced at the news that Murabito could now safely enter the castle. But Evolution didn't want to get involved in their affairs and said he didn't care. Murabito wanted to ask Cherite for the meeting place. He also wanted to know about whether they would recognize her or not. But Mrs. Cherite was confident and thought that because of her image as a saint she would not be recognized. She chose her job according to her hobby and also so that she would not be strict about her personal details. Charlotte chose a fanfare. Murabito was encouraged by Cherite's words, but when he learned that she liked to read, he thought it was better not to ask. His brother reminded him to check the castle map so he wouldn't get lost. The young man checked the map. The circle marked where the team was to gather. Murabito was ready to carry out the plan. He thanked Mr. Evolutionian for the blinding eye that could block other people's perception. Evolution felt that Ms. Cherite and Murabito were still in debt since it had given them the magical artifact. He also thanked the young man's fiancée for deciphering the Demon King's manuscript. Murabito wanted to apologize to Mao for his selfish actions. He believed that she was definitely angry. The young man started a conversation, but she told him to wait. Murabito walked into Mao's room. She wore a barmaid outfit since she was going to work there. The young man was embarrassed and so was Mao. Mao apologized to him. The team repeated the plan. The hero was to appear throughout the day at various events on the palace grounds. He had a packed schedule for the day. The hero was to be accompanied by knights in public places. Murabito voiced the need to catch the hero when he is alone. Chairite said that he would be left alone during the trip to the restroom. But the rest of the contestants were not happy. Chairite then said that he will not be alone anywhere else. Murabito realized that people shouldn't know that when he was the hero's double, they took turns going to the bathroom. The young man wanted to talk to the hero alone. He felt that the restroom would not work and that he should see when the hero might have a break. Mr. Evolution suggested giving the hero a laxative and locking him in the bathroom. Brother Murabito thought he was in a good mood. Mao thought Mr. Evolution's idea was a good one. She also noted that the king's warriors had not attacked them. The young man assumed that it was because of the blinding ocean, but Mao was sure they were up to something. The evolutionist suspected that the king was simply unable to act. Mrs. Chairite said it was time to act anyway. Murabito wished to meet Mr. Ash and go back with him. Jabbar said that he would follow the hero's movements as a member of the association. Everyone was surprised at his words. Jabbar added that Evolution would also be there, which surprised the one. He in turn was not going to go to the palace. Mao was wary of Ms. Chairite since she is a demon. 3 days ago before that, Murabito was surprised that Jabbar hadn't told them. It turned out that Jabbar is a surviving demon who was sheltered by Madame. The evolutionist added that he wasn't ordinary either, and that was the reason Madame had entrusted Jabbar to him. Mr. Evolution thought Jabbar's relative was Mao, but it turned out to be Murabito. The young man admitted that he turned out to be a half-demon through no fault of his own. Murabito thought that Evolutionian might punish him, so he asked him about the indulgence. Mr. for his part, was at first surprised, then thought the kid had done something bad or because of his kind. The evolutionist countered that he didn't care about race. As long as they don't interfere with his research, then everyone is equal. He explained that it didn't matter who Murabito was, he still didn't like him. The young man was very surprised by this. The evolutionist appealed to Mrs. Sharita that if she was going to fight, she could leave his house. Rumor has it that Mrs. Sharite never took a life. She was an enemy of the people of Jabbar. Mao thought that since Ash was able to overcome the fate that brought him together with Sudachi, then she has no right to interfere in this. Mrs. Sharite, weeping, says that she was happy to meet Mr. Ash in those days. They were supposed to be enemies with Jabbar, but Sharite asked to be merciful to her, much to the surprise of those present. Mao agreed with her, and Chairite couldn't believe her happiness. Evolution thought that all the hero's friends were perverts. Jabara, on the other hand, wanted to celebrate his family's employment, but his eldest was against it. Murabito again apologized to Mao for his selfish actions. His fiancée was not happy, but at the same time was not against staying there. She felt it would be possible to drag him back by the neck. The young man swore it wouldn't happen again, but Mao said it wasn't too late to go back. She thought this man was able to stop the king's future plans, and they have time to escape. Mao said that Murabito had a good chance to go back and continue his old life. They reminisced about the store. Mao considered that if the store loses one person, but she didn't have time to finish her thought as the young man added that the atmosphere would change. Murabito recalled that when he was alone, his thoughts were only occupied with saving his father's store. He knew that the store needed to change, but the young man was afraid of losing everything. One day, Murabito switched. He was confused. Then came Mao, then Mr. Ash. Every day the changes were more and more, and he was having fun. Before he realized it all, the store had become communal. Murabito thought that wanting to go back to the store with everyone else was his selfishness. But Mao asked him what he was going to do if it was really Mr. Ash's decision to go back there. The young man wanted to meet him. He only wished to see for himself that Ash himself wanted to. The young man didn't believe the letter that had been handed over. Mao left. She thought that Murabito resembled the Demon King with his greed. She also said that the winner's mistake is an insult to the loser. She supported the young man's ambition and said she wanted to help him surprise Mr. Asha. Mao said that tomorrow would be a difficult day and wished Murabito a good night. He also said good night. The dawn came. The head of Lastid was measuring the hero's body to make a costume. He wanted it to be flawless. The head ordered Senorita Lila to do the makeup while he finished his own work. Lily, however, with a dismissive look told the hero to turn around to do his makeup. The hero asked her what had happened to the king. The Senorita replied that the king had headaches from using his eye. She thought that if Chairite was around, she could cure the king of his illness. Lily waited for the king to wake up so she could go to the festival with him. The hero only wished her dead. The senorita only threatened to do so, but the hero said he was just joking. The festival began, and people were gathering in the palace. The frightened people ran away from the dragon's attacks. The king's son promised that he would win and save everyone. He only asked that his father not forget him. A servant went into the king's room. The king's attendant was there. His Excellency woke up, and the attendant ordered the servant to call a doctor. But the king wanted to prepare for the feast. Even in his condition, he remembered today. The feast began. In the palace, the people welcomed the hero. The hero appeared in new clothes. The people rejoiced at this event. He wished the people a good time. People wanted to touch the hero now and then. That made him feel sick. He thought that he could not let this happen now. He felt nauseous. The hero wanted to ask for a bag. One of the hero's guards said that such a schedule was too much for the hero, and that he needed at least a bathroom break. But immediately another knight objected, believing that the hero was much more resilient. But the hero really did need a break. The royal baker had baked many goodies for the buffet. The cakes were like the hero himself. The baker asked the hero to put one biscuit for each guest. The guards chattered among themselves. One thought that the hero would definitely win this time, and another added that the hero had started to like sweets and that he had become even more popular because of it. The hero recalled that he used to eat spicy food a lot before, but he also thought that he ate it because of being a hero. The host's voice sounded, calling the hero into the audience. The guests were thrilled to see the hero himself handing out sweets to them. The hero felt sick and almost dropped the tray of cakes. One of the guests saw that the hero felt sick and offered him water. It turned out that this person was Mao. The hero thought she was very nice. He thought he was hallucinating, as he wanted to return to Sudachi. The hero did not believe that Mao could be smiling at him. Hero felt that even hallucinations can be soothing. He wanted to take a glass of water and thank her, but one of the guards stopped him. He said that food and drink could only be given to the guards and poured out the contents of the glass. Mao got angry but apologized. The guards pushed her away and told her not to go near the hero again. The hero was surprised that Mao was seen by the others. He didn't understand what Mao was doing here. She, in turn, was angry that she had failed to give the hero a laxative. But Mr. Ash remembered that he had instructed Sharita to accompany them to the village. He thought that this girl just looked like Mao, and even the protrusion on her head looked like the protrusion on Mao's head. Mao relayed to the rest of the team that the hero was not going to the restroom and that he had very good security. The team realized that their assignment was proving difficult. Tables were set up in the main hall where the special party was to be held. Everyone rejoiced at the presence of the hero and could not believe their happiness. But the hero knew that soon the news should be announced, which will surprise everyone. He believed that very soon he would be the harbinger of death for everyone. He was to be betrothed to a princess. This meant that Mr. Ash would become the next king. He thought it was likely that the king wanted to appropriate the hero and his glory for himself. But in his imagination, he thought that perhaps one day he would be able to take the throne and become king. And he wanted to make Sudachi the official store of the hero. Ash wanted to help Sudachi get rid of the demonic power, and figured that, in that case, it wouldn't be so bad to become a ruler. He tried to concentrate to make a speech. The hero demanded a magical loudspeaker, and one of the servants brought it. The servant apologized for not doing his job well. That servant turned out to be Mirabito. The hero was very surprised. The young man wanted to adjust the height of the device. He showed his palm where it was written that he wanted to talk to Mr. Ash. The hero got angry with Mirabito. He shouted at the young man, asking what he was doing here. All the people present turned around. They couldn't believe that the hero could be familiar with this young man and that he could be angry. Trying to get out of the situation, the hero said that he shouldn't have been running around at work and that it could have been dangerous. The waiters thought that the hero was singing about them and that he had just let it slip. Meanwhile, Mirabito tried to pull away from Mr. Asha, but the young man stubbornly tried to resist them. The hero realized that it wasn't all a hallucination. He thought it was a plan of Mrs. Chairite. Chairite worked at the fanfare. She would point out where the end of the line was and help the guests. But soon everything was sold out. Mr. Ash got even angrier when he saw her in the palace. People thought he was angry because he had a fearful look on his face. But at the same time they realized that his schedule showed his magnanimity. But Ash was angry with his friends. He hadn't expected to see them all here. Ash only thought that she looked terrible. But even now, Chairite wasn't forgetting her hobby. He wanted to hide his negative thoughts so that they wouldn't come out. Shirai didn't have time to say anything before the hero and his guards turned around to leave. Ash wanted their safety. The hero's next stop was a special talk show about the hero's journey to destroy the king, which was held in a room of the World's Gear Store Expo. Here he was to be interviewed by the host. The host announced the end of the interview. The hero hoped that there would be no more familiar faces. The hero needed to stick to his schedule. But one of the knights said he needed a bathroom break first. On the way, the hero saw the lost children's room and wanted to go in there. But the guards said they didn't have time for that. But Ash was not going to back down. He decided to postpone going to the bathroom and headed to the Lost Children's Center. With that, he roused his guards. The unfortunate children were overjoyed with the hero. Ash apologized to the children for upsetting them. But the children were very excited about the meeting and admired the hero. The hero reassured the children, saying that they would be coming for them soon and they would return home. He even hugged one of the children. Suddenly, Ash noticed Jabara. Jabara informed the others that Hero had run away. It turned out that when he saw Jabara, Ash tore out of the place faster than light. Now was frantic. Guards searched the entire palace for him. They assumed he had gotten sick. Shirai thought the hero was avoiding them on purpose to protect his friends. She realized that they had a chance to talk to the hero since even the guardsmen were busy looking for him. She relayed her thoughts to the others. Jabara thought to find him before the knights did. Murabito thought about finally being able to talk to Ash alone. The young man asked the man in charge for a break, but the man said that Murabito's work was not yet done, to which the young man replied that he had done all the work. One of the waiters was delighted with Murabito's work. The young man was looking for a hero. He thought the castle was a sacred place where the sword Excalibur chose the hero. Murabito wouldn't have minded visiting the place during the tour if it wasn't for this situation. The team passed information to each other. They looked everywhere, but there was no hero. The young man said he was heading deeper into the castle. He knew that he would find a Sha, and that he would surely be able to change his mind. Murabito didn't want the hero to leave them, even if Ash intended to do so. He thinks back to his childhood. His father had abandoned him as a child, leaving only a letter that he would be back soon. His dad always woke him up and demanded that Murabito help, since they were Sudachi. But after this event, the young man didn't believe the letters. At a fork in the road, he stopped. Murabito was thinking which way to go. Suddenly, a ball of dark aura appeared. The young man thought it was Jabara's tails and continued on his way. Murabito reached the stairs and began to descend. Suddenly, he saw a hero who ran to one of the rooms. Murabito hurried after him. He thought he would tell Ash that they had all come for him. Opening the door, the young man asked Ash to come home. But the hero was not here. He had been lured here by the witch. With a flick of her hand, the witch removed the spell from the room and everything changed. Suddenly, the cage where Murabito was appeared out of nowhere. The sorceress thanked him for falling for cheap magic. The young man recognized her as the sorceress Leela de Gizman, who was in the hero's company. The enchantress liked the way Murabito called her by name. She was glad that she had managed to capture him safely. She ordered him to sit quietly until the feast was over. Arthur was outraged at what had happened. Even 10 years ago, it would not have been funny for demons to enter the castle. The hero decided they needed to be brought home before they got into real trouble. Arthur was scared out of his wits by the appearance of Mao, who remarked that he wasn't that smart. Murabito wouldn't let up until the hero talked to him. After all, Arthur didn't understand why she was involved. Isn't she glad he left Sudachi? The girl replied that it was originally supposed to be like this, but she will do anything he bastard doesn't like. It gives her great pleasure. The hero was not happy about this. Now he's captured. They're in full force. Now wondered who was with Murabito then. Just now, through the crystal, the saint heard Murabito shouting Mr. Ashaz's name. He was imprisoned behind bars in the Zamna dungeon that cannot be touched. She is under a dangerous spell. I shouldn't make Asha worry about him. Miss Leela promised to let him out after the feast, so let him behave himself. Murabito called out to her. He stated that they want to free Mr. Ash from the king. They're not here to interfere with the feast. The girl stopped. She asked why Sudachi. Why should he return specifically to Sudachi? There are other ways to free the hero. Here, for example, the engagement of the hero and the princess is to be announced today. Murabito is shocked by this news, but it's not for the continuation of the king's lineage. It will completely block his escape routes and the hero will be used like never before. Murabito realized what the special party meant. But if the king dies after the engagement, then who will be the next king? Right now, only the princess has the hereditary right to the throne. But if the king dies suddenly after the engagement, the people will look for a new ruler. And who does he think will get the throne? the sad princess or the trustworthy hero with huge support among the people. Murabito realized that they want to kill the king. Leela called them idiots, risking their lives to spy on the hero. It will be good for them if Sudachi is no longer in danger, right? She thinks their interests are aligned. Murabito can't do it, so they will. He can take it easy, she'll let him go if he sits still and doesn't interfere. Getting excited, the boy blurted out that because then Mr. Ash would be a king loyal to the people and would be imprisoned. The same as being a hero. The girl came to anger. He thinks he is the smartest. What does he know about freedom? Does he want the hero to give up his fame and position and spend the rest of his life in Sudachi? For him, being a hero is his dream, even if the reality is different from expectations. How many times has he gotten into trouble? How many times he got hurt? How many times he was ridiculed? She has seen it with her own eyes, all for a dream. Arthur suggested Leela to stay here. The girl agreed. She still doesn't want to go to a hotel where people are judged by their appearance. She had enough money, but those freaks thought she had stolen it. Arthur knew he was bound to be a hero. They would still call him handsome. His fantasies seemed delusional to her. The boy replied that she was guiding him, so she has to support him to make him the most popular hero in history. And they're also best friends. Leela stated that Murabito only recently came into his life, so let him not pretend that Sudachi is his home. She is better than all of them, knows how he felt and what decision he made. Does he want Arthur to be free? And what options does he have besides finishing off the king? Murabito thought he should discuss it with him. The girl laughed at how sweetly he said it. In his world, everything is decided over a cup of tea, so easily. Leela wondered if the boy had ever wondered why the king was so infatuated with the hero. He thought it was because the hero was a symbol of peace and the object of the world's admiration. But it turns out the king actually hates him. King Panorgus had 2 children. However, only one child, a princess, was officially announced. The second child was a son born out of wedlock. He was raised as a knight. He didn't care about his origins. He worked diligently and was raised to be a perfect man. His skills as a knight were impeccable. He was chosen as a hero because of the sacred sword Excalibur, which had protected the royal family for generations. 11 years ago, the king summoned him. He thought now would be a good time to announce that he was his son. It's Panorgus' fault for keeping him from the people. He has high influence and excellent skills as a knight, and now he's going to be a hero. No one will reproach him for it. His son declared that he was not a hero. He knew someone who deserved to be chosen as a hero. It is the people who should choose, not the sword. It doesn't matter how the king rates him. Until the situation with the Demon King's army calms down, there is no need to cause unnecessary unrest among the people. So after he would be recognized as a hero in the battle with the king's army, the guy asked to be recognized as his son. For him that would be enough. Then Panorgus asked to accept these armor as a gift. They are made of platinum by the best blacksmith in the kingdom. He is willing to lend any support for the journey, for taming the Demon King. Also, they have excellent companions. He will pray for him for his safe return. Suddenly a dragon is reported on the horizon from the north. He will soon be in the capital. The king's army is not near. The enemy suddenly attacked. All the people hid in their homes and did not see this battle. A young man in silver armor with a sacred sword fought bravely, driving the dragon out of the capital. However, he had no strength left to make the final blow. The knight and the king watched him from the balcony. To hold back the dragon alone is unbelievable. He urgently needs a healer, and the sacred sword chooses the savior. At that moment, a cruel choice was made. The sacred sword flew out of her son's hands and flew to a stronger man. She does not know whether he abandoned his hopes of victory and humbly bade farewell to his sword, or whether he felt betrayed. So the sword fell into the hands of a new wielder, and the dragon's life was cut short. The lad was madly delighted that he was the chosen one, and he got the sacred sword Excalibur. He found a dumbfounded king among the crowd and was delighted that he was all right. The lad joyfully announced that he had defended the capital. He declared that he would be a hero and asked if he would be his patron. There was a sudden assassination that Ash could not have done so soon. His dream came true at an inopportune moment. Murabito wondered who was supposed to be the hero. A realization came to him about this holiday. Leela clarified that it was not just a holiday. It is a day of remembrance for the slain prince, the first hero. This is a secret that very few people know. Charite was supposed to go on a journey with the first hero. It doesn't matter who became the hero anymore. Ash is a hero now. The king recognized him as the savior of the capital and kept his promises, giving him various help in defeating the king. This was truly sincere. The king said that he would never let him die, would make him defeat the Demon King. He had robbed his son of his glory and his future. Asha had a strong motivation. had he issued him the armor if he had not? Murabito didn't understand why Mr. Ash had put up with this animosity. The girl replied that it was one of the things that even he could not understand. Even when Mr. Ash received harsh orders, he didn't try to resist, he just complained. And there is no magical contract between the king and Ash. Apparently, he doesn't have the strength to resist. After hearing that, does he still want to settle this at the round table? And does he still want to take it away? Murabito regrets saying too much. Now he needs to go and attend the engagement party. The best thing for them to do is to just negotiate it. They don't know if all the king's actions are based on revenge, and what Ash really thinks about the king. So if they talk and accept each other for who they are, they can find a way to improve the situation. Leela was outraged by his decision. After listening to her story, Murabito realized that simply asking him to come back would not be easy. If he met Mr. Asha and he said no, he will give up. But now the boy was not yet ready to give up, for he had not heard his answer. Murabito tried to break the grate, but the girl was sure he could not break it, and told him to stop. The boy realizes that he is a weakling. Everyone he met helped him. He's gotten this far because of the help and he's not going to stop. Leela didn't understand why a simple villager was so annoying. Because the man he admires asked him for help. In the space between them, the stone ceiling broke through. Both were shocked by Asha's appearance. He asked indignantly what Leela was doing here. Mao stood over the broken hole and hoped they wouldn't have to pay for it. Ash didn't like the fact that Leela was telling a leftist about their past. And why is that asshole in jail? Did she decide to twist him? A horrified Murabito declared that it wasn't like that at all. Leela called him an asshole because he broke her magical disguise. The girl asked how he knew they were here. Suddenly, the three were affected by teleportation magic. At the time Mao came down to them, she found no one. The stupid hero had taken her communication crystal. Now how was she to contact them and where had they gone? All three found themselves in a strange place and were restricted in their movements. Leela blamed it all on Arthur. Someone in front of them called it an interesting bonus. When the king searched for the fleeing hero, he found that the hero was in a dungeon, and this guy was also with him. Murabito did not expect this old man to be the king. The ruler continued by saying that it would have been wise to capture Leela de Gisman long ago as a potential coup instigator who could provoke unrest in the country, and he would have kept the hero's secret. If so, the girl offered to free her from his bonds. Arthur reprimanded the man not to touch the principal. He couldn't understand how that bastard could use such magic. Panorgus explained that this spell was left to him by the companion of the first hero. In this castle, it is unacceptable to cross him and oppose his will. The king turned to Murabito, the owner of Sudachi. The sight of him terrified the lad, but he greeted him warmly. What a terrible wound, should he call a physician? It must have been frightening in the dungeon. The boy pulled away from him, assuring him that everything was fine. The king was surprised that he was of the first level and quite young, handsome and youthful, something the old man envied. And with a strong character. How did he get into the castle past his gaze? The lad has gathered himself some really good companions. They have a lot to talk about. He suggested the lad bring a chair. They are seated at a round table and with a cup of tea. Panorgus inquired if he had any wishes. He apologized for the incident with the assassin. It was unforgivable. He also asked to accept his compensation for the inconvenience in the form of 5,000 gold coins. And how about Sudachi's continued financial support? Murabito was shocked by the idea of perpetual funding. Arthur demanded not to listen to him. Lilu was surprised that he was actually willing to do such a thing. Murabito refused. It would be enough for him that the king would stop trying to kill him. However, he has one modest wish. He asked that Mr. Ash be released. Leela began to resist. Murabito turned to her, but the king ordered him to sit down. If he had no other desires, he, in earnest, offered financial assistance. He decided that imprisoning him in the castle was unnecessary, given that he is an important man and knows the hero's secret. What about moving his shop to the king's gaze area? Yes, he won't be able to escape the fierce competition with Lestat, but it will be a chance to prove himself. And also, he would be close to Ash. Murabito pondered over what that meant. It's a choice without a choice. The king stated that there was one problem left. Arthur decided to put a stop to it. Panorgus ordered Murabito to speak quickly and honestly. He also wanted to know what de Gisman was up to. If she just wanted to catch him, she would not hide from the gaze of the king. In that case, she was up to something. Panorgus demanded to know what she was telling him there and what she was hiding. If he lied, Sudachi would be in trouble. Murabito understood that if he told, Mrs. Leela would be in trouble. But if he kept silent, the king didn't like the silence. But suddenly someone declared that it was useless to question him. According to Leela, he knows nothing. She had used a spell to hide him from the fucked up king. This boy has done a lot of good for Ash. She begged to let him go back to the village and not worry about Sudachi. They will do nothing to him. And she would kill him. The girl could no longer hold the magic. Arthur asked to untie him as well. Leela declared that he was finished. They were no longer toys for the royal family. But suddenly the situation was out of control. The king asked if Duguisman knew that the engagement was to bind the hero to the royal family. The king had planned from the beginning to give the throne to the hero. No one could understand what was happening. Panorgus explained that this creation reacts to hostility directed at its wearer, a fully automated means of combat. It is a unique artifact created from the remains of a dragon 11 years ago. Named Ectokins, it provides defense and counterattack. Arthur didn't understand why he wore the thing. Had it not killed his son? But the king made a startling statement when he said he had no son. Murabito was surprised, for Mrs. Leela had said that the first hero was his son. Even if such a person existed, a man who couldn't become a hero by being thrown by the holy sword had senselessly died. Panorgus stated that he was ashamed that the boy didn't defend his name. It turns out that he died senselessly. If it wasn't for him, the capital would have been destroyed long ago. Thanks to him, Arthur had defeated the dragon. He didn't understand how a king could say such a thing. The ruler thought he always consoles himself in this way to justify the sacrifices due to his tardiness. Here, for example, is Sudachi. If the hero had arrived at the northern battlefield a little earlier, his father would not have had to rush to the wagon. Once the hero arrived, the situation changed dramatically, and they were victorious in no time. Even if Murabito's father had spent time at home with his child, the outcome of the battle would have been the same. He too died in vain, because of a hero. If the birth was pathetic, then the ending is laughable. The fact of the existence of such a prince should not remain in the memory of this world. All mention of him has been overwritten by Arthur's existence. The glory he was to receive and the throne he was to inherit. Everything is now addressed to Arthur. They must not let posterity know of it. If a single trace of him is left, he will be exposed to disgrace forever. The memory of this child must fade into darkness. Only then will he rest in peace. Leela asks what it means to rest. Don't let him pretend that he's having a hard time. Only the king should disappear, and only he should be ashamed. Panorgus decided that he would have to execute the traitors without an executioner. In 10 years Leela's senses had dulled and he was able to wound her with the petrification curse. He grants Duguisman her freedom. She has done well. Murabito made the decision to cover the girl with his body. He asked if this feast was not for the memory of the prince. The king asked not to be afraid. He would not harm him as he was his favorite people. The boy wondered if the prince wanted to be forgotten. The ruler ordered to stand back. He must execute the criminal. Murabito wanted to know why he was ashamed of him. The king again ordered to leave. The boy tried to convey that even if someone would say he died senselessly, he should continue to be proud of him, and his daddy would remain his daddy. He felt a great hatred for the old man. Murabito plunged his sword into the king. Everyone was shocked by what had happened. Panorgus didn't understand why Ectokins didn't protect him. Arthur again asked Leela to untie him, but the girl only dispelled the curse, and her leg was also kind of broken. Murabito dislocated his arm. Was it the first time in his life he had ever hit someone? The king realized that he had been lying to him after all. How could a mere provincial hit him? Not even the demon king could reach him. He demanded that Murabito show his true nature. The boy claimed to be Sudachi. It was only 10 minutes until the start of the feast. The king began to freak out, not understanding why his Ectokins wasn't working. He assumed that his device was broken. Murabito grabbed his shoulder and admitted that he didn't care about what happened 11 years ago. He was just a child waiting for the war to end in a peaceful village. Even if he was told that he could not understand the hardships of the people involved, he would accept it. The kid's tears flowed. That was why he respected those who risked their lives for another person. Even if they didn't achieve their goal, they carried their loyalty and fought. But Murabito was sure that in everyone's memory they were still heroes. They could not die senselessly or in disgrace. Murabito did not agree with the king, and thought that to forget it was only pure mockery. Even if they were heavy and sad memories, the hero didn't understand how one could erase them. They were descendants and carried the memory of them, and they should be grateful to them. The boy lost his temper and, choking back tears, told the king that if he insulted his father, Mr. Ashap, and the prince, he would never forgive him. Murabito felt someone's hand on his head. The hero Arthur came up to him and asked him to stop it and leave the rest to him. He was also grateful to the guy for everything and took a couple steps forward towards the king. Leela smirked, for the king thought that that spell was left by the first hero's companion. She told her uncle that he was left without his trump cards. The king thought that Leela was talking complete nonsense, for she seriously thought she could have touched him with even a finger. The old man cried out that this was not going to happen, for he was the king. He wondered how dare they even think of killing the king, especially since Arthur had always held the image of a hero like no other, and he surely wouldn't forgive himself. But to his surprise, Arthur disagreed with him. It didn't matter to him how much he hated him, because behind the hatred was always pity for the first hero. The more the king hated him, the more it was clear to him that he saw him as the person he wanted to give everything to instead of a prince. Although the king was a bit of a madman, but in Arthur's opinion, he was a true father who truly loved his child. Leela and Murabito hung their mouths in surprise. Arthur felt that the king shouldn't have forgotten that he had a son, and if he vented all his anger over all those 10 years, the king would immediately recline. The hero Arthur poked his finger at the king and promised to tell the people the whole truth about the prince right away. The king instantly lost his temper and lost control. He wailed for Arthur not to do it. A few moments afterward, there was a massive explosion. People immediately raised their heads upwards, thinking it was an explosion from fireworks. Something pierced through the roof of the castle and glittered high in the sky. It turned out to be a huge black dragon, whose roar echoed throughout the city. People screamed that there was a dragon and fled in panic. The man hoped it was part of the event and asked his boss about it. But the shocked dark-haired young man replied that he had never heard of such a thing. The artifact completely engulfed the king. The hero asked Mr. Ash about the king. Murabito hoped that the king was still alive, keeping his eyes on the huge dragon. Meanwhile, the soldiers shouted that the demon king was alive and asked all the people to hide in a shelter. Mao froze in place with horror, not realizing what it was. The king seemed to be tied up and the old man did not understand what was wrong with him. He heard someone's loud laughter. Some creature told the king that he had been playing with his body for a long time. People were willing to forfeit their dignity for gain and were the most sinister do. But because of this he would be able to rest until he restored himself, and for this he was grateful. The creature asked the human king his wish. It was ready to fulfill his wish of destroying everything around him, and this time it would turn the whole city into a desert. The voice asked the king to give up his body and soul and sleep forever, for he would never be hurt again. Arthur told the boy that if he thought the king was still alive, he probably was. He pulled out his hidden mask and checked to see if Chairite had heard him. And if she had seen it, then surely she knew what to do. Arthur called out to the Leela and beckoned for her to follow him. The boy put the mask on his face and said that for the first time in 11 years they would slew a dragon. He told his father that it was okay and he would be sure to kill it. The king had never heard himself called father until that moment. Or rather, he had noticed it, he just didn't want to realize it. Apparently, the hero immediately realized that he could not return alive. The king turned to the hero Arthur and asked him to protect the people. Arthur smilingly promised the king that he would do so. The king apologized that I could never accept his determination and could never call him by name. All he could do was watch his fleeing silhouette and reach out to him. During these thoughts, the king heard Arthur calling him an old man and ordering him to wake up. The hero used 20% of his power release and applied a hero's strike. The people were happy to the point of tears to see a hero in this city. The creature didn't understand what kind of mind the hero was in. After all, he had a king inside him. But Leela believed that if one read the flow of his mana, one could find his weaknesses. Leela admitted that she would be glad if the hero and the creature died together. Murabito was shocked that Mrs. Leela could have conceived of such a thing and asked her about it. But then Arthur called out to Leela and ordered her to act. Chairite pointed her staff upwards and applied angelic protection. Everything around her became covered with light. Everything around her became covered in bright light. The girl could not let sorrow fall upon this capital. She smiled and asked not to worry, for they would surely protect everyone. The people recognized Mrs. Chairite and asked her to be careful. They immediately gained faith in the hero and the lady and asked the hero to kill this dragon. Meanwhile, the Chairite did not understand why the hero was still so rude. Murabito was impressed that people's fear had disappeared, all thanks only to the hero Arthur. The black dragon told the hero that he was fed up with him and opened his maw, in which a bright light burned. Mrs. Chairite shouted that his breath was dangerous and needed everyone to take cover behind her barrier. But Arthur prepared to strike and only covered himself with his sacred sword. Through the blinding light and ash, the protagonist and the others only saw Arthur's charred, damaged mask fall from his face. Arthur pulled off his burnt cloak and looked at the dragon with hatred. The people were impressed and asked the hero to be more careful. The enemy told Arthur that everything was exactly as it had been that day. The aftertaste of the first hero's head being eaten was not good. He turned out to be a stalwart, and the dragon expected it to be something more flavorful. When the creature bit his head off, the world soon forgot about him. The king felt that the Panorgus should be grateful to him for not writing his ridiculous death into history. The king tried to remember this, but there was no way he could do so. There was only impenetrable darkness before him. Arthur reminded the king that he had to remember that he was still his father. People did not understand why Arthur was still not fighting back against him. Leela realized that the only way to stop the dragon was to destroy its core. The magic around the core was too thick and it was impossible to see where the king was. One ash strike would be enough to kill the dragon, but then the king would also be hit. Leela shouted that they couldn't waste time and had to act. Arthur gritted his teeth in anger, thinking about what that crazy old man had done. Unable to look at it any longer, the Murabito shouted to the Lord King. The king was still trying to remember his face, but the creature pretended not to know what he meant. The old man had to sleep and forget everything in order to merge with the dragon as one. But the king remembered that his son's name was Artorias. Then it was suggested that he name the baby Arthur, for that was the name of the king of their ancestors. Besides, they were forbidden to give their own names. It was a name he would have to live with on the streets. The king thought that even then he was a most hopeless father, but the smile on his face was not lost. The king saw the bright image of his son before him and prayed only that Arthur would remember him. The boy beneath the mask smiled at his father, promising he would never forget him. The king called him his favorite son by the name of Artorias, but suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by loud piercing screams. Arthur had found a cannonball and was about to strike it. His sword was covered in magic and the hero used the skill of releasing 80% power. This was followed by the hero's strike, which formed a powerful and vast explosion. The hero grabbed the falling king by the arm, but the astonished old man did not understand what Arthur had done it for. He questioned the hero, but it was obvious to Arthur. The boy looked at the king with anger and reminded him that the old man still hadn't given him a vacation. Due to unforeseen problems, the festival was suspended and then postponed for 5 days. And now the main event, a special party, will take place. Mao was delighted to see the change of location so soon. Lestai had never ceased to impress her. Everything around was literally glowing with luxury, exquisite food, and beautiful musicians with violins. Murabito's eyes went wide with delight. The sheer magnitude of it amazed him immensely, but the guy behind him asked the redneck to keep his voice down. Mao pointed her finger forward, pointing the Murabito towards the chocolate volcano. Meanwhile, their senior assistant didn't understand why he had to mess around with them. The guests were worried about how his reverend was feeling, but the man replied that he was resting today, so they could take it easy. In his place, the princess would be attending today's banquet. It seemed to Murabito that she had not had time to return to the kingdom on that festive day, and he wondered what they would be announced today. One of the guests noticed Murabito and told the man that he had left rather abruptly. The man didn't understand what he was going to do here. Murabito recognized his past boss in the guest. At that moment, Mrs. Cherite came up to them and complimented Mao and Murabito. The guy was embarrassed but replied that this time they were already invited. Mao smiled and thanked Mrs. Cherite. She stood in a formal pose of greeting and confessed that she liked this bridesmaid dress very much. Cherite laughed and replied that the dress was beautiful, but they didn't make it. They merely invited them to the event. Murabito kept looking at the exquisite guests from different angles. Another guest came up behind him and asked him to pretend to be an ordinary person before his transformation magic was burned. It turned out to be Mrs. Leela, who looked simply stunning in her formal attire today. The boy gawked at the girl, and Leela offered him a drink. 5 days ago, right after what had happened, they had agreed on something. The guys were to keep the information about the prince and the hero a secret. The king asked to tell everyone that the whole thing was a production to appease the people. Tears flowed from the old man's eyes, and he asked Artorias for forgiveness. Leela calmed him down and told him that he was breathing normally. From the Artorias and the incident, he was very tired and it was necessary to call a doctor or Lady Cherite. Leela's leg was also broken and she asked Murabito for help. By the way, it was night outside and the hero shouted that a demon was here. Seeing Leela's reaction, he was going to stop her and explain everything. Then Ash and Cherite told them everything. Cherite, for some reasons of her own, sided with Sudachi. Leela approached the hero and leaned towards his ear and whispered that she was not as naive as these two. She warned that if Ash got into trouble because of them or was recognized as a criminal, she would kill him immediately. Murabito immediately realized this and said that Mao and Jabara were very even, so this would never happen. He also thanked sullen Leela for that beautiful tuxedo. As soon as he put it on, he immediately felt like a human being. He inquired about Leela's well-being and her leg. Without answering anything, the disgruntled girl turned around and went about her business. Mrs. Cherite smiled at the guys and suggested them to enjoy this party. Meanwhile, in the background, the guests were going to discuss all possible deals with each other. An unknown man that was standing on the second balcony asked for everyone's attention and tapped his glass with a spoon. He officially welcomed everyone to the celebration in honor of the coming of the hero, and this was the 11th special party. Unexpectedly, they ran into problems, but he was grateful to everyone for joining them tonight. The young guy introduced himself as a Chidlastady. He was a representative of the department store of the same name, and he would be hosting the evening tonight. He concluded by wishing everyone a good evening. Murabito did not expect this to be an Ahai. From the look on his face, Mao realized that he knew him. This guy was the director of La Stagiaira, and it was clear to the hero why Ahai knew he was from the gear store. Murabito immediately began to remember if he had said anything unnecessary to him. To open the event, Akid gave the floor to their guests. At that moment, a carriage with 2 white horses appeared on the red carpet. The exquisite and gleaming carriage came to a stop, whereupon their doors opened. The butler bowed to the man who was to come out of it. Arthur, the hero, put a mask on his face and thought she had finally arrived. Akid asked the first princess of Yuja, the heir to the throne of the kingdom, to greet everyone. When the gorgeous long-haired girl stepped out of the carriage, Akid introduced Princess Andrea to everyone. Everyone present was surprised to see the princess, for this was her first appearance after a year. The guests thought that she had become even more beautiful and stronger, and asked her how her training abroad had been. Murabito stared at the princess with his mouth open, thinking that she was a real princess and a majestic woman. The hero Arthur greeted the princess and said that it was wonderful that such a beautiful princess had returned unharmed. The girl replied that it had always been so. Her face was quite cold, and she told Arthur that he was still playing the role of a saint with that disgusting voice. She asked him to stop pretending that he was better than everyone else and also not to touch her. Meanwhile, people asked for someone to take a picture of them while they were together. The couple seemed pretty beautiful to everyone. Leela frowned and thought that nothing changes here. Cherite remembered with a smile that since childhood, the princess had the gift of penetrating a person's soul. From their first meeting with Arthur, she had sensed something wrong. She immediately warned the boy that she didn't like being lied to, and she'd grown up to be a pretty good person, so she was not suitable for Arthur as a couple as they were very different. She had the courage to communicate with everyone sincerely, but everyone seemed to have a pretty good relationship and were looking forward to today's announcement. Everyone was wondering what it all meant. Hearing this, Murabito sadly lowered his gaze. Everyone must have already guessed that it would be the announcement of the engagement of the hero and princess. Murabito believed that this evening they would be saying goodbye to Mr. Asham. Mao noticed Murabito's concern. Now that the old man had been defeated, the responsibility for the people passed to the hero. Mr. Ash did not object, and he had nothing more to say. The heroes were good friends of Arthur and congratulated him on his new stage in life. They were to return to Seiho. Murabito looked at Ash with a sad smile and mentally congratulated him. He remembered all the moments they had passed together along the way and thanked him for everything. The princess approached the microphone and decided to voice the words that had been entrusted to her father, King Panorgus. She officially announced that at the command of King Panorgus, hero Arthur was granted an unlimited vacation. Everyone, including Arthur, was shocked and in no way expected such an announcement. In addition, now that the king was weakened, he was transferring the power over the kingdom of Yuja to her as Princess Andrea. The guests began to discuss this vigorously. They suspected it was an abdication and did not know when the princess would be crowned. People still could not believe that her reverend Queen Andrea was standing before them. Akid was maximally embarrassed for his ignorance, but he did not understand how to address her as Queen or Her Majesty. The Queen continued her address and said that they had entrusted their safety to one man who had protected them for many years. It was therefore unclear to her where and at what time that person would be able to find peace. In just 10 years after defeating the Demon King, railroads are laid and logistics are improved in their land. Many new jobs are also created. Now that they had no threat, they could go into a new era, and the hero was meant to rest as a thank you for all he had done for them. The people were worried and asked what would happen if there was a threat again. They still remembered the events that happened the other day. They believed that the hero was strong enough and did not need rest. Murabito was shocked by such people and didn't understand how anyone could talk like that. Arthur decided to talk to the princess himself, but before he could say anything, the girl grabbed him by his apron and pulled him towards her. She menacingly asked everyone present if the defense of their kingdom could be trusted to this shaking weakling. People were puzzled that the hero could actually be tired of his job. Andrea replied that if the royal family had no confidence without a hero, then the king was to blame. As the queen, she could declare that she would protect them all as she was superior to the hero. These words shocked everyone present. The girl added that tonight's special party was dedicated to this very announcement, and anyone who disagrees could now air their grievances, while anyone who agrees could enjoy the evening. One of the soldiers raised his glass and squealed that the hero needed a rest. His partner tried to subdue him, for he was on duty. Arthur looked at the soldiers and recognized them. The soldier could not settle down and shouted that the soldiers of the kingdom would protect them, so they could sleep in peace. One of the knights in armor also raised his glass and promised that the knights of the royal guard would protect King Panorgus and the new queen, and the courtiers would help them. Some of the guests exclaimed that they could handle themselves, and the guild was also on their side. They were willing to protect them if the people asked for it. Everyone gradually began to agree that if they continued to exploit the hero, a crisis would soon overtake them. In the end, the whole hall called out to the hero Arthur and everyone wished him a good rest. Leela walked up to the shocked Arthur, not understanding why he looked so lost. He was still a hero, but he could go back to his store. Cherite nodded his head in agreement. Everyone, including the Mirabito, celebrated the occasion. From happiness, the Mirabito had tears and raised his glass to the top. Mao looked at him silently and drank his drink. Arthur smiled and thought that he would definitely return someday. After all, it was the responsibility of a hero. This was the path he chose to become what he is. He also raised his glass to the top and promised to come back only as an ordinary man already. A smile shone on his face, but perhaps he had no intention of becoming his old self. The next morning, the king woke up in his bed and looked around the room in surprise. It was filled to the top with various luxurious gifts. Just then a butler came into his room. He noticed that the king was already awake and said that all these gifts were from his citizens. The king asked about the past party and the butler replied that the princess had carried his words to the people without delay. In that case, the king realized that today he would become a common old man. The butler also said that a suspicious type had recently appeared here. The man thought he was a bandit and tried to chase him away, but the Sharite asked to take what he was giving. The butler didn't even know what store it was from, but seeing the tag, the king remembered that he had seen something like this before. A man handed him a bath infusion. The butler assumed that the king was already hungry and offered to bring him something to eat. But first, the king asked for water to be boiled for him. Mao came to a museum where a huge dragon skull was on display and lifted her head. Examining it carefully, she thought that she had never known this dragon. Meanwhile, the protagonist decided to visit the department store La Stagiaira. There he found hero-style shoes that cost only 16,800 yel. Mirabito thought he would meet Ahai here, but was upset that it did not happen. He still did not believe that Ahai could have turned out to be the director of La Stagiaira. Most likely, he already knew that the hero worked at the feast. Of course, Mirabito was doing his job well, but he felt guilty for using them to save Mr. Ahai. Before leaving, Mirabito wanted to tell Ahai his words that it was great to work here. But still he couldn't tell him about the hero Arthur. After thinking about it, he noticed a man on the bench who looked like Ahai. But to his surprise, it really turned out to be Ahai. The gloomy and tired guy looked at the Mirabito and congratulated him on his purchase. Ahai thought that the Mirabito was no longer in the capital, and the guy confirmed that he was leaving today. Ahai thought they were getting along well, but he was sad because they had only seen each other once. And after all, Mirabito seemed to know about his work at the party. Mirabito offered Ahai to sell him his purchase. Ahai admitted that he was a little tired and thought he should have taken his time with the purchase. He decided to increase the number of shoes for next time. He also decided to tell the hero that he was the boss of this store. But what surprised the hero more was that they were peers. Ahai laughed and said that he inherited the business from his mom as she was the former boss of the store. He was only 18 years old. Ahai motioned for Mirabito to sit down and wanted to buy him a cup of coffee. Mirabito was delighted at how quickly Ahai ordered him coffee. The hero wanted to confess something to Ahai, but Ahai interrupted him and offered to tell him about his dream. Mirabito was interested to hear about it and he agreed. As it turned out, La Stagiaira was the last store the hero shopped at. Other stores claimed exactly the same thing, but their store was definitely the last. Their old store was in a town overrun by demons. It had been scary days there. Every day they heard explosions. Then the days were filled with fear and they could be killed at any second. Then one day, the hero who saved their city procured from them and went to the king's castle. Then he held out money to them and asked them to sell everything they had, which was an order from the king himself. Mirabito had no idea that the Ahai had such a difficult past. When he paid, it seemed to Ahai that the hero did not remember how he had sworn to him. Ahai vowed that day to dedicate the rest of his life to the Lord Hero. Murabito almost sobbed, thinking it was a wonderful story. After that, following the hero, they moved to the capital, and thanks to his mother's ingenious management, the store became a 10-star store. She died of recycling, but Ahai was sure that she was satisfied with her life, and he respected her for being a great person. Murabito realized that Ahai was just like him. The hero also respected his father. However, when Ahai inherited the company, he could not just be a fan of the hero. He really had a big responsibility. He had to maintain the service and brand of the world's best store. His subordinates always told him to keep his personal feelings out. And now that he was the world's best boss, he found a way to fulfill a dream that only he could fulfill. Murabito didn't know what he was talking about, and Ahai smirked. Ahai got excited and said that now he could decorate the hero's main party. He spoke of a coronation, a wedding, and a funeral. La Stagiaira could make them look magnificent. This was the place he had prepared for the host. Everything here was his, including the bouquets, the outfits and rings, the coffin, and the tombs, because he was the most devoted fan and was always ready to support the idol in everything. Ahai came to his senses and apologized for possibly scaring Murabito. It was just that it was his dream and he was doing everything to achieve that dream and not let it go to waste. But he believed that failure awaited him. He coldly sipped the rest of his coffee and said that they had ruined everything for him. They succeeded in getting Mr. Akai to rest and thus spoiled Akai's dream. Murabito could have apologized to him, but then Ahai would think that the hero had something to do with it. Murabito had no choice but to cry, but he jumped to his feet and put his hands on Ahai's shoulders. He confessed to Ahai that he had come to the capital to study his store, and he had even worked in it on a holiday. For this, the boy apologized to Ahai. Ahai asked for no apology for this. Besides, he did not understand at all what all this apology was for. One of his employees told Murabito that Lastady is the best store in the world. And once, when the hero came to the village, he too said that La Stagiaira was a good example for him. Although Arthur did not say so, he thought it was true. The hero assured Ahai that everything would be fine and he would still have chances to fulfill his dream. Ahai was really proud that this was his best store, and he even had lunch with the hero himself. Therefore, he was not surprised by this attention to him. Murabito was in awe of Ahai's strength and how steadfastly he held on. Ahai smiled at the boy and said that he was quite kind. He agreed that if they procrastinated, their chance would be lost. So they needed to think about preparing an event for the hero's return, and Ahai thanked Murabito for their conversation. He offered Murabito one last hug. Ahai also asked him to tell him when he would be traveling to the capital again to gather and celebrate. When Ahai hugged the guy, he smelled a certain odor reminiscent of tree branches. For a moment they froze in place and Ahai's eyes rounded at the unexpected aroma. Ahai told the guy that when they met for the first time, he smelled exactly the same scent from him. For some reason, he didn't recognize him right away, but assumed that the hero was from a Sudachi store. When he visited the king, there were goods from his store with the same scent. Surely the Murabito must have wondered how Ahai knew him. Ahai heard from the king that Mr. Hero had given the title of official store to a village store called Sudachi. Murabito did not believe that they could have agreed to this. According to Ahai, the bosses in the association had to recognize him because the hero himself had declared it. He also thought it was strange that Murabito did not know about it. With a dazzling smile, Ahai handed the hero his business card and offered to sell him their store. After all, this was the first store to receive official recognition from the hero, and named the first store where the hero was. Ahai felt that this was too serious a status for a Murabito. For this reason, he wanted to buy their store. Normally, he did not buy businesses, but this was an exception. When they were competitors, profitable businesses, or stores with bad reputations. But the value of Sudachi was in official recognition, and since the hero had come here out of business troubles, in that case, Ahai could offer him to be part of Lestage. He smiled and asked him not to worry about it. He always hired former bosses, and it happened that he appointed them as branch managers. Ahai suggested the hero to build their branch in his village, and then he wouldn't even have to move. He would just be able to hire the same employees he has now. Murabito should have realized that if a poor store with low capabilities and questionable reputation gets such a status, it could hurt the hero's image. And if Murabito was as much of a fan as Ahai, he obviously couldn't hurt his idol like that. Murabito agreed with what he said, because he would never hurt the hero, but he was not ready to do so. The first store the hero entered was named Sudachi for a reason. Ahai was right that by his actions, the Murabito could have harmed the hero. The boy abruptly yanked the business card out of Ahai's hands and asked him not to despise his store. Ahai smirked and thought it was pretty obvious, but Murabito didn't understand how he could say such a thing. Mirabito promised that they would meet again after their store got 5 stars. The guy also promised to make Ahai envy him and they will definitely become a decent store. Hearing some noise, passersby thought that the guys were having a fight, but it was fun for Ahai to see how Mirabito would do it. Ahai agreed to watch him for a while, but if his actions were detrimental to the value of the rank, he would devour his store to the point of total decay. In parting, Ahai coldly offered to try to catch up with his 10 years of endeavor. Mirabito promised that next time they would meet no longer in line but at a convention of store heads. After that, Ahai left, and the hero was lightly shaken. Mirabito knelt down, thinking sadly that this was the end of their friendship. After a while, the Mirabito showed up at the train station, where the rest of the boys were already waiting for him. They handed him his ticket and noticed that the director was sad. The boy grimly took his ticket and replied that it was all right. Mrs. Sharite invited them to go on the train. In parting, Mirabito thanked his attendants for their help. He also thanked Mr. Evolutionary for seeing them off. The evolutionist said he was just being his companion and was sure he would get lost again. Jabara meanwhile suggested that next time Mao should come when Madame was there and he would show them how he worked. In parting, Mao asked him to keep himself safe from dangerous people. Arthur looked around unhappily and noticed that Leela had not come to them. He also wanted to warn Charite that the princess would rely on her. With the king's retirement and the announcement of his vacation, there were difficult times ahead of them. In response, Charite hit the guy on the head. Her first rule was to not think about the hero's work while on vacation and to remember to take her medication. She smiled and asked him not to worry about politics and the king's health, for she would see to it all. Arthur exclaimed angrily that this old man was indifferent to him and turned away from Charite. Charite turned to Mr. Mirabito and Mrs. Mao, thanking them for everything. In the past, he had told her that he would come back together with Ash, but the boy replied that he would not make any more mistakes. He asked not to worry about it as it was just his selfishness, and the girl smiled. She bowed goodbye and thanked them once again. Their arrival in the capital had brought great changes to the country, though they could not claim credit for them. But Charite was confident that these changes would lead to a bright future. She folded her hands asking her to take care of these two, and the next time they met, they could consider her as their friend. Charite asked the Almighty to bless the future of the Sudachi. Mirabito thanked the girl for everything and the train rumbled loudly. They were supposed to depart any minute now. As their train moved, Mirabito waved goodbye to his friends, but Arthur asked them to be a little more careful. As their train pulled away, Mr. Evolution told everyone else that it was time for them to get back to work. As a result, Lestady was subjected to an inspection. They were suspected of supplying a forbidden artifact called an eye, as well as supplying cursed dragon gear worn by his Reverend Panorgus. It turned out that the eye was under strict control, and it was proven that Lestady was completely uninvolved in the sale of the artifacts. In that case, the evolutionist did not understand who sold the eye to the king and who manufactured the exticons. This all remains a mystery until the association discovers the identities of the illegal dealers. According to Princess Andrea's orders, they were to start investigating after the king recovered. Arthur breathed a sigh of relief and said that he was finally going back to the village. Mirabito asked Mao about the museum and the girl said that there were good exhibits there. She took out a postcard with pictures of them and showed the hero. Mao suggested that Arthur was already homesick. Arthur snidely replied that he had heard about how she had read her diary for him. He would very much like to see her face at that moment. Mao suggested that the hero stop him in the capital and throw him right out the window, but Mirabito asked them not to fight. A certain girl in black turned to them and asked them to be quiet, for they were making too much noise. Mirabito felt embarrassed and apologized to her. The girl turned out to be Leela, who took off her sunglasses and announced to everyone that she was going on vacation too. Everyone was shocked by this surprise, and Leela just smiled at the shocked guys and flirtatiously showed her tongue. When Leela got off the train and looked around, she admitted that the sale looked pretty good. But the hero pointed to the mountains and said that it was not yet a village. Last time they were given a ride by the headman, but now they will walk since he doesn't know about their arrival. There was no need to worry about the road as it was in good condition. Still, it was a long way to go. Arthur snapped and told the girl that they had walked on far worse roads and didn't understand why Leela was walking with them. Leela was about to hear his objections and replied that she was walking with them because she had never been to Seiho. So to speak, it was a little diversion from the path before vacation. Plus, she was going to check out the glorified Sudachi. Leela caught the angry Mao's gaze and suggested the little thing to hurry up. Thus, the beautiful enchantress Leela joined the team for a while. Mao had to put up with it, but she didn't understand why she had to go in formation with the hero's companion. Along the way, Leela felt as if she was back to the beginning of her journey. She made sure that the monsters here really didn't attack, and it wasn't surprising that the hero had level 1. But the guy just thought they were afraid of him. Arthur mockingly reminded her of how she had cried from being hit by a Uridrill, but Leela asked not to be reminded of that. She said it was all because she was attacked by a full-grown bloody vampire, and the Yuri defeated her. During their conversation, Murabito tied a rope to a cliff and asked for forgiveness. He jumped down, asking her to wait for him for a while. Leela didn't understand what happened, plus it was dangerous, but Mao replied that the hero wasn't such a weakling. After a couple of minutes, the hero actually went upstairs and apologized for the wait. Leela noticed that he arrived really fast, but she didn't understand what such useless skills were for. Arthur didn't understand what had happened and assumed that Murabito had gone to the bathroom for a big one. His words angered the girls, who stared angrily at Arthur, but Murabito replied that this was not the case, and having dropped the subject he suggested that they continue on their way. After some time, they finally returned to their home. Leela was shocked to find that it was indeed a store. She was outraged at such a poor assortment, horrible appearance, and the smell of poverty. Those words cut the Murabito right into her heart. A fat little humanoid creature came out to meet them and was overjoyed at Mr. Murabito's return. He barely had time to greet the Lord before he noticed Leela, and his greeting was cut short. The girl assumed that the weirdo was also a salesman, and the beast asked to apologize for such an insult. He asked the Murabito what he had brought the hero's companion here for. The disgruntled Leela asked not to be called so formally. The guy replied that a lot had happened in the meantime. Leela calmed down a bit and scrutinized the shelves of goods. Another short and plump man came out to meet them, who recognized the gentleman from the hero's store. The short man in the hat congratulated the heroes on their return and was glad they were back. Murabito handed the headman a small box and asked him to accept this as an apology for their absence. The headman exhaled deeply and said he was worried about them. Besides, he had better thank the Magura since he was looking after the store. The headman smiled and thought that they had a lot of fun in the capital. Murabito's eyes lit up with happiness, and he admitted that they had enjoyed it very much. But in fact they had an adventure. The headman noticed a beautiful lady next to them and asked who she was. Along with his question, shouts were heard outside. It was a crowd of people who were glad to see the return of the Murabito. They hoped that he had not been hurt and also asked what he was doing in the capital. He was literally flooded with questions about what it was like for him in the capital and if he had seen a hero. Some expected gifts from him, and the Murabito asked them to calm down. One of the old ladies saw the Leela and sharply shoved the Murabito away from her. The old ladies and girls of different ages could not believe their eyes, for they were subscribed to her magazine. She looked even more beautiful in person, and the girls were thrilled that the real Leela was in front of them. Leela winked at them and greeted the people with all her gracefulness. The girl didn't even expect the people here to be so nice and blushed. Arthur gritted his teeth in anger and asked to stop all this. Mao threw an indifferent look at him, not realizing what was wrong with him. The blushing and embarrassed headman wanted to know from Leela what she had come to their village for. Leela replied that her friend Arthur had asked her to send greetings to the master from Sudachi and all the people of the Seiho village, so she decided to accompany them. People could not believe that it was possible to make friends with such people in the capital, but the hero exclaimed that it was not like that. Leela-sama was just on vacation, so there was no need to make so much noise. The headman wanted to make sure that Mrs. Leela was going to spend the night at their place, and the girl replied that she would stay one night. Arthur was angry that Leela had become popular even here. He felt that only he was to be worshipped. Mao also realized that her manner of speech annoyed her. Leela explained that she was leaving on the morning train and asked to stay with them. The men were of course fine with that and promised to provide her with a deluxe room. Murabito and the others didn't know what they meant, since they didn't have any sweets. The old lady suggested that they prepare for a party, and a lot of food had to be prepared. The men agreed to buy alcohol. All this was confidential, and one had to watch that no rumors reached here. The old woman and the young girl said goodbye to Mrs. Leela and said they would wait for her. They also hoped that the boy Ash would entertain their guests. Leela admitted with a smile that it was quite a fun village, but Arthur didn't understand what that old woman was talking about. The headman asked the Murabito to guide Mrs. Leela around the village and also to ask for her autograph if possible. It was also worthwhile for Murabito to tell his father about where he had been. The heroes left the store and went to the tomb of Takabana that was under the citrus tree. Leela clarified with the hero that the tree belonged to Sudachi, and he was growing it behind the store. The guy confirmed her words and said that it was an ingredient for their family's healing potion and had been there since the Murabito was born. Leela thought that was pretty impressive. Now, along with the boy, bowed to the grave and the girl told her father that they had brought him wine from the capital. Leela assumed that Arthur had been shopping from him and turned out to be right. Murabito became uncomfortable. He looked back to the boys and asked them not to worry about it. Besides, his father's accident was just plain bad luck. Even if he wouldn't be called, he was still going to take the medicine. He always prepared extra supplies and tidied up his wagon. He made the decision to make the trip himself, so everything was in order. Arthur went to the grave and also sat down on his knee. He told his father that they had not seen each other for a long time. The boy bowed over the grave and said that he was able to become a hero because he grew up here. He was grateful to him for those times. Murabito decided to confess something to the boys. He told them about how his father's body had never been found. Arthur and Mao stared at the hero in shock, not knowing what he was talking about. His body was never retrieved from underground, and when the rain stopped, his body was washed into the river, and all they found of him was a flag. Mao speculated that when he went down the Pakajina down, that's where his father had died. The hero smiled and said that it was the scene of the accident, so he had two places where he met his father. He used to be angry at him and couldn't forgive him for his father leaving him. The character realized that he could not take him to a dangerous job. As a child, resentment lurked in his heart. He was told that they were supposed to be partners, like a father and son who were supposed to be together. His father was called a fool, but the boy asked to take back their words. Then he became even more angry when they told him this. His father was his pride, and he had to protect the store he had inherited. And if he could not do so, his death would be meaningless. The hero had no joy in running the store until Mao and Mr. Asha came. After they came into his life, he began to enjoy it. Now the whole Sudachi family was standing here next to his father's tree. Murabito approached his father's grave with all the pride he could muster, showing him how much better looking Sudachi was. He also said that the capital was incredibly beautiful, and he was even able to work in the castle. He found a friend, though they quarreled with him right away. But they agreed that he would get 5 stars for Sudachi, and they would definitely meet. The boys smiled and promised their father that they would succeed. Leela went to the tree branches and picked up a ripe fruit that had fallen from the tree. She asked the boys where she should start, and the Murabito replied that the village had its own attractions. For example, they had a heroes museum here. And after that, Leela left her photographer in a frame and the headman hung it on the big water ring. And then they went to a nearby bar, which made Leela shocked when they caught a couple doing strange things there. Their party was quite noisy and crowded. There were sumptuous dishes and cakes on the tables. The headman was refilling Leela's drink into a mug. She was approached by the same granny and the girl who had asked for an autograph on her magazine. The men chattered loudly and surrounded Arthur, who had managed to drink decently. Thus their celebration dragged on until the morning. Leela woke up with the first rays of the sun and thought it was a real tinny. She fixed her tattered hair, thinking about how it had been a long time since she'd had a drink before morning. Nevertheless, she was grateful to the people for their concern and walked out of the store, leaving a bag of money and a thank you note on the table. But as soon as she walked out, the Murabito followed her. The girl showed her ticket and reminded him that she had to catch the first train. She had mountains to cross, so she asked to say hello to the headman and the others. Leela remembered that she hadn't given something to the Murabito and threw him a small gift roll. The girl said it was created from the fruits that grew behind their store and from the village's unique minerals. It was her special lotion and foundation. It had the method of preparation written on it so he could make them his products. The guy was shocked, not realizing when she had time to make all this stuff. They could say it was their joint design and sell a limited edition. The hero decided it was too much of an honor for him and he wouldn't be able to accept it. Leela reminded Murabito that he wanted 5 stars and he would need it anyway to maintain prestige. Therefore, he had to take whatever it took to do that. Murabito was startled by Leela and thanked her for the gift. The girl thought collabs were not so rare. She had already collaborated with La Stagiaira, but it was up to Murabito from here on. She had entrusted this recipe to him as her best friend, so if he went bankrupt, she would never forgive him. Besides, she trusted him with Mao, and if he was going to see her off, he had to do it with dignity. Meanwhile, Mao stood restlessly to the side and watched them. Leela said goodbye to the boys and wished them good luck. The hero also wished good luck to Mrs. Leela and said that they would be happy to see her again. As the girl was leaving the Seiho village, she met Arthur. Leela didn't understand the reason he was up so early, but the boy replied that he still had time to rest in his bed. He looked rather frazzled and Leela asked him what was wrong. The guy threw her a bag and said that all adventurers leaving this village bought a Stark pack and like birds, left their nest. Leela wasn't sure if it was necessary, but Arthur insisted. Arthur was on vacation, so he didn't bother to find out where she was keeping her path and why. But he surprised the girl when he asked her to take care of herself, and she covered her face with her hand. As she laughed, she couldn't even believe that Arthur had meant it. She jumped up on her magic staff as if it were a broomstick and took off. Even if he didn't say it, she would still wish him happiness and soft skin. After all, he was still her best friend. As she flew away, Leela decided that she was willing to accept any punishment for trying to kill the king. Earlier, the mistress had asked Leela to help her with a case and sent her on a journey. The queen thought that Leela was a good person, but she was jealous of her, and yet she was willing to do anything. Leela de Gisman had been here for quite some time. Remembering the queen's words, Leela decided it was time to meet new people. At night, a mysterious stranger in a black robe appeared in the city. Upon seeing him, the old woman apologized and thought he was from a gear store. Her husband was suffering from an incurable disease. She heard that he was selling a potion that prolongs life. The mysterious stranger opened his bag and silently showed her the potions and ingredients. The old woman thanked him and bent down. Suddenly her eyes lifted to the stranger, and she felt a darkness thicken over the merchant. Reincarnating into her true form, she chained the mysterious feather merchant to the wall. She introduced herself as a member of the World Association of Equipment Stores. She wanted to apprehend a stranger for producing illegal magical items and making deals without a license, and overpricing magical potions. Before she could finish, the stranger showed her his true face, but it was too late. A small woman's brooch fell to the ground, which was stained with blood. Demon kings were monsters that threatened all mankind, and among the many kings that existed in this world was the most terrible of them all. This was the queen known as Black Lightning by the name of Mao. She was the 776th demon queen. Mao headed for the training forest on the outskirts of the Seiho village. The little girl thanked the monsters for responding to her call. The fact was that tonight, as a former demon queen, she had a very important conversation to have. Mao frowned, for it seemed to her that she had become much less authoritative. One of the monsters looked at her contemptuously and coughed. Mao had recently abused the generosity of the villagers. Although she played the role of a weak girl to hide her identity in front of the hero's comrades, she even allowed her diary to be read. Her behavior also played a role. She thought that Murabito's words at the party were just outrageous when he called the queen a real princess and a valiant woman. She had never even heard such an adjective before, and now she was sure they had no respect for her at all. But Mao was finally confused when all the demons present began to disperse into the forest. One of them apologized to Mao and said that they had important business to attend to early in the morning. The girl didn't understand what was wrong with them at all. She wanted to get advice from them. After all, she was their queen, though already a former one. But the demons thought that it is not bad that she was warmly received in the village. Mao tried to say that she still had problems. While they were in the capital, demons had adapted too much to the local work, and now her commanding position was threatened as well. And the fact that they had mastered this line of work was quite impressive, for which the demons were grateful to her. Because of that, she was left with one single role she could fulfill. She could only stay cute and be with the mascot of this place. The demon didn't understand what her problem was then. But if it went on like this, she would end up on the same level as an ordinary employee, so she had to find something important to do. She was once feared as the Queen of Black Lightning, so she would show who was number 2 here. She was ready to make Murabito recognize that she was a reliable and valiant girl. Mao asked everyone present not to leave and give their opinions and list her strengths. The next morning at breakfast, the hero carefully read the recipe that Leela had given him. He felt that it was necessary to make good use of the goods that Mrs. Leela had given him. The beast Mogger told Mr. Murabito that the fellow had been eating so hard that he had completely forgotten about the opening of the store. The boy thanked the Mogger for making him a meal. Someone called out to the director and wished him good morning. It was an agitated Arthur who showed the Murabito the girls' lace dresses and asked what it meant. He had found it in the closet, but he didn't know what it meant. Mogger frowned and replied that it just couldn't be. At that moment, Mao walked into their room wearing a dazzling outfit and black glasses. She corrected her accessory and asked the guys what she looked like. Upon hearing her name, the girl ordered everyone to shut up and call her manager Mao from now on. She realized that compared to the latest trends, Sudachi lacks zest, and from now on, they will target younger girls. Then they will have a cute shape that the customers should like. By the way, she made all these dresses in one night. Mao was sure that a great success awaited them. Especially no one could do it but her. The girl glowed with pride and offered to appoint her brand manager of Sudachi. Next, she was going to design the interior, but no sooner had she finished than Arthur tore her dress in front of her. Mao screamed in shock when she saw this. Mao called Arthur a horrible pervert who threatened her best creation. Arthur felt that just changing things to please the customers was wrong. If you destroy the image of Sudachi that had developed over the years, it could scare away the loyal customers who loved them. Their uniforms were also their calling card. Besides, doing it without consulting the director was not allowed. Mao lost her rose-colored glasses, and even her real ones. The glasses fell off the surprised Mao's face and fell to the floor. She took her dress from Arthur's hands and could hardly hold back her tears. Murabito asked her not to cry and cheered Mao up by calling her his manager. He was very happy that she cared about Sudachi and he was very pleased. Mao squealed that she was not going to cry at all. Mao thought the pervert had some intelligent thoughts. Still, he had been doing hero branding for 10 years, so he had experience in it. Arthur asked to remove her outfit because he didn't want to create extra work. Later, their store opened and there were already a lot of people here. The girl took the bottle in her hands and said that Mr. Hero had once bought such a thing for himself. The old man took 3 sets of 5 bottles of the healing potion from the store. Murabito sold the goods and thanked for the purchase. More and more people were learning about this store, recognized as a hero. Mao noticed that the hustle and bustle here was as good as it got. People really liked their store. In the end last night, the monsters fell asleep and the meeting ended without getting any sensible suggestions. There was no way Mao could wake them up, even if she wanted to concoct a rare healing potion as a new item. Because of the stupid rules of the association, she couldn't do it. Besides, it wasn't her but the monsters who were busy concocting it. She thought of putting on a better show than Ash, but all she could think of was acrobatics, eliciting more screams of horror than applause. The Mauger asked Mrs. Mao to put the goods on the shelves. She of course agreed to the request, but was unhappy that she had already been given instructions. She thought it was a real shame that even her servants were doing more than she was. Meanwhile, Arthur counseled the girls and said it was good stuff. It had a medicinal flavor that was not strongly pronounced. The hero advised to dilute it with hot water so that it resembled herbal tea, which was very tasty. The women got excited and decided to take 2 at once. Arthur smiled and thanked the visitors for the purchase. All this time Mao watched him and noticed that he was quite positive. The girls were discussing Arthur in whispers, thinking that he didn't look like a salesman at all. They liked his hair color, which was like that of a hero. One of the girls suggested that she was just overworked, so she thought so. Mao remembered that museum and the dragon exhibit. At the time, she thought she didn't know about that dragon, but now she thought she shouldn't have brought it up. A lowly granny approached Arthur and asked him to hand her the merchandise on the shelf. Mao waved her head negatively and decided she didn't care about this pervert. At that moment, she was called by Murabito and asked Mao to fill in for him at the cash register. A disgruntled Mao sat down at the cash register and propped her head up with her hand. She thought she was getting pretty weak. At the time when she lived in the castle, she never imagined that things would turn out like this. With her power, she suppressed fear, pressure, jealousy, resentment, and even murderous intentions. She now realized how difficult it was to become what she wanted. Perhaps Jabara felt so powerless too, but still, it must have been even harder for him. Mao had no idea how on earth he was coping with all this. Mao sadly flipped through the reports on the table and lowered her head and sighed heavily. After all, she would like to be useful to the Murabito. A mother and child approached her and asked the girl to give them a check. Mao immediately perked up and gladly listened to her request. While making the purchase, Mao heard a rumbling noise and someone's apology. One of the visitors dropped his goods, but the Murabito offered to help him. The man became embarrassed and repeated to the Murabito that he was sorry. Mao gave the purchase to the visitor and named the price of the goods. Smiling, she said goodbye and asked them to come again. Mao did not overlook the people who dropped their purchases. When the visitors went outside, one of them took out a jar and laughed. He motioned to his friend Zyro to look more closely. His friend asked to drink the potion. One of the guys said he was able to steal 4 whole pieces. He specifically came to this village because he heard somewhere that there was a store of the hero himself. They were sorry that there were no normal goods there and they only wasted their time. Just as they were about to drink a bottle each, Mao ordered them to stop. Evil Mao said that they had as many as 5 healing potions and 4 bath remedies, totaling 1,550 yell. The boys were frightened at first, but when they saw the girl, they asked what she wanted from them. One of the guys approached Mao and warned that it was pretty awful to accuse them of stealing without proof. Besides, the hero's store shouldn't have jumped to conclusions, because he could tell everyone that it was the worst store ever. The guy didn't understand who would even need to steal such nonsense that wasn't even worth it. He considered that the girl was completely underestimating adults and smirked. Before he could look away from Mao, the girl was right in front of his face and mentioned about her principal. Murabito may have seemed absent-minded, but he recorded the proceeds clearly. It was worth it just to check the records. They would immediately see if the numbers matched up. She invited to come along with her, since it wouldn't take long. The partner in the black cap suggested his friend to get away as quickly as possible. Besides, there was only one girl who came after them, and they didn't need to be afraid of her. With these words, the partner took out some kind of potion and drank it. Mao flinched in surprise as she was blinded by a strong and powerful thunderous flash. The partners decided to go straight to the ladies and drank the Thunder God potion. When taken, this drug equipped the body with electricity, temporarily improving physical abilities and allowing one to move quickly like lightning. It was a magic potion with a production limit. They were shocked by the effects of this potion and decided to buy more of it. Before the attack, they asked the girl not to cry, but Mao only smirked and offered them some playtime. Her entire body was instantly covered in black lightning. She was curious to hear the robbers' opinions on this matter, who were at a loss for words, even though it was an ordinary potion. But each of them was made with love. The girl showed them several of these bottles and said she would not let the goodness of the Murabito steal them so easily. Mao herself did not notice how the clothes of the surprised thieves were in her hands. The frightened thieves asked for forgiveness and their clothes back. The next morning, Mrs. Mao received a letter of thanks that surprised even Arthur. It was from the sheriff of Sononi. The sheriff had come by to thank her for the thieves she had caught. It was a new gang that was committing crimes in the town of Sononi and Yonbente. Also, this gang called themselves the Thunderbirds. Recently, there had been an increase in crimes and trade deals using such forbidden magic potions. And on behalf of the entire security department, the sheriff expressed his gratitude to them, for they could not have caught them without Mao. Murabito was delighted and praised Mao for a good deed. But the girl frowned and thought she had done nothing special. Some thought it was just great, but an old lady nearby thought it was too dangerous. But it was exactly what they expected from Mrs. Mao. After all, she was the true heir to the Demon King's throne. Naturally, she was able to do this and they were not honored to praise her. She was always told that if they praised her, it meant they looked down on her. One had to be the scariest, strongest, and craziest. The way of the Demon King was not to be loved. Nevertheless, theft, resale, and illicit trade were their worst enemies. After all, their actions were like a burning snag that spoiled the world, robbing them of their good dreams. Arthur thought that with these words, it was as if the hero had read out a verse. Mao could not believe that she had actually done them good. She did not believe to the last that she had done good and that she should be praised for it. But Murabito smiled at her and told her that it was absolutely accurate. He bowed to Mao and thanked her for defending Sudachi. That was exactly what he expected from someone like Mao. She was the most reliable and steadfast guardian of the Sudachi in the world. Everyone was shocked to hear him say such words. Arthur called him a complete fool, for Murabito's vocabulary was also apparently at the first level. The Mauger angrily asked the rank and file to miss him so much. While they were having their showdown, Mao pondered all the words that Murabito had said to her. She smiled sincerely as she clutched the letter in her hands and exclaimed that she was glad she did. Murabito smiled and told the girl that there would be whatever she wanted for dinner. In that case, Mao asked him for a meat pie and then an apple pie and a strawberry parfait with chocolate ice cream. Arthur was shocked at so many sweets. Mauger promised that he would also work hard to make sure the food was delicious. The day of the initial Store Association Inspector License exam has finally arrived. Thanks to the careful help of Madam and Senior, he was perfectly prepared for the exam. It was difficult, but compared to the selection for the Royal Duel, it was nothing. The written exam of the first stage left behind a good impression. And now this person was facing the last most difficult task. The fellow was determined that he would not get lost here and would surely reach the examination venue. Thus there were only 30 minutes left before the exam and Jabara was still trying to find the right place from the map. He got angry with the elder who turned out to be quite cruel. The elder wasn't going to accompany him to his first exam and thought that Jabara was forever counting on his help even if he got his license. He had a lot of things to do, so he had to go to the second exam by himself. The notice for the second stage of the initial license exam of the Store Association Inspector read as follows. One had to go to a special place indicated on the map where a simulation of a real store was created and conduct a proper inspection as an inspector. One had to point out the problems and clearly note the points that deserve to be evaluated and then hand in one's report. Also, if the person can suggest appropriate improvement to the store owner to the examiner, then in that case they will be given a high score. Also, if the participant is late, then they were not allowed to sit for the exam and will be disqualified. Jabara was getting worried when suddenly he heard a shout nearby and looked around. A certain girl had stolen a bag from a young man and was trying to escape. Jabara stealthily grabbed the boy's leg with his dark magic and he fell to the ground. The seemingly formidable Jabara asked a passerby with a broken nose to get to his feet, for he had something he needed to ask. The guy didn't even have time to listen to the Jabara and fled. It was probably a local and Jabara didn't even have time to ask him for directions to the store. Then he turned to the little girl who was clearly scared. He remembered the wise words of the woman who had warned him about scaring people. It would not be good for the inspector if people were afraid of him. Jabara changed his facial expression and tone. Leaning towards the frightened girl, he apologized for his abruptness. He introduced himself by name and said that he was looking for the examination center. It was said to be nearby and he would like to ask her for directions. Fortunately, the girl knew where it was, for the examination center happened to be her home. Jabara could not even believe that it was really so and rejoiced at such a coincidence. He exclaimed that he urgently needed to get there, otherwise he would be expelled. Jabara asked to escort him and the girl gladly agreed. He wished to know her name, but the girl replied that children were not allowed to give their name to a stranger. Jabara assumed that she was returning on some errand and was right. It turned out that the girl was on a training mission. The boy was horrified, assuming that this was her assignment under the guise of brigands interfering with the transportation of goods. Most likely it was also part of the practical exam, which meant it had already started. Jabara thought he guessed it because he was very intelligent, and it was a good sign for him. They walked to the right building of the Donkusai clan, on the door of which hung a piece of paper about the recruitment of new members. It turned out that the building was quite far away, and it was what they called a hidden gem. The girl knocked on the doors and was asked for a password. The girl gave the current password and asked the Jabara to go inside. Barely did the girl manage to go inside when she was yelled at and told that she was late. But they hoped that the P.E.K.K.A. had not returned empty-handed. It was a pretty rundown and strange place that was empty and had a lot of strange guys in it. From the looks of it, it looked like it was a gangster's establishment. P.E.K.K.A. told one of the men that she had the goods and the bald guy complimented her on a good job. One of the guys was the first to notice the Jabara and asked the girl about it. P.E.K.K.A. told the boss that the man had come for an examination. The man understood her and grinned evilly. The bald and full man that sat at the head of the table appreciated his impressive appearance and powerful face. It seemed to the head that Jabara had spent a long time in the dungeon, for he had eyes that looked as if they had survived hell. Jabara frowned and thought it was the examiner himself. He took out his notebook and pen and decided to start by going over their poor lighting. If there were no windows, there was nothing to be done about it, but he needed to add light sources so that he could see the goods better. By the way, he didn't understand where their goods were and the men stared at the guy questioningly. In addition, the Jabara told them that they could not leave the proceeds in plain sight, for it created a bad impression and poor security. It could also lead to thefts. Visitors would feel uncomfortable if there were too many employees in plain sight, so they should have reduced the number of people in the hall. They also should have put up signs outside to make it easier for them to find the store. The men were furious, not realizing what he had set up here. They thought the guy was pretty tough since he decided to evaluate their goods right away, and acted like that. Jabba remembered with horror that in a job interview, first and foremost was the greeting. The first impression influenced his results and one had to speak in a cheerful voice. The guy introduced himself loudly and told everyone that it was a pleasure to meet them. No one expected him to suddenly start yelling so much and were frightened. The guy asked to be accepted for who he was. The guys grabbed their ears and the leader thought that Jabara appeared to be not so dangerous. He didn't even want to let go of such a talent and Jabara was happy that he had made a great impression on them. The leader motioned for him to take a seat in the chair. He wanted to know how long he had been spinning in the business and if he knew anything about his reputation. The boy apologized and said he didn't know anything about him, but he would like to know the name of the leader of the band. One of the bald guys thought that Jabara was making fun of him, but the leader asked him to calm down. This only meant that they were not yet known to anyone in the capital. They were the Donkusai clan that was doing business in the north, but due to various circumstances they had recently moved to the capital. They had not yet established a foundation for a new business here and it was clear to Jabara. Here they opened a new branch and moved their base. Now they needed information and the leader wanted to make sure that Jabara knew this capital well. He had to know popular and profitable stores or the addresses of rich noble estates. Any information could suit them, and if he gave them useful information, he would be good for their cause. Jabara had to provide information and counseling to attract customers to open a new branch. He gripped his knees and thought that this was much more difficult than he had anticipated. However, he made a promise to Madam. When she returned from her business trip, he would be sure to show her the certificate of completion. He vowed that he would do so. Jabara decided that the dream he could not fulfill this time would surely come true. The boy notified the leader that there was already one absolute player reigning in the capital, so it was very difficult for newcomers to succeed. The leader didn't understand anything and asked what kind of organization this was. According to Jabara, they controlled demand, supply and trends, and this was not an exaggeration. If they were going to start a business in the capital city, he would advise them not to hide from the enemy. The capital definitely needed a fresh assortment of goods. Fortunately, the citizens loved the various fairs and exhibitions, which shocked the men. Therefore, they should not hide in corners, but gather goods that could only be found in their region and be proud of them. Even if the base was not ready yet, demonstrating their presence would make it easier for them to operate in the market. The leader became embarrassed, for they didn't even realize that things were so bad in the capital. They assumed that Jabara was sick since he was suggesting that they make themselves known so directly. But Jabara felt that in the past he would have acted recklessly, but now he could not afford to take life lightly. He decided to live for their defense of the stores as best he could. The leader smirked and admitted that he liked this guy. He asked the girl to bring him that thing. The leader said that for successfully passing the test he had to drink it. Jabara hoped that if he drank it, they would not fight to the death, which made the leader laugh. The leader exclaimed to Jabara that he was quite funny. Jabara decided that if he drank it he would be able to fulfill the promise he had made to Madam. But no sooner had he taken a sip than someone interrupted them and apologized. The leader asked everyone to shut up if they didn't want to receive, for now was an important moment for them. One of the bandits offered to take a look at what the P.E.K.K.A. had stolen. He opened a box that contained a small dagger. The leader apologized for this and told the Jabara that the P.E.K.K.A. had an exam too. This was to give her courage, join their Don Kusai clan and do business. The leader told P.E.K.K.A. that if she had not been saved by Jabara, she would have been caught. Therefore, she should have retaken her exam. Next time she had to bring something worthwhile that could be sold for good money. He suggested they start over, but the girl said she didn't want to do it anymore. She hated doing it and didn't want to be like them. She wanted to be like the hero and become a good person who helped the weak. The guy standing next to her got mad. He called her a lowlife because she was picked up by them and now all of a sudden she was talking about it. He offered to remind her who gave her food and clothing. She herself had chosen to work under their father and now she wanted to betray his gratitude and all he had done for her. Jabara placed the raft of contents on the table and realized that he had been tricked. They were clearly not a well-meaning gear store. The leader was confused, not realizing what he meant. One of the bandits noticed his badge on his chest and informed everyone that the man was from the Civil Servants Association. The leader grabbed his katana and exclaimed that he had gotten wind of them and ordered them to kill him. Meanwhile, Mao prayed over a candle and thought about Jabara being too stupid. She prayed over his passing the examination, but Arthur thought she was putting a curse on him. But the girl replied that it was a wish for good luck. Murabito only remembered that Jabara had an exam today. Arthur couldn't believe that one of the 9 families of the nobles of the Demon King's army was taking the exam under his real name. Besides, he was an unknown demon that even he as a hero didn't know, so he thought that going through the internship, he would be fine. Now replied to Arthur that no one knew about Jabbar as it was. He was not in the army in those days. He always hunted alone, choosing his prey on his own and never left a trail. Caught under his gaze, the end was imminent, except for a troop of heroes. No one was left alive after meeting Jabara. In fact, the store he came to check out turned out to be a rogue store. He had to react instantly to the surprise attack, using combat skills without killing. They were all clear and Jabara decided that it was a rather difficult exam. The entire group was defeated, but no one understood what Jabara was talking about. 3 weeks later, the results of Jabara's exam came back to them. The letter sent him to retake it. The senior decided that the association had gotten softer. For his excellent performance in the written part and his contribution in apprehending an anti-social organization, he was given a chance for a retake. Jabara thought he was a real lowlife and was ashamed to look into Madam's eyes. As soon as he thought of this, there was a knock on the door. A smiling P.E.K.K.A. came in and brought them some goodies. Jabara hoped the girl was alright. The girl replied that the P.E.K.K.A. had been actively helping them at the facility every day and had also prepared this lunch for them. After this incident, the girl was transferred to a children's institution run by Chairite. P.E.K.K.A. seems to have thought that Jabara was Chairite's man who was given a tip-off about their lair. By helping her mistress, she was able to get some pocket money and bought something she had wanted for so long. Chairite took the girl to a bookstore. P.E.K.K.A. admitted that she had given up her dream of becoming a hero, but Jabara replied that she should not have given up her aspirations. Of course, he would never have recommended her to stop being a hero. She was very much like him. But the girl asked to look at the magazine, for she had something she wanted to show them. In fact, she too decided to become a store inspector like Mr. Jabara because he seemed pretty cool to her. Jabara smiled and thought that was a pretty good dream. He gladly accepted her lunch basket, but the older man reminded her that it wasn't just for him. He had always come in from the back on his victims and was disliked for it, but now he would be a different man. Jabara was determined to become someone who shows his back to others. Jabara now had something he could talk to Madam about and hoped she would return as soon as possible. Murabito came to one of the hospitals in Seiho with a bad cough. The best doctor in town, seeing his condition, said he needed a good night's sleep. After all, due to poor sleep, Murabito's immunity was very weakened. He noticed that the guy had a lot of customers lately, and assumed that this was the reason for his poor sleep. The doctor wished to know the reason for his company's lack of sleep. Now recalled the days when Murabito worked non-stop day and night. She was angry that he had started having health problems, so she told the doctor everything. In his defense, Murabito explained that he drank a healing potion to last longer. The doctor told her that the potion should be drunk in case of an urgently needed wound healing, and if abused, it would make the body worse. The doctor said that now he only needed to eat and sleep. He prescribed the guy an antipyretic and sent him home. On the way back, Mao said that she didn't even know that the power of demon's blood couldn't restore lack of sleep. Arthur walked thoughtfully and wondered why Murabito was killing himself like that. It turned out that Murabito was very worried about the decreased flow of customers. Arthur replied to him that it was all nothing and things would get better with the coming of spring. Mao supported him. Murabito tearfully went on to say that he was disappointed. He had promised Ahai to come to the meeting and the merchandise from Leela was gorgeous. He was sorry to use it, so he decided that he needed to make new merchandise. Arthur and Mao put the sick Murabito to bed. The girl promised to wake him up when she made a meal and Arthur started sorting out his work. Doing chores, carrying a pile of books, Arthur worried about the condition of Murabito and said that it is necessary to do something to cheer him up. The sick guy slowly fell asleep. He heard everything that his friends say, how they try to help him. He fell into a dream. Before his eyes appeared picturesque mountains in the night sky. He didn't know where he was, but he definitely liked the view. Suddenly he saw a horrible picture in front of him. A woman from the inspection unconsciously lay with her back pressed against the wall. Both she and the walls were bleeding with her blood. The dream was cut short by the abrupt awakening of the guy. He was in his night form with a horn on his head and his eye poured the color of darkness. He sat up in bed in a cold sweat, his head all mixed up. He was puzzled by his dream. He could hear Mao and Arthur talking from the corridor, but he ignored them, for all his thoughts were only of this woman. He heard the commotion going on around him, heard Jabara sending a message to Mao asking about the exams. He decided to finally get out of bed. The guy started calling for Mao. She came running to him and started yelling that there was trouble. She stood in front of him and looked straight into his soul. St. Arthur's Hospital. There was a hysterical female screaming all over the hospital. You could hear someone trying to calm her down. It turned out that it was the woman from Murabito's dream. She liked to bet on sports, and she was screaming because she was losing. Jabara tried to stop her from betting, saying that it never leads to good. The guys came to visit Madam. They said hello. They found out how she was doing, although she was definitely not in the mood for losing. When she saw the guys, she was surprised that they came. She didn't know that Jabara had told them that she was in the hospital. Mao said that when they found out she was badly injured, they decided to visit her. The woman said that it had been a long time since she had been in such trouble, and that one mistake had landed her in the hospital. But she reassured them that she was much better now because the Maiden of Charite had treated her, and they hospitalized her only to observe her condition. Murabito, with puppy eyes, asked her again if she was really going to be alright. She stretched out to reply that she really was fine. She was more concerned about being seen in such a weak old lady's condition. It made the guy sad that she was talking about herself like that. Suddenly the conversation was paused by a knock on the ward. A girl with long curls resting on her shoulders appeared in the doorway. She apologized for the disturbance and asked how Madam was feeling. The woman was glad to see her and thanked her for visiting, considering how busy her schedule was. Jabara looked at the girl and saw something familiar in her. She was about to leave, but the woman asked her to stay. She reassured the girl that they could be trusted, especially since she remembered her desire to make new friends. The girl was displeased with the woman's stubborn behavior. Taking off her headdress, she said there was no point in introducing herself, since everyone knew her, and said hello to Murabito. Everyone was very surprised. The woman began to tell about the girl. It turned out she was her apprentice, and now she is the Queen of St. Yuja, the Queen of Andria. She was shy when the woman said that. Andria was glad that she was her student. She proceeded to tell everyone about her professionalism, that she was not like all teachers. She stood out with her teaching method. The guys were a little embarrassed to listen to her because they were not ready to meet the queen. She told them that she knew about Sudachi a long time ago and she was honored to meet those who also had such a teacher. She also asked the boys to voice the amount of compensation for the damage her father had done to them. She realized that her father had bothered them many times. Murabito refused such an offer. He ventured to ask Andre about what had happened to Madame. The latter replied that since it was about someone important to them, it was a great honor for her to tell the story. But she asked to keep secret whatever she was going to tell. The guys concentrated and started listening to her. To begin with, she decided to bring up a recent event. Andrea, in a strained voice, reminded them of the king's madness at the feast, which to ordinary people was presented merely as an unfortunate element of the event. She confessed that she was conducting her own secret investigation into who was giving the former king forbidden magical artifacts, such as the eye and dragon armor of Ectikins. She is only helped with the investigation by those she trusts, which are Leela, Cherite, Madame, and a couple other inspectors. At that moment, Madame was far away from the capital, and as soon as she heard the news of Andre's coronation feast, the woman started her investigation. Half a month ago, Madame had informed Andre that she had heard rumors of a suspicious dark artifact store at the foot of an abandoned mine in a town near Goldwharf Mountain. After that, she disappeared, only to be found a short time later, wounded and covered in blood. The guys, as if specially seated in height to listen to Andre, were shocked by the words they heard. The girl went on to say that because Madame Inspector, she was overrated, believed to be able to challenge the most impregnable castle of the Demon King. When she was found, they found several fractures and severe bleeding. To top it all off, she had lost some of her memories. The guys couldn't get their heads around it. Madame said she could only remember clearly up to the moment she entered the city. After that, she couldn't remember a fragment. She was examined and there was no trauma-induced amnesia. Most likely a magic device or magic that affects memory was used. Murabito interrupted her and excitedly asked her what to do about it. She went on to say that most likely she had come into contact with an underground trader of dark magic items and learned something she wasn't supposed to know. The merchant lurking behind the mountain is insanely dangerous and must be exterminated, even if it's not the one Andrea is looking for. The girl said she had already sent a new investigator to that place. Now began her thought. She asked the girl why she couldn't just ask King Pangoris where he bought the Ectikins. After all, he told her that this artifact was custom made for him. They are one family anyway. It turned out that the queen had asked him about it in the first place. She told them that the king had told them about a man who had had this artifact made for him a long time ago. Pangoris said he had come to him for an audience. But as it turned out, the king had simply forgotten what the man's name was and didn't partly care about it. The boys were amazed that the king didn't remember. Arthur remarked that it was just about 5 years ago that he started to get depressed, and Mao's interest was piqued as a suspicious merchant. As it became known the queen has a gift. She can see the true nature of people and hidden character traits, thoughts, and instincts. It's not like mind reading, but she can sense people nonetheless. She realized that if she had been by her father's side, she would have noticed the king's thoughts and would not have allowed such abominations that the king had committed. She blamed herself for running away from her father. In a sad voice, the queen apologized to the boys and thanked them for saving the capital. She finished her speech and ordered a servant to order train tickets for Sudachi. But Murabito called out in a ringing voice that no tickets were needed. He started to say that he wanted to help very badly, but the queen, putting her headdress back on, said that she didn't need any help. She was a queen after all, and therefore should protect the ordinary citizens. She added that she knew they had a purpose, so let them continue to develop their skills without hindrance. But Mao had something to object. She is not sure about the strength of the people Andrea sent to fight such a serious opponent. But in response, the queen explained that Cherite is in the capital because of keeping an eye on her father and Madame's fortune. Leela is investigating in the south, and he too is an elite investigator. Andrea callously said that her investigation doesn't need the hero's help either. Just as rudely, she tagged that she is more powerful than them in terms of spirit power. Leaving, the girl told them to rest well and not to come back because of pity. After saying goodbye to Madame, the queen left. Murabito approached the inspector. She told him not to give up. The guy looked at her with kind eyes and a smile appeared on their faces. The guys left the hospital and sat down on a bench. They felt better knowing that Madame was fine. But Murabito did not give rest to his dream with the inspector. He could not come to his senses after that night. Mao looked at Murabito and wondered if he had had a dream. It worried her. But even more worrying was the fact that the dragon had resurfaced, and she knows nothing at all about him. or who used his remains to revive him, and if that same merchant is involved, then as a former demon queen she can't leave that in the dark. Arthur revealed the truth that the princess did not actually run away, all because of the fact that since her birth, no one noticed her. Everyone always talked only about the hero. No matter how much she tried to become more noticeable, she did not succeed. She was considered only a decoration of the hero. But still, she continued to study for the sake of the country. And now, with the king gone and the hero gone, she would try to hold the country on her shoulders. Murabito couldn't forget her saying that the common people shouldn't help. Even though he's an ordinary folk, he's madly willing to help. Meanwhile, Andrea was already on the road. She was reading the newspaper, which was buzzing relentlessly with the news of the new queen, about the disappearance of the hero, all of which bored her. Suddenly she heard a noise outside. She looked out of the window and saw Murabito running after the vehicle, begging it to stop. The driver saw the obstacle and asked the queen who it was, if it was a thief. Andrea asked her to stop, saying that this man was an acquaintance of hers. She got out of the transport. The guy immediately threw himself at her feet. She was surprised that they did not leave and that he knew her route to the castle. The girl noticed that he wasn't alone here. The guy on his knees told the queen that they wanted to go to Goldwharf Mountain. She yelled at him that she had already given him a waiver, that she didn't need anyone's help. An excited Murabito surprised her by saying that they just wanted to get to the collection of valuable materials, showing her a booklet. He explained to her that this mountain was once a treasure trove of minerals, and if he found something interesting, he would come up with an idea for a new product, and that was why they were going there of their own free will. The queen was discouraged by their actions. The queen had entrusted a simple citizen like them with confidential information, and for a merchant, trust is the greatest pride. Murabito asked her again for permission to help her. He began his thought that if she didn't need the ordinary citizens, then perhaps she would accept help from friends of the same age, for they had the same teacher, madam. The lad continued. After all, you said so yourself, Murabito said confidently. He tried to explain to her that they were like classmates. The queen saw with her gift how pure his thoughts were. She was confused by this. The queen saw him shining with virtue. Arthur, seeing her surprised face, asked her if it was the first time she saw such a man who was 100% pure. Mao suggested Andrea's idea, to manage them like pawns on a chessboard. They threatened her that if she didn't accept their terms, they would act on their own. Squirming, the queen was agitated that she had trusted them so much, in case she would regret it. Murabito, sweating with shame, said it was surprising she trusted at all considering he hit her father. After learning that he had hit her father, she only laughed that he had sent the old king flying. And boy did she think she was going to be mad. Suddenly small tears rolled out of Andrea's eyes. She remarked that they were now trusted friends. The guys stood with their eyes open in surprise. Murabito wanted to ask her permission to help again, as suddenly she ordered them to return to Seiho. The queen told them to go to Goldwharf Mountain after Seiho, to help the people there in their investigation with the dark artifact dealer. Making a menacing appearance, she added that she hoped they were adequate so they wouldn't do anything stupid, and asked them not to forget that they were now friends. The boys were incredibly happy and pleased with themselves. Murabito enthusiastically replied that he would do everything perfectly and within his capabilities. Murabito cheered wildly. He was very happy. Mao grumbled that he'd just recently had a fever and it was as if he'd forgotten about it. Jabara joked that he should go back to the hospital because he was just going crazy with joy. Murabito had read about Goldwharf Mountain. It was located in the northernmost region of the continent. For over 1,000 years, the mountain had been a place of prosperity for the blacksmith people, a race of dwarves who mined and processed ore. They created a great many legendary weapons. It was popularly said that they were the ones who created the armor of the first hero, which became the prototype for the armor of the second hero. The armor of the second hero was also forged on Mount Goldwharf, but the demand for weapons and armor decreased with the advent of world peace. Also due to the depletion of rare mineral resources such as orichalcum, the mountain became a peaceful area. Mao reported that they had arrived. There was a beautiful view of the mountain. Mr. Ash was enjoying a drink. He was last here when he was 17 and can't savor the taste of the famous dwarf ale. Mao hurried to get the swirled sausages, and Murabito was just enjoying what was happening here. Ash had told him that Goldwharf Market was directly connected to the first hero. Every year when the hero's birthday, called Holy Night, approached, the market stalls would fill the market. Ash also mentioned that he admired the hero when he came here 11 years ago. Murabito was very excited and asked Ash to elaborate. In the marketplace, they saw gem-studded dwarf figurines, cutlery, and even iron utensils. One item caught the young man's eye. He thought the item was ominous. Mao added that the item belonged to demons. She also noted that for the dwarves, humans and demons were just customers willing to buy their creations. They made weapons for the demons as well, but they kept neutral with both humans and demons. The shopkeeper noted that Mao knew a great deal, but she added that there were no purely dwarven products here. This surprised Murabito. Mao said that if these wares were the creations of the dwarves, they did not come here. They were arrogant craftsmen who only sold their wares to those they recognized as worthy. Mao added that even if they recognized you as worthy, it wasn't easy to buy weapons from them. This was because they were very meticulous, and if they were not satisfied with the result, they might not sell the weapon at all, or they might remake it. They could easily violate an order deadline. There were times when a job was never finished. Ash added that the dwarves kicked him out from the doorstep. Mao said that all of these items were most likely just recycled trash that the dwarves had thrown away. The shopkeeper added that the dwarves had been throwing away such items for 1,000 years. They had exhausted their resources. Ash wondered what the dwarves lived on. Murabito marveled at the beauty of the creations. He added that they were also craftsmen, though not to the level of the dwarves. But gold dwarf wares are more popular than their wares. While looking through the display case, Murabito noticed a piece of jewelry similar to Mao's. He turned toward Mao, to which she responded by asking why he was looking at it. Murabito noted that he wanted to buy something for Kuchmager since he had left the store for him. Ash agreed with him. A figure appeared out of nowhere and grabbed Murabito by the hair. The voice demanded the young man to buy something. Turning around, Murabito saw Mr. Evolution. The others saw him too. Evolution was angry at them for not even saying hello to him. Turns out he was waiting for them at the train station. He was angry that he had been sent to the permafrost and that his helpers were old acquaintances. He wanted to finish the job alone. But he also noted that while he stood here, deciphering the Demon King's manuscripts would become detached from his mind. Mao thought to herself that the Queen was right to send him here on a business trip. Ash said that Evolutionian was called an elite inspector and that he didn't believe they would work together, to which Evolution reacted very violently and insulted Ash. He also added that he was the one in command. Murabito hastily apologized and asked for his help. It turns out that Madame was injured when she was looking for the seller of dark artifacts, and they need help in catching the seller. The young man once again asked for help, to which Evolution agreed and invited him to the inn. Here he demanded from Murabito all the information he knew. The market by the station was crowded. They had to go to the slum where that salesman had been seen. They reached the scene of the crime. Evolution noted that when they found the madam covered in blood, it caused quite a commotion. The suspect had managed to escape. The young man was surprised and did not understand where the suspect could have disappeared to. The evolutionist hurried to reassure Murabito. He said that Madam had given a tip that the suspect had been seen descending Goldwurf Mountain and returning back to the mountain. It turns out that Evolution was busy with the case while he waited for Murabito and his friends. Ash assumed that the suspect lived on the mountain, but Mao said that a beast mage once lived there. And to this day, that mountain is still very dangerous. She thought it would be difficult for an ordinary person to make a dwelling there. Evolutionary said that he had already made an investigation in the city, and that they should go to the mountain, but also added that he would not take Murabito with him. The young man took umbrage, claiming that he was the principal. The evolutionist explained that they would meet many monsters along the way. Murabito, although he was a half-demon, was still level 1. Evolution also added that they would have to take care of him, so taking the young man with them was not advisable. He told Murabito to sit in the city and work on his development. Evolution had no other choice. He didn't want to lose director Sudachi and experience it again. But Murabito wasn't going to give up. He said that he could climb the mountain and that he was able to negotiate with the monsters. This news did not make Evolution happy. Mao added that Murabito was the leader of the monsters and he could summon them and find out information. Ash supported Mao by saying that Murabito possessed a completely useless mountaineering skill, and in such a dangerous situation, he could help them. The evolutionist hadn't expected that. Murabito was glad that his friends were supporting him, and he wasn't about to give up. The young man said he would very much like to share this difficult journey with them, but Evolution said he hadn't agreed yet. They moved on their way. A huge trumpet with some sort of emblem caught their attention. Murabito marveled at the size of the pipe. Ash's attention was drawn to the emblem on the pipe. The evolutionist noted that it was the home of the city manager. He also said that the dwarves who had lost their jobs had found a new use for their skills. They were involved in a new joint venture they had founded 3 years ago. And now, even in times of peace, their business was doing well. But they needed permission to hike up the mountain, even though they had a secret mission. This place had once been an old dwarf workshop, where iron smelled and deadly weapons were forged. But now it was a place of joy. It turned out that the dwarves were now making toys, and this place had become a toy factory. There was a huge Christmas tree in a large hall where the toys moved on conveyors. Mao was very surprised by this news. She didn't believe that dwarves could create toys. Everything that had happened to the dwarves had put them in a choice. They either had to give up their essence as craftsmen and sacrifice their lives, or continue to create new masterpieces. A man appeared to them and offered them a new job. Although the dwarves had to go to some lengths, they could still utilize their craftsmanship. The dwarves' toys were indeed works of art. They would consult amongst themselves and give each other advice on how to properly make this or that toy. Sometimes it happened that they assembled the toys incorrectly. Because of this, they might fight. One of the dwarves assembled Arthur's super lightning train incorrectly. Because of that, the children might have been scared. Therefore, the others scolded him. The guests led by Evolutionary were also surprised by this toy. The dwarves accused each other of doing a bad job, but one of them said that there was no need to scold now, it was better to work for time. The friends were watching this. Mao didn't believe they could stick to the delivery deadline. Ash added that they'd better bring the toy to human form. One dwarf showed up and apologized for such a sight. The dwarf introduced himself as Nicholas, the factory manager. He got straight to the point and asked for permission. The evolutionist apologized for them coming at such a busy time, but said they wanted to do a full inspection of the mountain as directed by the association. He added that monsters might have settled there that could affect the supply of goods for the feast. The manager replied briefly that it was understood. One of the working dwarves said loudly that he was bringing joy to the children. Another added that it was more important to deliver everything on time. With this conversation, they caught Murabito's attention. He noted that they were enjoying what they were doing. Nicholas added that they were making toys for the smiles of children, and that those smiles had the power to inspire. The dwarf said that an inspection from the main office came to see them. He asked the inspector whether to give them permission or not. The inspector turned out to be the head of Lastid. He asked Murabito with an intimidating look what he was doing here. The young man was frightened. Their trek was approved. Evolution thanked and called his comrades. Ahai offered to accompany them. Murabito had not expected it, but the leader hastily explained that he must see to the safety of the mountain, since their company jointly managed the mountain. The evolutionist only thought Ahai was getting clingy. Ahai, for his part, pelted Murabito with questions. He reminded him that there was a meeting coming up, and he shouldn't be in Goldorf. There was to be a routine inspection of the stores next month. Ahai kept pelting Murabito with questions. His companions were unhappy with Akai's presence. They wanted to find an excuse to keep Ahai here. Akai bragged about his toy factory to Murabito, and only told him not to cry afterward. The young man admitted that he was lagging behind Ahai, but he noticed that Akai had managed to combine increased production with improved quality. In doing so, Ahai had provided jobs for the dwarves. Murabito recognized that this was incredible. He said Ahai was a genius. Ahai rejoiced at the praise. He fell to the ground and couldn't believe that he could be praised. Mel remarked that he is an oddity. Meanwhile, Evolution and Ash were coming up with a plan to get rid of Ahai. Suddenly, Ahai noticed Ash's golden hair. Ahai said that he had seen that hair before, heard that voice, and that Ash's figure seemed familiar to him. Murabito started to make excuses that Ahai had confused him with someone else, but Ahai said that Ash made a good cosplay, but implied that he better not do such a thing as he spoils the image of a perfect hero with the smell of alcohol. But Ash froze in place, unable to turn around from the shock. Ash burst into hysterical laughter. He couldn't believe he had been confused with a cosplayer. Meanwhile, on the mountain, the suspects continued their business. Akid called him a complete imitator. How can he take the image of the holy and pure lord of the hero? He should at least worry about how people will perceive him. Yes, you can see from his eyes that he is an alki and a maximum marginalized. Arthur said that let people continue to admire the hero, but just so he knows, he has been walking around with his hair like that for 20 years. Did he even think about how the hero feels when he sees such fans? It's people like him that cause unnecessary conflicts. And does he know that the hero professionally knows how to hide his farts and discreetly adjust his dick in his pants? The guy was outraged that he also dares to spread gossip. What is he? A hater. He doesn't know anything about the hero at all. Akid chased after him. Nicholas had warned his boss that it was too slippery. The evolutionist remembered that they had shut down all the mines here 3 years ago, but even now there was still a path here. Nicholas replied that they do regular rounds of the area, so that's why the trail here is trampled. A long time ago, walking along this road would take one to the dwarves' homelands. This is a new magical device developed with Lastid to ward off monsters. It emits magical waves that monsters don't like, so they don't go down to the factory in town. they can go up further in peace. Evolutionists stated that their plan to scare a kid with monsters had failed. Murabito wouldn't have gone for such a thing. Now asked what they would do then. If he continued to be with them, they would not be able to proceed with the Queen's errand. Ahai called out to them, not understanding why they were so slow. They think he is not aware of who they are looking for here. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. A few days before the rescue of MME, Mr. Achid was told all the details of the plan for the Holy Night. He dissolved the assembly. He pulled out of a drawer the results of an unscheduled audit which found that his company was conducting honest and exemplary business. He was decided to be audited immediately after the holiday. Achid was suspected of selling the forbidden artifact of the Eye and Dragon Armor-absorbed King, which he had illegally kept. Although his innocence was proven, he was denied participation in the artifact analysis. Moreover, the association rejected his request for further investigation by him, indicating that his intervention in the case was unnecessary. In other words, he was no longer trusted. Achid didn't understand how his company could be suspected. They had contributed the most in creating a peaceful life for the people. After all, he runs a big business and can't know every employee by sight. If suddenly there was someone among them who threatened the kingdom, he would be disgraced for life. They should be role models in the first place. There was a call from Nicholas. Achid reported that he had already seen the blueprints for the new toys. All of them were great. They could start production. Nicholas thanked him but wanted to talk to him about something else. It was about that incident with the dragon at the party. In the newspaper, pictures of an artifact of this scale is the first time he's seen one. But once long ago he had come across similar drawings of an artifact made of dragon flesh. As the boss realized, the dwarves had the blueprint. Nicholas replied that he didn't have exact proof, so he had been hesitating all along whether to tell anyone. He had heard rumors of some suspicious shop in Goldwharf, and he felt something fishy was going on in the town. He asked what he should do. The only one he could confide in was the boss. For starters, he advised the plant manager to inform the association, and those below him in rank had better not say anything. Achid is going to inspect the factory right away. He's the only one who will come. He and Nicholas waited for the association to act. They wanted to investigate with the inspectors who had arrived. Together they would find the culprit and prove the innocence of him and his company. Evolution realized that the biggest shot in the company had come to defend his reputation. This pissed Achid off. Murabito asked if he knew what had happened to MME. The boss heard from the plant manager that she was found injured. Evolution said they didn't come here at his request. The gentlemen from Sudachi are now as inspectors in place of Madame Simtria. Achid was worried about her well-being. He was informed that she was still in the hospital but was on the mend. Nicholas is very sorry. He thought about what would have happened if he had reported that blueprint to the association in time. Mal wondered why he had not reported it immediately. Nicholas thought that all the blame might be thrown on the dwarves. They had finally found meaning in life and a way to earn their bread. But if they were blamed by the kingdom of Yuja, which is the most powerful power in the world, there would be no place for dwarves anywhere else. He was scared. Evolution replied that sooner or later, everyone would have figured it out anyway. Thanks to someone, the dragon artifact had been destroyed, and its analysis was progressing with difficulty. It seemed cruel to Arthur, but already there is a report that every single detail is so precise that it is beyond human capabilities. Only a dwarf could create such a thing, and that is a fact. It must be him. Nicholas recognized that there was one among them who could do such a thing. 5 years ago, the dwarves split into several parties. Some chose to work for Achid in order to survive in the new world. Others, unwilling to lose their pride and craft, left their homelands in search of resources. But among all, one dwarf, separated from everyone else, remained in the mountains and chose to live alone in the abandoned mines. His name is Rudolph, and he is the finest craftsman among them. A strong wind blew, and Evolution suggested we talk later at the staging area. Everyone turned their attention to the monster repellent that had reacted. Are they around? Nicholas asked not to panic. They just need to stay on the trail, and everything will be fine. But Murabito and Mao didn't sense the monsters nearby. The device took the form of something terrifying. No one thought it was capable of such things either, or why it was firing at them. Arthur thought it was defective. No choice. An arrow flew right in front of Mao's face and hit the enemy. The shot was fired by Evolutionary. They'll fix it later. It only hit the engine. Arthur admired him. Why, he's the best of the elves. Evolution corrected that of the half-elves. Mao was shocked that he kept a clear mind in such a situation, which didn't let her realize that he was going to shoot and hit right on target. Yes, in such a storm. Nicholas realized that he had been modified. It's only going to get more dangerous from here. We can't stay here either. We must move on to the nearest transshipment point. All at the same time raised their heads and found an avalanche coming towards them. Their common cry resounded everywhere. The Murabido were brought to their senses. The boy encased in a clod of snow saw Ahid before him and asked where everyone was, thinking they had been saved. He replied that all was not so rosy, pointing his knife at someone. They were surrounded by a pack of monsters. It was a snow Fenrir, the most dangerous monster on this mountain. It seemed they had entered their lair. Not here. Murabido realized that he couldn't die without fulfilling his dream. He was worried about the hero. The boy headed toward the monsters with thanks for the rescue. Ahid called him an idiot. They need to roll or they will be killed. The Fenrirs at the time were clearing him from the snow. Murabido replied that it was okay. He is a tamer. It was Arthur who had advised him earlier. The guy asked to hide the knife. They are kind. A Fenrir appeared, much bigger than the previous ones, and Murabido thought she was their mom. She thought his other companions had been saved by her children, too. The boy thanked them, while Ahid didn't understand how he let himself be stroked. Murabido thought he was able to come to their rescue because the automaton had been destroyed. The big Fenrir decided to guide his king to a cave where they could take shelter from the snowfall. Murabido urged Achid to follow them or they would freeze to death. But there was no way Ahid wanted to become food for them. Murabido tried to convince him that they would not eat them. Ahid decided that if they looked at him with hungry eyes, he would give it to them. Murabido advised him to be more careful and to stay close to him. They were led to the cave. They will find everyone who is lost and bring them here. The boys would wait for them here. Ahid used his warming holy lightsaber, which blinded but gave warmth. Something around them seemed strange. The wall of this cave is definitely not made of stone. They could not believe that they were inside a giant skeleton. According to Mao, this mountain is just a block of stone, but it was once inhabited by a magical beast. Is this the magical beast Mao was talking about?